So there you have His Excellency President Joseph Nyamabuaka. Now,
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Welcome back. Tell us more about the trip. How was the trip?
Very good trip. Energy, electricity for Africa to provide 300 million Africans with energy. Liberia is among the first 15 countries that were considered. That's why we are again. We had to sign on to it to commit ourselves to making sure that that happens.
yes, Mr. President, I'm Sylvester Pewee. According to the National Energy Compact of your government intends to supply about 100,000 household electricity to the population and finance about 1.5 billion United States dollars. How do you think your government can implement this goal, and what duration can you give this?
We already told you that this is the reason we are working with the World Bank, the Rockefeller Foundation, also with the African Development Bank. All of them are committed to helping us achieve this.
Mr. President,
Thank you.
this
Thank
is the
you.
Liberia News Agency.
Thank you.
So you commended the World Bank and the African Development Bank. Yet instead you calling on investors to help Liberia succeed. In terms of, you commended the World Bank and the African Development Bank in your expose at the summit. But yet instead you call on other investors to come and help Liberia in
Yes,
achieving.
because apart from investment in that nature, we also need private power investment. And a lot of private people can invest, which will make it easier to be able to reach our upcountry in solar and other areas that will be not only, that will be climate friendly and also be able to provide our people adequate electricity.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
His Excellency President Joseph Nyamabuaka. There
Hey, it's good to see you. Welcome again to the closing argument. It's good to be back tonight on the closing argument, and always a pleasure to be with our people. We look forward to having a very good show tonight. Join us. Let us talk about Liberia and what's happening in our country. It's very important for us to be. So please, let's get it going and have a good show tonight. So let's get it going. Welcome. Good to be back, and we'll get a show going. How to call it? Myean, come on studio. Come on set. Myean, come on set. As soon as the guests get in the studio, we're gonna get this going. So let's get it going. Myean. Okay, again, welcome again. It's good to be back. We're going to get started because of time. Mr. Famule has another engagement, so we'll have I think an hour with him, and we'll get started. So let's get started. Welcome, Mr. Famule, and also welcome for the first time, Fatima. Good to see you. Welcome. Good to see you, Mr. Famule. First of all, let me ask, how things are your end? Fatu, and then Fatima, and then we'll go to Mr. Family. How things?
Good evening to you and to the listening audience across the globe. Things are very good. As you can see, I am in Monrovia, Liberia, and I'm excited to be on today to share the panelist with you. To share the panel with you, fine people. I thank you for inviting me, and I'm here to share ideas and engage in the discussions at hand. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Welcome. Thank you, Fatima. Thank you so much. Mr. Family, how's everything on your end? You muted. You muted, though. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Something happened. Something wrong. Fatima, how's Liberia?
Oh my God, Liberia is great. Liberia is doing well. I'm super excited about our country. I'm excited about the future of our nation. And I'm excited to be here to share with you the things that I've observed, and so just encourage everyone to continue to think, love, and build Liberia. It's wonderful being here.
Great. So let's while waiting for Mr. Family to join us. Let me ask you, what's your thoughts about the aid that the Trump government is about to? They have already stopped suspended aid to around the world, to countries, especially Liberia is part of the country. What's your thoughts about it? That they're going to affect Liberia greatly?
When I actually heard it, I was sad, because Liberia is on its path where uh, the rescue agenda is moving. The train is moving fast. All across the country, you can see massive development. You can see the construction of new roads, the establishment of pathways, um, agriculture reinvention, and farmers trying to get loans to start the agricultural project. The arrest agenda, like I said, is taking place, and I think that aid to Liberia and other nations is going to help a lot. But as you can see, Trump said what he was going to do. I mean, that's what I'm going to tell you. He said what he was going to do, and even some of our Liberians overwhelmingly voted for him. So with him is what you see is what you get with him. So I'm saddened by what he said, but I hope there will be other routes that we can take to ensure that we continue to get our aid. But for me, for the next 4 years, I think he means what he's saying. I think he's going to do what he says.
Yes, but also don't forget, you guys, the, the 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 government just launched the agenda for the arrest agenda in Buchanan, and most of what they are hoping for is to get some support from abroad, because 70% of what you're expecting to make that $8.3 billion for the next 5 years is for foreign support. So, how do you think you guys gonna raise that money?
Well, we trust that other things will come through, but not even that. I also believe that the private sector creation, the job creation from the private sector, we've signed a lot of concession agreements lately with regards to the Turkish Airlines and other airlines that are coming to the country. The Turkish Airlines is supposed to build a massive new airport, which will create over 50,000 new jobs, and which will generate revenue for the country. As you heard in the SONA, revenue generation increased by far this last year, and it continues to increase. We are looking forward to those aspect of our government, raising revenue, making sure that the revenue from Liberia benefits all of its citizens. So I think we're saddened, like I said, by the aid, but we also believe that if we open the private sector, create an atmosphere where Liberians are employed and they are contributing to the economy of their country, becomes drivers of their own economy, I think we can raise that money as well.
Yeah, but also you notice that in the State of the Nation address, the president he said a lot of things he said, but most of it turned out to be false. The data he was given turned out to be false. It's not realistic. I think one of the rescue Rambo, Martin have critiqued the president's sonar, and right now he's still critiquing it. And most of what the president said is completely, from what we see, is not true. And Martin has proven it by providing data, statistics for what he said.
As you can see, when we spoke about the president of the University of Liberia, Martin also came up with statements that some things that she said, some organizations that she was part of was untrue. So I believe what the president wrote in that State of the Nation address were true. All of the data has been proven. We have researched it. Martin can do his research all he wants. I mean, I respect him a lot, but I do not believe what he's saying. I believe that the president's agenda is true. What he spoke on that SONA was true. And moving forward, we're going to move our country forward. He is going to ensure that like-minded Liberians will come together to build our nation and move our nation forward. I do not agree with what Martin says in this regard. Martin himself has an agenda. So,
Fatima, Martin is providing facts, though.
We are also providing facts on our end.
No, but
we can also disprove what he's saying.
But the government have not debunked what Martin said. Other things
we will debunk it in the coming days. We will debunk it because we have bigger things to do here. Right now, our major focus is on the anticipation of the road connectivity. We're anticipating the agricultural project. We're talking about creating jobs by improving and strengthening the electricity factor. You know, creating and bringing solar panels into the country, making sure that that aspect starts to work. So we're focused on the development of our country. We're not focused on things that people will say they are debunking this and that. Martin have been debunked as well. So I do not believe what he's saying. No disrespect meant and none intended. But I do not agree with him as to what he says. He says some things that have been proven untrue before. So I'm sorry to say I do not agree with him.
Mr. Formula, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay.
So
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Good to be on with you, Fatima. Couple of things, I think that have really caught my eye about the whole Trump and aid thing. I always say Liberia is a beggar nation. And we have to accept that is who we are right now. That doesn't mean that we have to remain a beggar nation. My concern when it comes to the rescue agenda is that in that 5-year period, we don't see a plan. And let me state this categorically. I am a supporter of this government. Okay? But I'm also a supporter of Liberia. What we don't see is a plan that progressively weans us off this constant aid, this 70%. So, we need to see maybe the first year 70%, maybe the second year 65%, but some progress towards us getting less and less dependent on the aid. The other thing that comes to mind, and I have studied the government and its activity with regards to what I call the service agencies. Okay? The service agencies are agencies like the National Identification Registry, the GSA, NFIL. There was recently an article, and what I know for a fact, and there's nobody who can disprove this, is that we are finding that the regular line agencies have been cannibalizing the resources of the service agencies. And that means that we are constantly spending more money than we need to spend. And if we don't act to arrest that as quickly as possible, this loss in aid will have an even greater impact on us. So let me give you, Fatima, a classic example. Libtelco is the government's communication company. Libtelco also runs the only data center in the country. The data center at Libtelco is at only 20% capacity, because every government agency has decided that rather than pay money to Libtelco, which provides electricity 24/7 to run that data center, they would rather eat that money, or to try to claim that they can provide the service for them by themselves. In the meantime, we have a government data center that's sitting there unused. A classic example. You know where the central bank is on Lynch Street, right? Libtelco is right across the street from the central bank. You can stay in the central bank yard, let me talk the Liberian way, and chunk rock in Libtelco yard. That's how close they are. Somebody needs to explain to me why the central bank needs its own data center when they are that close to Libtelco. Secondly, there is no internet traffic that goes in and out of Liberia without going through Libtelco. So it doesn't matter whether or not the CBL is sending what they claim. Their data still has to go through the ACE cable that's housed at Libtelco. So, but the point is, the central bank and a whole bunch of other agencies, Fatima, are paying money to run what do you call the thing? Electricity, to run servers, when all of those things can be at Libtelco. So we see the same thing with the National Identification Registry. The National Identification Registry is also running its own quote-unquote data center, but the law says that there's only one entity in the country that should be doing biometric registration. That's what the law says. The law says it has to be the National Identification Registry. We recently saw in the election, the NEC spent $13 million to do biometric registration. That's not their job. That money could have gone to the NIR to register the 3.5 million people, to identify the 3.5 million people that the NEC had to register. So you see, Fatima, what I'm saying here is we need to corral all of this runaway cannibalization of government entities. We need to pool our resources so that we provide services more efficiently. Because the $13 million that the NEC spent to provide biometric IDs, none of those IDs are useful to the NIR. So that means that, guess what? We lost an opportunity to identify 3.5 million people. So how does the government intend when austerity is coming? Lastly, let me say this. We should not make the mistake that if the Americans stop supporting Liberia, the Europeans will step into the breach. Because we all know that Trump plans to cut off funding to Ukraine. That means that the Europeans are going to have to spend that money on Ukraine. Just yesterday, the foreign minister of France said that if Denmark asks him, France will send troops to Greenland to protect Greenland against America. So we have all these things going on, and I think our policymakers need to be extremely sensitive to what's going on and how we reshape and reinvent our government so that we are more efficient and more economical when it comes to providing services. I will stop here already.
So, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Fatima.
I mean, I got lost because it was so long. But anyway, I do not agree that Liberia is a beggar nation. Okay, Liberia transitioned from and when we transitioned from war, our country, we know the history of the war, what the impacts were. And as to the services that you're talking about, if services are scattered, they're just not gonna automatically go where you want them to go. That's not how it's done.
Fatima,
I went
no,
to
I mean,
visit. Sir, when you're talking, I will
I'm
never
sorry.
interrupt you. Please do not.
I'm
interrupt.
sorry.
I'm
sorry.
grateful. Please don't interrupt me. But anyway, as I was saying, I went to see on Senator Dillon yesterday, and there were things that the president requested, such as zoning, such as tourism, revamping the tourism sector, and all these blueprints are written but being revised on a daily basis. And he was actually talking about some of these same things that are being discussed here. And he said we can't just make decisions to return to the status quo or to just merge systems into places. We have to enact laws that will do that. It takes time, it takes effort, and those are the things that we are working on. Not because they are not publicly saying it, is because that means that it's not being done. It is being done. They're working on things. I sat with Senator Dillon yesterday in his office for 3 hours. And he showed me zoning. They're trying to zone the whole entire country, trying to name streets, trying everything. They're putting things together. They're trying to merge different entities. They're trying to divide some entities, and they're working on all of those things. And that's why he was saying, he said they're talking about $54 million budget for the Senate. But these are the things that we are doing. We have to, these books, because they have all the books for the different tasks that they were doing. Every time we revise something, we need to print it all over again. 34 copies for all of us again to sit, how many senators they have. Every time it's revised, which is until they get it right. This is what they're constantly doing. So everybody has the right to their opinion. I believe that when people say Liberia is a beggar nation, I do not agree with that. Liberia came from war. Our president is taking a hardcore stand, and he's saying that he wants the resources of Liberia to benefit Liberians. He's trying his hardest to ensure that Liberia, the natural resources that we have, help to develop our nation. So I'm looking forward to him. I'm pushing for the arrest agenda. I mean, you can say you support the president or you don't support the president, but at the end of the day, what happens is that this president, whether we like it or not, is going to ensure that Liberia is fully developed. Thank you.
Fatima, let me check Senator Dillon right now. Okay, let me check him right now, and I will challenge Darius Dillon to dispute what I'm saying. Fatima, the ACE cable was installed at the Capitol building in 2012. The high-speed internet was installed at the Capitol building in 2012. It is 2024, and the Capitol building still does not have a local area network where they can share services. Not because the system isn't there. The Chinese built the local area network. The senators have decided that, and I am saying this, you can quote me to Senator Dillon. They have decided that they would take money one by one by one. As opposed, you can shake your head. Let me tell you how it affects us adversely. You see the fire they had at the Capitol the other day? You know why they can't have a central monitoring system? Because they don't have a central internet system. You know why Senator Conner's office was broken into? Because the senators have internet one by one and not to cover the whole building. Okay, this is not magic, Fatima. I am an IT professional. I am an IT professional. Okay, none of this is magic. They have the systems there. It wouldn't take them more than 3 months to turn it on. So I can't see how the Senate would say we're spending $54 million, but we don't have the ability to print and circulate documents. Tomalin, you work in America.
Yeah.
Okay. When you go into your office, you don't carry your own internet there?
No.
Okay. So why is it that in Liberia, in the Senate, you got 100 in the Capitol building, you got 103 people there. Each one of them is buying internet separately.
Wow.
And you're telling me that this is a problem that they've been working on? Dylan has been a senator for 4 years now, at least.
More than that.
Okay? So it's not being done because they don't want to do it, not because they can't do it. The entire Senate building doesn't have a printing office. Listen, I run a medical practice here. We have 2 offices. We employ 20 people, and everybody can print to any one of the 4 printers in the office. This is not magic. So I want to know, and this idea that, like, this excuse that Liberians continue to make, okay, that we are coming from war, okay, it is a pathetic and pitiful excuse. Do you know who came from war the same time Liberia came from war? The same year Liberia emerged from war, Rwanda emerged from war. How is it that Rwanda is so much further ahead than we are? Let me tell you, the largest solar plant in Africa about 10 years ago was constructed in Rwanda. It is called the Asohogo Shalom solar plant. It was an 8.5 megawatt solar plant that cost $25 million to construct. All right?
Okay.
When the solar plant was constructed, I brought it to the attention of the Ellen government. Ellen went to Rwanda to visit. When she went to Rwanda to visit, she signed an MOU in 2016 with Gigawatt Global, the company that built the system in Rwanda. Hey, Tomalin, it's 2024. You want to tell me? And let me tell you what was so magical about this thing in Rwanda. From the day they signed the contract to the day they turned the lights on in Rwanda, it took them 6 months to build that 8.5 megawatt solar plant. Ellen signed an MOU with Gigawatt Global in 2016. Amara Kone can attest to that. It's 2024. I wrote on my page what Rwanda has done in 6 months. We haven't been able to do in 9 months. In 9 years. So I think, listen, we want the government to succeed, but simple things like having internet in the Capitol building for everybody to use, meaning you could have central printing, you could have information sharing, you could have all of those things. They are not doing it because they are cannibalizing the money. They don't budget for that money and say, we need to buy internet for the whole building. No, let's buy our internet one by one. And like I asked you before, Tomalin, when you go to work here in America, are you responsible to carry your own internet to your desk, or do you use the internet that the whole company uses? We can solve these problems, Fatima. We have tremendously skillful Liberians who have been pushing for these things. But one of the things we have to admit is that there is a lot of resistance from people in power. If Dylan wanted this to happen, he could make it happen. I'm saying so. If Dylan wanted it to happen, he could make it happen. Everybody who is listening to my voice knows that what I'm saying is exactly true. You
But
got to stop making excuses.
yeah, but let me come in. First of all, if anything, you're talking about change of what the case is that we see it from the budget, the national budget, but the budget it does not reflect that is
I'm
government
done.
the government want to see to change to do any changes because they're still the same. They have continues from Ellen. We are they still the budget is still the same recurring expenditure. That's what the budget reflects. That's why people are questioning the government. Their ambition that they're going to get $8.3 billion in 5 years to carry on the rest agenda. And the question is where the money is coming from. Now, especially so with today, President Trump has, and our major supporter for our budget is the U.S. And Trump has stopped it for 90 days. What will happen? I mean, honestly, the government will collapse, but they're going to affect this government agenda. So my question is, how are you guys going to manage to get this for the next 90 days as the suspension is in effect? What are you guys going to do? Fatima, you want to answer that?
Yes, I will. As you can see, our budget for this year have passed. And I told you the president is seriously working on the private sector investment, which includes, most of our young entrepreneurs getting into business and employing Liberians, and of course, some concession agreements that he signed with foreign nations, such as the Turkish Airlines is about to embark upon um, building a new um, airport in railroad system in Liberia, and creating jobs for our citizens. The fact remains that the president also talked about revenue generation through all of our major revenue entities, the ports, the two we have the mining companies that are in the country, that are working in the country to also make sure that they are contributing towards the citizens as to wherever locations they are. So the private sector investment will be something that we're looking forward to, and I believe that the generation of most of the resources from the free port of the first of all, what they've been working on is to make sure that the different ports of entry, especially the free port, the port in Greenville, the port of Buchanan, they are now going to hire their own people. They're going to also be independent of the free port of Monrovia. And so they are working on those things to make sure those things are done. And so those are places that we can also generate resources and revenue collection. We try to build our country however way that we can to move our country forward. Nothing is going to stop us. The aid is a great idea if we have it. I do not believe that Liberia is this big beggar nation. I don't agree with that. Liberia is a nation that is striving, but we are a proud people. We'll do what we can to move our country forward. So I believe that the president's agenda is going to work. Uh, at this point, we pray that the aid comes in, but if it doesn't, we'll still work from what we have here to move our country forward. Our country is a rich nation, just was being run poorly by individuals who did not have the country at heart. So I believe that we'll do what we can to move our country forward.
Johnny, welcome. Johnny, are you
Yeah,
available? Yeah, Johnny, you
yeah.
can wait.
Tomorrow, I will be on the show with you because my location is having problem with it. Anyway, I'll be following the show and taking part. But I want to make a quick input. I heard is it I don't know the next is it Jokwa?
No, it's
Talking about
George A. Fatima.
George. Okay, yeah, George talking about having a meeting that was done in Rwanda. So I want to make reference to that first, then come back to our sister. One thing I've observed about Liberian government, we do not pay attention and we don't make follow up. Every time we travel with our leaders to these big conferences and we interact with people, when we return from those countries, we do not make follow up. That is why we don't succeed in those things that we're going to discuss out there. So I saw when President Sadi went to Rwanda and had those discussions, there was no follow up made. What was discussed, whatever she signed up to, how do we make those things to take place in our country? No follow up. So similarly, happy with George Weah, the same thing President Weah. He went to meetings, he did some discussion with people, no follow up. So we couldn't get a realization. So I expect now that we have a new government of my own uncle, because from Lofa, and he's a peace man. So Patricia is my uncle. I also expect that whenever he pays a visit to an international conference, those who go to those missions, they don't go to go walk a ball. Let me make it simple English. You go walk a ball. You go and work. Your work is to identify every issue that is discovered by the president. You attend mass, and when you come back, you plan to go back and maybe follow up on those things. That is one of the weakness I see in all our governments. No follow up. If you don't make follow up, you don't make anything. Okay, okay. Like I heard my sister say, the president is, the government will do this thing. Look, regional planning is simple. At the University of Liberia, a graduate program, regional planning. For our studies, Liberia is strategically located from Conakry to the for the far region of Guinea. It's almost 2 days drive, 24 hours drive, or I mean, a day drive. From Monrovia to Masanta to Zedekole is about 8 to 10 hours drive. Put up Monrovia, put up Bikena, Greenville Port, Harper Port. From Danane to Abidjan is about 12 hours drive. From Monrovia to Danane is about 7 to 8 hours drive. What does that mean to us? If we improve on those posts, our post can be a major source of supply of goods to those part of those countries. Because if a billionaire will have to take a material from Saint Petro to bring it as far as Danale, right? And you're taking the things from the port of Buchanan or a port of Greenville or a port of Monrovia to come to Danale, that takes 7 to 8 hours by road. Who has the advantage? It's Liberia. We have to begin to think strategically and put a won't say we love Liberia, and not by mouth talk, it's by action, it's by deeds. That's why the conference that was here in Tanzania, I followed it closely. I heard from the guy who spoke from Rockefeller, from UN, from World Bank. They all spoke about deeds. Africa, will support you and act in a more meaningful way. So I'm saying what I can say to all of us here as Liberians, that's part our political persuasion we come from. We have to think wisely and make Liberia first in how we think and how we want to make progress. Liberia is at a position where we can draw the attention of everyone. We don't have a population, but we got to come a position that we can make use of. Railroad, you cannot build railroad in Liberia without having Guinea, Sierra Leone, put a valid link to you. It's of no use. You must make it a regional project. Sierra Leone, Liberia, Guinea, collaborate and build a railroad system. That would be very useful for Liberia. You can leave kind of Monrovia in less than an hour or so. You can leave Monrovia and go Freetown in 30 minutes on train. You can leave Monrovia and go Conakry in an hour. So then trade and commerce will improve in the Marabra Basin. And then all of us will benefit through the economic process. We have to be fast thinking, we have to be creative, we have to be innovative as a people. Our governments are not there for us to serve them, they are there to serve us and give us the best we need to live. We're not here to live for too long on earth. The short time we're here for, they must serve us and give us our basic needs.
So
So that's my input for now.
we'll come back to the question. Okay, Abu, welcome. The question is, with this suspension of aid from the U.S., I've not heard yet how will Liberia manage for the next few months. Perhaps Trump is maybe he decides to do it for a year. Who knows? How will we manage? How will we use to fill up? And other countries may not want to come in like the U.S. government to take this care of Liberia. So what are we saying? So how will the government manage with it to come up with support their budget, support their agenda?
Somebody want me before Abu comes in, because I'm really involved with this process, right? Before Abu comes in, this thing happened in Trump's first term. He dropped USAID funding to developing countries by 30%. 30% when Trump first term. This time he has suspended USAID activities for 90 days. Where I work, all my neighbors that are USAID funded international projects, they are closed for the next 90 to 3 months. The first impact is unemployment is created. But I expect our government, there's a big thing, Tomalin. And the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning, they should have a department, they have a department that is responsible for all international development agencies and national organizations working to support national government initiatives. How effective and efficient that department is, I don't know. Except Abu will tell us, all about somebody else from the government will tell us. This is where we should be able to coordinate with all international agencies to know what role they are playing to support our government development agenda or drive. So now that you say has gone down for like 90 days, and you're asking why is it continue for 1 year? Well, what we should do, let's recast our budget. We are responsible for our people as a government. You understand? US government is not responsible for Liberia. It is our government that we elected that is responsible for us. So they must begin to think fast ahead of time to address our needs. So my first recommendation is go back to the national budget, just whether you pass or whatever happens, go back and redesign the national budget, cut down on the benefits, and see what are the areas that those agencies were supposed to bring government into development wide and money for those places. Cut down on the benefits.
Okay.
Cut down on the travel expenses in terms of if President Baka gotta go on a trip, he need 10%, looking to 3% or 4% or 5%. Cut down some money, cut down small money, and support these agencies that work and replace the agencies work by your own local organization. We got several local organizations here that do the same way that you say projects are doing. So that's my first recommendation. Cut down your current expenses and let begin to move as a national government to support our people. Because government first responsibility is to serve us. And the first thing, serve Liberian people, nothing more than that.
Okay, I want to hear from Mr. Fambula and Fatima. What would the government get money from to for the next few months, 90 days to a year? We know it's open ended. We don't know when support will come in. What would they get money from? And
so I agree with exactly what Johnny said. What we need to do is we need to sit down and we need to streamline the government. We need to make the government more efficient. Okay, the things that I'm talking about, they are not doing it. They don't have any plans to do it. Okay, if Mr. Dillon has plans, first of all, it's not his role. Those agencies already exist. Okay, so unless he's budgeting money for them to do it, it's not the rule of the Senate to decide which executive agency executes its function. That's the whole thing. The executive needs to sit down and go through all of these items. Like I said, you look at the legislature by itself. These people can't even buy internet in bulk. I mean, this is one of the most useless things I have seen in my life. And any legislator who can tell you that who can give you an explanation for why that is not being done, I would like to hear it. But anybody that tells you anything different, Tomalin, like I said, I'm sure Fatima has worked in America. I'm sure Mr. Tukpa has worked in America. I'm sure you have worked in America. When you work in America, you don't care your own internet to the company. When you get to the company, you just log on, and everybody in the company got internet. You want to send email to your friend, to your colleague, you can send it. Your colleague wants to share a document with you, you can send it. They got a big printer sitting somewhere in one of the rooms. You can print to that printer. Everybody in the legislature, they got their own printer, they got their own internet. It doesn't work. And the only reason they are doing that, Tomalin, is because of what I call cannibalization. Rather than pool the money to make the system work better, they rather eat the money one by one. I will challenge Darius Dillon any day. I dare him come and give me a better explanation for why it's not being done. He's been there for 4 years now.
Fatima, where would the rescue government get money from for the next 3 months that the U.S. government won't be supporting our budget, supporting our country?
Well,
I come in before you. They have cut down almost everything. All the money, all the NGOs and so forth that is support, they cut everything down. So it will be tough.
it will be tough, but like I told you, we also do generate and collect revenue in Liberia. So I think they just need to streamline some and offset some allocations that are not needed right now, and try to work on the things that matter the most: healthcare, education, um, agriculture, and those things. that are most important to the citizens of Liberia. So I believe that it will basically depend on the revenue generation in here and alternative aids that they are getting besides the U.S. You cannot make U.S. do what they don't want to do. But at the same time, we have a country to run, and we will do what we have to do to run our country. So uh, I'm just saying that the president is going to make sure that the arrest agenda works. However way he's going to do it, he's going to strengthen the private sector. That is his number one priority now, is focusing on making sure that he strengthens the private sector so that our people are employed and doing well. And then, with regards to revenue generation and revenue collection within the country, he's going to do that as well.
Thank you for Abu.
Yeah, Tomalin, good being here. See all of you on the platform. Let me first start the show by commending the then DEA boss on yesterday. The guy popularly known as Japan was sent to prison for not just supporting the upcoming generations, but he was one of the brains in inputting drugs into our country. So I want to salute Avi Kumar for being patriotic while serving the role as DEA boss. But quickly ask a question as to whether we as a government will not encounter problem with regard to the executive order passed by Donald Trump. To my mind, like I said during one of our shows, I think a couple of weeks ago, that this president is very conspicuous about turning or returning our economy to a normalcy, and that is to say, he has instructed authorities not just to cut down wages. There's somebody say, I think Johnny. Why is Johnny not on the show? He's in the back. Why? Why having the camera?
Oh man, I'm on the show. I'm hearing you. Go ahead. You gotta see my face. Go ahead.
Okay, so like I was saying, right? And this is to you and the rest of the folks who always sit on the show and compare all with our then administration. The president was very emphatic when he convened a meeting, or it was speculated in a public glare. Patrick and a lot of the folks from LTA are making 3,000 just for a generator, which is not true, or it is just meant to smear campaign like squeezy food are always doing. The president instructed the SOE guys to cut down benefits, and hopefully in the coming weeks, tomorrow that will be made known to the public. But like I said, the government will keep running. In regard to what Trump said, I think we have records to ensure that we don't encounter any diversity with regard to our budget.
Yeah, for Mr. Tuba, welcome. Ava.
He's muted.
Ava muted.
I was trying to find the mute button.
Okay. What are you doing? What are you doing in the darkness? What are you doing in the darkness?
You on the highway?
Oh, man. I had to go pick up something.
So how the country dark so? Dark it, like bro, dark.
No. The country is what, 15%. So there are a lot of areas where there's no electricity or there's no light, and stuff. So we are where we are, right? So can you just restate the question, because I came a little bit late and
about
from different dimensions.
The Trump suspension of aid, suspending aids and things.
I mean, that has long range effect. Luckily, it has been rescinded in terms of pulling it back. But just the impact of it for one day was significant. So, for example, my contract is with USAID. It's through a subcontractor. So the subcontractor had a stop order to cancel the contract, right?
Wow.
Not to put it on hold, to put it on pause. So if I had to pay people the end of the month, right, and I'm not getting my payment, so they impacted. And many of us, whether we like it or not, we're living hand to mouth. So those people, they probably owe other people that they're expecting to pay, right? So if I can't get any payment in 90 days now, then what happens? So the debt pile up, the people insulting them, not understanding the situation, and are just a simple one-person incident. But imagine the tens of thousands of contracts out there that usually have with different people. The impact they make on people, as much as we say aid is dead, but that 25% of that aid that returning to those home countries makes a difference for a whole bunch of people. So hopefully we can recognize what the impact of this is and start to internalize and start to redirect our resources, our creativity, our money into developing our own country in a way that we can sustain and not have to be so dependent on aid. I don't know what the number is for the healthcare sector or for the education sector, but we know if we look at the $8 billion that we think would take us 5 years out and develop some things, that's 70% aid, right? So if that, whatever portion you say is contributing is significant, supposedly our historical partner, blah, blah, blah. So I don't see in that process, and maybe I need to look at the document more closely, how we wean ourselves off aid, how we move from 30% in year one to 35% year two, 40%. How do we progress? We can't be content with just getting things from these people. How do we really maximize our natural resources to benefit our people? How do we attract other businesses? The whole debacle with the legislature, puts us behind. And some people don't recognize the damage, those kind of things, that you investors lose confidence in you. You can make some serious decisions that are on the table, and those officials are losing respect. I can see probably in 2029, probably a 85 or 90% turnover in our legislature, in our House of Representatives, you know? So until we as Liberians or our officials can start to visualize what the future is, can start to understand economies of scale, can start to understand that being in government doesn't mean everything should go in your pocket. There's something called a private sector that you are also supposed to promote and supposed to facilitate to be successful. If government workers cannot understand that not every aspect of your position of authority is an opportunity to extort people or to get money from the process, whether it's your signature, whether it's your facilitation of something, your recommendation for you to monetize that position or that particular action every time for your fellow Liberians is criminal. And we don't understand the leakages in the system because we don't have a real system. We don't have the use of technology that limits that. So until we can empower ourselves, where we have check and balances, we are accountable to something. There's nothing called trust. There is nothing called trust. People, when they need money and they can get money in their hands, they will take it and they will be sticky. We got to find a way that we got electronic payments. We got people not touching money, that money going directly into government coffers. And then at the same time, we hold those government officials who are getting the funding directly and cutting out the leakages responsible for its execution. And we have heard corruption here, corruption there. I think the president needs to be more decisive about some of these things. And he can be, we can move this country forward.
Thank you. Welcome, Sarah. Ms. Dopo, welcome. We'll go back to Mr. Famule and Fatima. Yeah, but what all you guys are saying, but I mean, do you trust that this government will say what the recommendations you guys are making? Do you trust the government will do it? We're seeing almost like business as usual. The same things are happening still that they accuse the former government of, and then with this happening now with the U.S. government suspension, people are afraid. Liberians today they are very afraid that things are going to get worse. The price. I was talking to someone today. They said the internet. I think what the guy told me. He sent me a message. He said, "We're talking something." He said, "Since the SONA, the gas price is on the increase. Internet has dropped from 2 GB to 1.75 GB. People are worried about what's happening, and they feel that the price of rice and the president said came down, but it was debunked by Martin Colley and other opposition leaders who responded to the SONA that it is not true. The price of rice increased. So with all of these things happening, what's going to happen?
Well, I'm a technologist, so I will always speak on technology. You think the price of internet is high? Give Starlink 6 months in Liberia and see what will happen to the cost of internet. Let me explain to you how this works. The government of Liberia has allotted 45% of the capacity of the ACE cable. The government of Liberia is sitting on 55% unallocated internet capacity, high-speed internet capacity. When they set the rates, when the high-speed internet came, they set it so that the three companies, Liptelco, Orange, and Lone Star at the time, could be able to make their money back. But implicit in that is that they would build what's called a terrestrial network so that people could have high-speed internet in their home. They never did that. As a result, a lot of communities in Liberia are underserved, and they are bringing in Starlink. This is what is going to happen in Liberia when Starlink comes. I run a company in Liberia that is extremely data intensive. I'm moving 10 to 12 gigabytes of data every single day out of Liberia. So as soon as Starlink lands in Liberia, guess what? I'm never buying internet service from Liptelco or MTN. The power users will switch over to Starlink, and that means that the money that is made by the current companies will go down, and they will have to increase the rates on the basic Liberians. This is simple business math. But we are all excited that Starlink is coming, as opposed to saying we need to build our terrestrial internet so that we don't cannibalize the other companies there. Look, let me tell you something, Tomalin. Mark my words. When Starlink comes, you will see every legislator in that building, they will have Starlink in the window. They will buy one by one again. And Fatima, I will come to you and you will speak via to me again.
Okay. So yeah, the same question go to
Fatima.
Yeah.
We've spoken about this, and I think you were saying that I'm in Monrovia. I'm in Liberia. I don't know which part. Who called you and said the price of gasoline has gone up and the price of rice is going up? I'm in Monrovia. I've been here since December the 23rd, and I'm still here. And so I don't know where you're getting your information from. I think you said Martin Calling. Martin Calling is not even here. But before I came home today, I actually went and did some grocery shopping before I came home. The price of rice remained constant. Gasoline for sometimes last week, it was usually 670 or 660, and I still see it. I filled up my tank today when I was coming home, and of course, it was the same 670 today. I don't know if the rate went up somewhere else and they saw it somewhere else because the locals, as you go out of town, people sell that they add $10 or $5 here and there. But in Central Monrovia, in the Sinker area, I bought gasoline from there today. It was $670. So, like I said, I know it's very late tonight, and I have some meetings first thing in the morning. I will beg to leave after this segment, but I would like to say that the state of our nation is improving. The Liberia that I saw when after the inauguration to now is far different. The corridor between the Town and the Freeport, they are currently working on it. The roads are improving. I drove from here last week straight to Sierra Leone, and the only parts of the roads that I saw that was bad was between some parts of Bummy County, going towards some parts of Cape Mount. I went to Nimba the week before. I saw from Monrovia straight to Nimba, there was a clear slow, beautiful drive. There was no problem with the roads. Our country is improving. Do we want more? Yes. Do we look forward to more? Yes. But Liberia has been growing, is slow but steady changes in our country, and we will continue to see that. As I speak to this president every day, I spoke to him the day before the SONA. I'm going to speak to him again tomorrow. He assures me, whether Liberians like it or not, his right hand to God, we will develop this nation. She will take her place as the oldest republic on the continent. And we, Liberians, will join our president, Joseph Numa Boakai, to build our country. If you guys do not mind, I will beg to leave. As I said, I have several meetings tomorrow morning, and so I beg to leave. But it was a pleasure to meet you, and we will talk more about.
Why you leaving, man? Why you leaving my sister? Why you leaving my sister?
Because I actually have a bunch of meetings tomorrow. I'm just briefly going back to America for a couple of weeks. I'm moving back to Liberia to help the president with the arrest agenda. So I'm working on a lot of things right now, and so I beg to leave. Please, I will join you guys again. You as well. I love you guys. Alva, I don't know where you are. I would like to see you. I don't know where you are as a partner in one of the private sector jobs. I would like to see you for us to discuss further. Thank you guys so much. Tomalin, thank you for inviting me. To all of the rest of the panelists, the pleasure was mine to come and hear from you. Wonderful people. For all of us here, it's Liberia first. Liberia is what draws all of us to this, to all of these networks, to talk about our country, to ensure that our country gets to where she needs to go. So thank you for having me. I'm humbled by this. Thank you guys so much, and good night.
Okay, okay, thank you, Fatima. I hear from Sarah and Suzanne.
Timothy, say Sarah, sorry, I was busy, but I saw Fatima on the show, and I just came here to, just highlight some of the lies that she was spilling out here. I'm pretty sure because I'm here, that's why she's listening. So because I was busy, so I decided to come here to just, the rescue mission is the biggest disappointment to Liberia. And it's so shameful for her to come on this platform to tell the Liberian people that, oh, I went for grocery shopping yesterday and the prices are the same. Obviously, it might be the same to you because you're just coming from America. So things are okay. And moreover, you are close to the president. You guys are eating free money. So everything will be okay for now. We saw on the internet how the price has increased from, I think the rice price was about 19. It has gone to 23. So when people coming out here to spill all lies, they should be able to stay around. So when some of us come around, so they can be able to respond to our questions, not to just run off. But myself, I will be leaving tonight because I'm busy at the moment. I'll leave it with you, sis, Sarah. Yeah.
I just wanted to also rebut what she said, or debunk what she
Some
said.
of the nonsense that came out.
I talked to my nephew. As a matter of fact, I sent some money to him today to take care of some stuff for my family, and I was asking him some questions, and then he was like, "Auntie, it's not easy. It's so disappointing." He said the road they are complaining about, the corridor she's talking about, they're just patching it up. They're just patching it up. In a few months from now, it's going to go back to the same.
A short-term solution. That project was passing. A short-term solution.
Please let me change.
I will stop you. They're not talking. Don't do that, man.
That's what the boy told me. He said they're just patching it up. He said, Auntie, I'm so disappointed. He said right now, even the gas price, which part, I don't know what you're talking about. Gas price is not the same. It might be the same for her, or maybe it's fluctuating or whatever the case is, but it's not the same. And it's based off the U.S. rate that is kind of fluctuating. That's why those things are going up. I mean, the fact is, we all want our country to succeed. We want our country to succeed, but don't come here and lie to our people and make it seem like, oh, it's not. And this rescue mission must rescue. That's what they told the Liberian people they would do. But don't rescue with lies. Because lies is having a hell of a big colors running behind you. That's what it's doing for you. Thank you.
And Tomalin, please, when you bringing your guests on, cause I'm leaving. Once you write a post and tell your guests, and they're coming on here, please let them be okay. Let them tell you if they're fine with the timing and stuff like that, because it's quite disrespectful to hear somebody coming and spilling out lies, and all of the sudden, after spilling out their lies, they're getting off because they see some of us on your platform. That's just
But
obvious because you saw my face tonight. Okay, so thank you, Abu. I'm not here for your nonsensical talk tonight. I'm leaving myself. I look
No,
forward
man. Don't
to
say that, man, Suzanne.
Okay.
that's
no,
for you.
because
That's
Abu making me
when you say
angry.
that.
No,
Suzanne is
Suzanne, man. Suzanne, say something
But
different, man.
Tomalin,
Suzanne, take it easy.
Tomalin, you can't allow that as facilitator. You cannot allow that.
Just stop.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Abba,
Susan,
all these people are
Susan,
coming
take it
in the
easy,
show.
man. Susan, take it easy. We are brothers and sisters here. We are all about Liberia. No, we can't condemn each other like that.
Yeah, we
Sus-
from Liberia, but I don't like liars. Like the fact that the
No, but
woman could come in and
Susan,
say,
please,
"Oh,
man.
we don't need
No,
you."
no, I mean, no, Susan, I mean, the way you describe my brother Abu, please apologize, man. Please take it back. I beg you. We're not here to follow. Let's say the reality to each other, but don't use those kind of words, please. Susan, you
Me,
know,
I'm not,
as a
I'm not
mother for me, as a lady, you are a mother. So please, man, let's talk to each other in a respectful manner.
Okay, then
Susan, I beg you, please
Okay,
apologize to Abu.
I hear you. Abu, that my UP brother. We fine. Abu,
no
hey
worries.
man,
Nobody
Abu,
say that.
sorry, yeah, sorry. But see you guys. I will see you
Uh-huh.
guys next time.
Thank you, Susan.
Basically, I came here when the matter face. Bye bye, guys.
All right, Susan, good to see you. Good to see everybody. Mr. Topa, good to see you. See you, brother. It's always a delight to have you when you come on the show. I have not followed the conversation, so I probably don't have any question. I just joined in, so I will send it back to Tomalin for the next person to take a floor.
What's up, Chief?
Okay, let's go back to Mr.
All
Formula.
right, good to see you.
The formula. The formula. Let's quickly. Let's
No,
before you
no,
guys.
one minute. Somebody,
No, I,
Actually,
somebody. Somebody, I beg you. We in Liberia give all cheap because sometimes we can go on a call anytime or
Johnny,
whenever can drop.
I know, right?
Johnny,
Because I like blinking.
I
Yo,
must
it's
say
small.
yes now.
Yo, it's small. Yo, it's
Rescue
small.
working.
Yo, it's
Brother
small.
Johnny.
Hey, you see, when Ente was talking and she said her nephew said the money was expensive, all of y'all are sitting at now. You say we must put you in front of the line because sometimes your current can go. If your current go, you go.
Yeah.
Like, your current go,
No,
you go.
that is very mean. That is very mean.
Yeah. Hey, yo, no, go call rescue. Let it come help y'all.
Rescue
Yeah,
is
when you have
on the way.
modality
Look,
to
to
sort
be
out
honest,
apartment.
rescue. When they promised, rescue has already done a job. The idea was to relieve us of the previous government. That government was a
Absolutely.
suppressive, oppressive, and I mean people were not breathing. There's a sigh of relief, I believe, in the country today because of the departure of that government. Whether people like it or not, that's
That's
the
not
fact.
true. That is not true.
Now, don't
That is not
interrupt
true.
me. When you come, you can praise
But
the
that was my
government.
time, bro.
Don't
That is
interrupt
not
me.
true.
Let me tell you right now.
Don't interrupt
I'm
me,
not gonna sit
man.
down here for people to
Don't
lie for people.
interrupt me. When the time
I'm not
comes for you to
interrupting
express
you.
yourself,
Guys,
say your
guys,
own.
we gotta give the other folks chance to talk, and then
It
we all.
I'm
was
not
Thank you.
interrupting you. I'm just making a
Thank
No,
statement.
but when everyone has a chance.
Thank you. You are interrupting, man.
all
You
right.
are
So let me
interrupting.
say, let me
So
just say
yes,
this, okay?
Water is pure.
Isaac,
go
You
ahead, George.
we agree that rescue relieved the foot off the neck, the CDC foot off the neck of the Liberian people.
Wow.
We can agree with that. However, we must never be satisfied.
But who's satisfied?
Ever,
Nobody else satisfied.
okay? We have to always do more.
I believe in Kaizen. We can always improve.
We have to always improve. And calling out the shortcomings in our improvement is not opposition to rescue.
It's not, and that's why some people don't
Exactly.
understand. But the insecure people would think that.
As I sit here now, okay, I have made a substantial investment in Liberia. Isaac is a part of the company. We both have made substantial investment in our drone company. This is not something we could have done under WIA.
But other WIA are to let other people use name for company or involved with. What kind of stupidity is that?
So at the end of the day, Tomalin, let's pick up where you wanted to pick up from.
Yes,
so I can address that.
Yes, I was talking about. I mean, we already talked about the usage, the suspension.
Can I respond to that, Tomalin, please?
But the
Yes, respond to me.
But what kind of Kesali red you eating? What kind of Kesali red you eating? Then you want to respond. You need to eat your Kesali red.
But Mr. Formula, the question we're asking, we already talked about the usage business and the suspension of is by Mr. President Trump. But the reality now, like for instance, take for example, the sonar, the president's sonar he delivered. Already, people are already critiquing the sonar, and from what we see, I don't know who wrote it for the president, who gained information, but most of what he said is not true. But you guys, I mean, you say you support him, but I want to hear your honest perspective from the president's sonar he delivered, because most of what he said is being debunked with fact checkers, and
okay. Why don't we have a show and break down the sonar?
Okay, but let me say this.
Let me say a little bit tonight. Let's talk a little bit small.
Let me say this from my perspective.
Yeah,
the look at the sonar was very bad.
Okay.
The fact that the Supreme Court justices, all of them, did not show up, it was bad. And what the absence indicated was that they made a ruling that the executive has joined the legislature to contravene with the installation of this current majority black person. The rule says you need 49 people to remove the speaker. You can't remove him with 47. You can't remove him with 46. And I can tell you, I am extremely disappointed in the president that he went down that route. Because what the Supreme Court's action actually said is that whatever they are doing is not lawful. So I would think that now that the president has returned from Tanzania, he can go and he can call the majority black. He can call Speaker Kofa and say, y'all need to sit down and y'all need to have a vote. If you can't reach 49 majority black, you need to stand down. Okay, this country does not belong to what he name? What the other man name?
Coon?
Richard Coon. It doesn't belong to Richard Coon. He doesn't get to demand that he must be speaker, even if he doesn't get the votes to remove the speaker. He doesn't get to do that. Okay, he doesn't get to do that. It's crude, it's unsophisticated, it's barbaric. And the fact that the president sanctioned him to do this, I have a big problem with it. I have a big problem with it. So let me just go on the record. If I'm the president and I'm trying to save face, you know the first thing I would do? I will fire the justice minister.
That's true.
Immediately. I will fire him. And you know why I will fire him? Because he wrote an opinion that was wrong. And the Supreme Court's absence, the Supreme when you eat your kasali, I don't tell nothing. The Supreme Court opinion.
I don't laugh. I didn't say anything.
The Supreme Court's absence says that the opinion that the justice minister gave to the president was wrong. Somebody has to take the blame for that. Somebody has to take responsibility for that. It's a problem for investors. Everybody is watching. Investors come to Liberia and they see that the executive will not respect the ruling of the Supreme Court. You know how many times investors end up in court with people? Suppose the court make a ruling in favor of the investor and the executive say, oh, we're not going to, Richard Coon can say, oh, we got 36, we're not going to do it. That's not how government is supposed to work. We have been around too long, almost 200 years. We are unsophisticated like this. Why?
Tumani, can I
Yes,
come
you're
in?
giving the answer. Yeah, you can
Tumani,
come in, Abu.
Yeah. Johnny.
To know what I mean, you got well
No,
on the
you
show.
can just be patient until the time.
Somebody let Abu go. Let Abu go. Let Abu go.
I can't man on the show. So
Abu go ahead. Abu go ahead now. Abu go ahead.
You cannot keep up disturbing when
It's a
people
formula.
talking. That's
The
totally
president does
wrong.
not
Yes,
have
sir.
jurisdiction. The president does not have jurisdiction with all the lawmakers to decide who becomes speaker. The legislature is another branch of government. The president, why you should the president is the head of the government, but the
Okay.
executive is head by the president. Yeah, so
You know,
Let Abu for. Let Abu for. Okay, correct, man.
Abu, since you address me, let me address you, okay?
Oh.
What you just laid out, no. What you just laid out is what they call a distinction without a difference.
Now you
The
pick
fact
up
that the
point.
president submitted a budget to the majority bloc, it means that he concurred with the action of the majority bloc. So don't try to listen. Don't try to come do all kind of verbal calisthenics here with your green
But
beret
George,
when
let
I
man
want to
finish.
fall
You
for it.
say your own. George, you say your own.
No,
Let the
I
man
was
say
in
your own.
flight. George, I was in flight. I was in flight. Can't I give my chance on this week? So, like I was saying, right, the president does not decide who becomes speaker. The speaker is for a more equals. 50 of his colleagues affect their signature to a resolution in removing. So you're getting it wrong here. And no law says that the Supreme Court bench should be seated before the president address the nation through the legislature. In accordance with Article 58, the president is required to address the nation every fourth working Monday in a new year, which he did. So for you to say the action of the Supreme Court is a signal that the Supreme Court is why the action of the Supreme Court is contrary to what you are saying. The Supreme Court did not appear because they rule in favor of United Bloc. On that same day, the Supreme Court rules. It dismisses
When was it?
the bill of the bloc. Are you not following?
When was the last time the Supreme Court did not appear? Tell me. When was the last SONA? When was the last SONA that the Supreme Court did not, the justices did not sit? Tell me.
One of our legal luminaries, a well-respected figure, was on one of the local radio stations this morning on OKFM. Jerome read there.
What you said?
No law says that the Supreme Court presence is required.
That is not the question I asked you. That is not the question I asked you.
The guy can answer a question.
I didn't ask you that question, Chief.
What question did you
I asked
ask? What question
the
did you
question I asked you. When was the last time the Supreme Court justices did not attend the SONA? That's the question. I don't care what Virgil say. That's the question.
Why should that question be asked? So because it did not happen.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Okay? Because the last time the justices did not appear was with the, I believe, Edwin Snow scenario with Johnny Lewis. Ellen refused to honor the Supreme Court's decision, and the justices did not attend. So you know what this tells us? That is the same reason they didn't attend. There's only two times in our history. Oh, my man, sit down, man.
That's not the reason.
Yeah, man.
Okay, so let me come in now, right? So let me come in. Let me come in, please. So I can remember during the Ebola crisis, many people died because of denial. So I see us in the system. For us in Liberia, we know the truth, but we deny it because we don't want to believe that what's happening is wrong. And look, everybody in the show, keep mark this thing what's happening in Liberia. We will surely see the results in Liberia. To see Supreme Court not appearing at the conference, people say, "Oh, it's not law, but it's not my law, it's my law." That's good. It's not my law. We take it as it is. It's not my law. But we have three distinct branches of government that must coordinate to govern Liberia, and this is a sacred duty of the president. To say that is nothing at all because the full ban on that president nothing, that's a denial you're living into, Abu. And all who believe in that listen to my voice. You're living in denial. The people live in denial during Ebola, they die. People live in denial in COVID, they die. No, listen. Abu, listen. I'm not going to constitution. Abu, listen. Abu, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to constitution here. Look, we gotta be clear. And the same thing we do in our country. We lot of people in the country so much. We found so many excuses. Look, This country is so small, and is it the government that all of us here must benefit and live good life, like Jerusalem, or even like what was it, like heaven, if I can say like heaven. But because of difficult life we live in the country, we see true and we say no, the truth is not true, it's a lie. No, my brother,
So
our government must
that's
work
a
together to
lie.
serve us. So the truth here is that the Supreme Court should have been in our place. They were not there simply because they know, because they passed a ruling, and I would have asked you many times the question on the show. Supreme Court ruling, did they say Kofi is not speaker? You said he's not the minority person. There's no way in the Supreme Court that has denied Kofi as being speaker. All that really have recognized Kofi as speaker. So what is wrong with working on Kofi and making sure that the right thing happens, Kofi is removed properly, and we move on with the country?
Exactly.
You understand?
Tony,
So what is wrong with
normal
us?
behavior.
No, Abu.
Tony,
Listen, Abu. Listen, you know what, Abu, listen, Abu, I'm
yeah.
from Lofa. Susan Walker is my uncle. Like, listen, man, me and Bunny, man, we are next door. You understand? And we are next door. But it's not about Lofa, it's about Liberia. Abu, I am here. I can't count on because where I am. Even if I put camera on, I will not get current. Right? You won't see me clearly. So why should I deceive you and put my camera on when you don't see me because the place is dark?
That's something you
Abu,
inherited. You are working
Liberia
about
is
that.
So
Liberia is our home.
can I
Abu, one
can
minute,
I go
Liberia
now?
is our home, right? We gotta try our best to make Liberia the best place.
City Parliament.
If we go wrong, let's learn to hold our government accountable so they can serve us. That's all we're gonna do.
Abu, you know,
Abu, in
But
any
I,
case, I benefit. Abu, I benefit. Because we're gonna present for Liberia from Lofa. I will benefit more than you. Abu, if you came on, how much you benefit? Because the one road from Madina
Abu,
to Rawsport.
Abu,
No
let me,
fight on came on. Where you
no,
going?
Abu,
so
let
Oh,
me give you a little
you
bit
from
of
Lofa?
understanding.
no, let me come in now. Let me
Abu,
come
I
in.
want to.
Isaac, I beg you.
Have come in now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Abu, I just want
No,
before I
I'm
make my
listening.
stand, I wanted to ask you.
Mr. Money, I was just talking about not time to talk to.
But you not a
But,
whole.
but let Avatar, you go finish eating up your salad.
God, one at a time. Can we do that?
Isaac, go ahead.
How are you there? Sarah,
Yeah. Okay. So first of all, everything that Ava was saying over there was nothing but a bunch of lies. Before he say anything, he needs to tell the Liberian people that he personally had a beef with former President Weah, and that is the reason why he comes on here to spill all the lies that he's spilling. Okay, you went to Liberia, you put your company in somebody else's name because you know you had because you were guilty of being because you were guilty of being
Isaac, who was that? Mute that person, Tomalin.
Yeah.
I already did.
It's not me. It's
You
not
said
me.
It was Johnny.
it was coming from Johnny. You
was
said
But I thought Johnny said he ain't got light.
It was Johnny.
So let me continue here. You said all of these things because you had a personal beef with President Weah. You and President Weah couldn't see eye to eye because when he won election, whatever happened, you were in CDC, you broke it with whatever the case is. So he would come on here and say and the worst things about President Weah government, and you are not objective, you are not credible. So I will not give you that credence. The Liberian people that President Weah served for 6 years, they know what he went through. They know that his government was not perfect, but it was not the worst government either. They know that June 7th was peaceful as compared to the protest that just happened under Joseph Boakai government when people were brutally tortured, hurt by police. The Liberian people saw all that difference. So you don't come here and make statements that you think can fool anybody. You can fool yourself, but you can't fool everybody. Okay, down to the SONA. The SONA, we all know what happened. And we all know that even supporters of this government criticize the lies that were loaded in that SONA. They said it. What her name? Martin Collins said it. Okay, the SONA was loaded with lies, and the SONA was even illegal because it was not presided by the legitimate speaker. The Liberian people know that Fanati Kofa is the legitimate speaker. He was illegitimately removed from his position. I would say 50 people signed. Where is the list of 50 people? Lies. They went to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court said all of the things you're doing is ultra virus. They disrespected that. They went ahead and hired a justice minister to misinterpret the Supreme Court, and this is where we are today. Okay? There is no here, no thing. The budget does not reflect anything. Everything. That's the reason why the president went to Tanzania. He could not even answer those questions because the things he had in the budget, and when they asked him with regards to the energy sector, he could not remember anything. He could not. He could not remember. So y'all come on here and tell us why y'all gonna rescue our country. Stop lying to the Liberian people. Number one, number two, the U.S. government has put freeze on a lot of things right now. The government now is supposed to be sitting down and thinking, brainstorming how they're gonna face these challenges coming that is coming on our people. I guess they're not even thinking about that. They're just gonna continue to do what they just know how to do. You know, blame the previous government for everything, but we are government was sitting on your neck. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? We are government was not sitting on your neck. You were on government in waiting. You were there for 12 years before we came there. So according to what you told our people, you had the experience. So don't come here and give us that lame excuse. Thank you.
Yeah, so sorry I got disconnected or not disconnected. My network was bad. But look, the reality is the expectations for one are too high. Okay. And the government is too slow in terms of turning things around. Then those two combinations will cause a delay in us moving the agenda forward. There are certain things that need to happen, certain economies of skills, certain facilitation, especially for the private sector, to get some level of business going. They got to improve on liberalization. Even look, the MCC compact is coming, right? Supposedly people are here. What area are they going to be focused on? What will how will Liberian participate in that process? How much are they estimating the compact to be? What is the private sector portion that they can allocate now or start to prepare companies for? So there are just so many things that government has to do, that government has to prepare for. We keep talking about the Donald Trump thing, but beyond just this one freeze, aid could just decrease in the next year's budget because they're trying to cut things down. What is our reaction to a reduction in aid to Liberia? How are we filling the gap? How are we ensuring, especially if we cannot automate payments, for there to be less leakages? How can we control the pain and suffering that people are going through importing stuff today? The excess amount they have to pay, whether it's for demurrage, whether it's for some of the fees that they have. How can we simplify some of those things for business to churn? And then the expectation of the people is just high. If they can't set expectation and be ahead of the curve, it makes everything difficult for this government. Look, we just want a better Liberia. For some of us, as long as we are not being bothered by the specific government in power, we don't care. We can manage. We are professionals, verified professionals, so we don't care. We can work on, except you discriminating against people, or you try to undermine them as business people. That's when different issues come in. But the expectation of the people, they themselves, we as Liberians, we have to do more. That's why Fatima was saying about the Liberian Diaspora Equity Fund. I'm excited about it because it's an opportunity for Liberians to gain skill in terms of investment. It's not the same individual person, oh, I got only 5,000, I got 10,000 to do business. No. If we pool our resources, we can do substantial and substantive business that can generate significant profits, especially if we are our own customers in special areas, specific sectors where we can buy our own product. And that's why I keep telling Liberians all the time, let the dollar circulate around Liberians. It will impact us a little bit more. Now, as soon as you get your first dollar, you run into a Lebanese, Indian, Chinese, Nigerian, Ghanaian store. No. Let's buy Liberian. Let's support Liberian. Let the dollar circulate among us before it go outside. In other places, it go 5, 6 times around within that community. The Lebanese community, the Indian community, the Chinese community, all of them, they support each other. But among us, the first thing we do is to go buy something outside. So if we can change our mindset towards each other, that we don't count each other money, that we are supportive, that a Liberian can get rich because he's doing legitimate business, that we support him or her, then we are moving our country forward. We are building nationalism. We are building ourselves to be committed to our nationhood, committed to each other as Liberians, and being able to work together. So these kind of opportunities, we should look for them. The government should help look for them. The government should facilitate the whole agricultural sector. Look at the cassava sector. Cassava is a major product on the world market today. I believe, and the numbers I saw the other day, I don't know, it was in double-digit billions. But we can grow cassava here. But how are we opening the market for our people? I can't believe it. I got to verify, but somebody told me, say, we'll go Sierra Leone to buy Gary. For the amount of cassava we got here, why should we go Sierra Leone to buy Gary? Makes no sense. So there's just some things that government or people in position have to look at, especially when it comes to trade, when it comes to trade policy, when it comes to small businesses, for Liberians to be able to benefit, for Liberians' capacity as business people to improve, because it takes a certain level of skill to understand your business, to understand the seasonality, to understand the fluctuations, to understand your market, to understand how people buy, the timing they buy with, to have goods ready on time. All those things take capabilities. And for the private sector to boom, government has to be more supportive and involved in making sure Liberian businesses are successful. Thank you.
Mr. Tokwa, great point that you came up with. But the basic thing that we need, the basic thing in our country is the rule of law. We have totally turned our eyes to the rule of law in our country, and we don't care. How can we build a vibrant economy that will be transparent, even the Liberia diaspora, equity funds, and all the things you're talking about? If you don't have a rule of law, you're giving up money to people, all of that, definitely it would come down to people misusing the funds they have always done, and because you don't have a credible justice system, and nothing will happen. Now, if you have the executive that is totally turning their eyes to the rule of law. I agree with what Mr. Famula said. The justice minister should be fired. But if you have the executive who is meddling in the law,
To be fired.
you
Seriously.
know, and nothing can be done. Supreme Court ruling, and you overlooking the Supreme Court and all of that. Who would rather want to come into a country like that to invest? Who would rather want to put the money there because nothing is going? They're going to end up being burned and leaving the country. You know, you talk about Liberians
Why should the minister be fired?
Liberianization policy. We don't have it. Look at the very airport that we pass through every day. Go to the business lawn. Who run that business lawn? It's a Ghanaian. A Ghanaian run that business lawn and cook her Ghanaian food. And in my country, I'm forced to go there when I'm traveling. If I want to eat, I will eat Ghanaian food and travel. First thing, we should start from empowering Liberians, ensuring that Liberians are capable of doing certain things. But we're taking major contracts and things and giving it to foreigners and stuff like that. How do we expect our country to move forward? I mean, everything sounds good. Yeah, the government, the bending power more than a year, but look at what they're doing. See how the laws, they are threatening judges. The other day, a judge was threatening that they were going to burn down his home or they're going to impeach him. He ruled on the case that was sent there by the rule of law caucus and all those things. You don't overlook those things. Those are things that investors will look at to come into the country. If you don't have the law, who wants to go in a country that is so lawless? And that's the problem we have in that country. So,
All right. Somebody
But
asked, why should the
I have a
justice,
question.
Johnny, I think it was
Yeah,
you who asked,
I
why
asked,
should the
why should he be
justice minister
fired?
be fired? Okay, let me tell you why he
Yeah.
should be fired. Okay. The justice minister
Mhm.
is also the chief legal advisor to the president of the Republic of Liberia. When the
Yeah.
Supreme Court made its ruling, the
Mhm.
president asked the justice minister to interpret the Supreme Court ruling. Okay?
Yeah.
The justice minister interpreted the Supreme Court ruling incorrectly. Now,
Uh,
as the chief advisor to the president, he had an obligation to give the president the correct interpretation. How do we know his interpretation was wrong? We know his interpretation was wrong because the justices refused to sit under the gavel of the person that he said it was okay for the president to deal with. Okay? Somebody
okay.
has to
So,
take wait a minute. Somebody has to take responsibility for giving the president bad advice. Listen, Johnny, okay? There is nothing the justice minister can say that will make his explanation to the president correct now that the Supreme Court justices have decided that they are not going to sit under that gavel. That is an implicit, is an explicit expression that his interpretation was wrong. So let us agree that the Supreme Court's absence is an interpretation that the justice ministers is reflective of the fact that the justice minister's explanation was wrong, and in being so wrong, he needs to exit the stage.
But Georgie, 1 minute, Georgie. What was in that Supreme Court ruling that the president needed explanation
Doesn't
from the
matter.
minister?
It doesn't matter.
You know what I say? The point
it
is,
does not
no, wait,
matter
Georgie, 1 minute, Georgie, 1 minute. The president, we all learned physics, civic in high school many years back. And during his days in high school, he learned basic more than what we learned in civic.
But the
And what
president
was
is not the attorney general.
But listen, my brother. The president did not even need any further explanation because
But
the
he
ruling was
asked
clear.
for it. Whether he needed it
The
or not, he
ruling,
asked
the
for
ruling
it.
was clear. There were 2 points over there. The ruling said the action of the majority was unconstitutional. Therefore, it did not notify the speakership of Kofa. That was clear. And I don't need any lawyer to tell me anything about that ruling. I
Okay,
here
so
as an
this
ordinary Liberian, I have no legal understanding. So the president himself should know that you don't need any advice from anybody. The
Johnny,
Supreme
let me
Court
ask you
ruling is
this.
clear that
Johnny, let me ask you
Kofa
this.
is still recognized as speaker, and the action of Kofa and his group was just unconstitutional. Simple. So why should you fight a man? You want
No,
lie to
he
get
should
you lie.
fight.
That's all.
No, okay, but
They put that
you
as
see,
speaker.
that's not the role of the justice minister to say you want lie, he will give you lie. He is supposed to serve the government. He is supposed to serve the president without fear or favor. So if the president, I know you say, oh, the president's supposed to understand it, but let's assume that the president was unclear and he went to the justice minister and the justice minister gave him an opinion that was incorrect. Did you read the letter from the justice minister? You know what he said? He said, it is my studied opinion. That's what he said, oh. He didn't say I was drinking beer last night. I talk about it, oh. He said, it is my studied opinion. I thought about it. I read about it. And the court has said that you are correct. That's what he said. So my point is, Mr. Justice Minister, if you studied this and you got it so wrong, then we don't have any confidence in you to move forward. Is that an unfair assessment, Johnny?
You don't take everything for your advisor. No, listen. And not everything you take as a leader from your advisor. No, everybody will advise you.
Minister,
And you say,
yes.
Of course, you don't have to. You don't have to take everything.
No,
you don't have to. No,
Johnny, we can't
common sense is part of leadership.
Johnny,
common sense is part of leadership.
No, but Johnny, we cannot continue to run a government where the people who are the professionals, who are the technocrats in the government, continue to make these egregious mistakes, and we say, oh, but the president shouldn't have taken his advice. The president is not a lawyer. The president came to you. You are the chief law enforcement officer in the whole country. No, my man, Johnny. Let me move.
Judge, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm here. I'm convinced, and I understand the ruling. The ruling is clear. 2 points the law. The 2 points the Supreme Court made. Supreme Court said the action of the majority was ultra virus, which means it was unconstitutional. And they now also notify Supreme Court ruling. They now notify Speaker Kofa as being Speaker. So what is hiding that to understand? What is hiding that to understand? What is that hiding that to understand?
Okay,
I will need you to advise for.
The Supreme Court recognized cool. Let's move ahead. Let's move.
No, not cool. No, not cool. No, not cool. Supreme Court recognized Kofa as Speaker.
Johnny,
not cool.
Johnny, you are not a lawyer. You are not a legal luminary to teach.
No. Listen. Law and logic. Yeah, no. Abu, law is logic. Law is logic. Law is logic.
The legal
law is logic. Law is logic.
That Buckeye depended
law
on to
is
give
logic.
an explanation got it wrong. So don't come at me with that legal luminary nonsense. I beg you.
I beg you, America, you're gonna luminary, man.
And when the US government told him to come bring him evidence, he said he ain't got one.
What did Lero Koji sanction? What did Lero Koji sanction?
Look at that kind of thing.
Abu, the legal luminary justice minister, the Supreme Court said he was wrong. And that's by them sitting up. That's exactly, yes. Yes, I can validate it because of their action. There is only one other time when the Supreme Court has not sat in Arizona, and that was when they had a disagreement. There's one other time, and that was when they had a disagreement with Ellen Sirleaf for not respecting the ruling. So we can listen. We can logically say that the reason this court did not attend was because they disagreed with the opinion of the justice minister. Listen, Abu.
Again, logic. That's your logic.
Let me explain something to you, Abu. Okay, you don't love Liberia more than anybody on this show. You don't. Okay. You do not love Liberia more than anybody on this show. You may think that your support of Joseph Buckeye by coming here and saying everything that happened is correct is love of Liberia. You know what it is? No, let me tell you what Teddy Roosevelt said. Let me tell you what Teddy Roosevelt said. He said patriotism. Yes, hold on. Teddy Roosevelt said patriotism is not supporting the president, it's supporting the country. Okay, so what you think you're doing is patriotic, it is not. All of this highfalutin language that you are using about legal luminaries and all of that, the Supreme Court's absence at the State of the Union was their stated disagreement with the position that the executive took in support of it. If you see it any differently, then you are completely blind. You need to go touch Jesus' garment. Ain't no Jesus' garment that the blind woman touch it. You need to go touch it so you're arguing over it.
But let me say this, right? For the optics, besides that, since I've been watching, I know you start watching Sona, I think recently, but I started watching Sona since Samuel Doe. And honestly, I have seen President Doe, I saw Taylor, I saw Madam Sirleaf, I saw President Weah. There was never a time that I think only during the time of the speaker crisis with Snowden.
With Snow.
Yeah, but besides that, they always are in attendance. So that was a scathing rebuke and rejection. What happened on Monday?
And why you can't say that? I don't know.
My point is, my point of contention here is no article in the Constitution that says that it's that's my point of contention.
You know something? No. But hold on. Now. You know what? Let me try to help Abu here. Okay, Abu. When the President of the United States gives his State of the Union address, just let me finish, boss man, because a lot of what we do is patterned after the United States. When the President of the United States gives his State of the Union, the Sergeant at Arms, do you know who he presents the President to? He says, Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States. He presents, and the Speaker is the presiding officer of that session. Okay? There is the same thing in Liberia. Okay? So you can say there is no article. The Speaker is the presiding officer over the state of the union of the nation. The Sergeant presents the President.
One second, yeah.
The Speaker
one second. What?
Johnny, let him finish, Johnny.
Oh. Okay.
The speaker that the president was presented to is illegal. He's illegal. The Supreme Court said we are not sitting under an illegal speaker. Why is this so difficult for you all to accept?
Very, very easy.
I mean, at some point, Johnny, let me land. Okay?
Johnny, I want to help you. Let me ask a question so you can end your statement. Why did he place in his speech? Why did he include addressing the Supreme Court? Everything it was not important for him to be there. Why did he include that in his speech? Why it is so? Go ahead, Josh.
So at what point do you all accept that the absence of the Supreme Court, because I think it is a very dangerous precedent for you all to begin to dismiss the Supreme Court and their concerns. The Supreme Court is a separate and co-equal branch of government. They are not subservient to the president of Liberia. They are not. And for you to dismiss them and say, well, they don't have to be there, you are wrong. Every branch of government needs to be represented at the state of the nation address. Every branch. And you can say there's no article. Well, guess what? The article that said that you need 49 people to remove the speaker, you don't even want to follow that. So it tells me that this is just hooliganism. I've landed.
Georgie, I consider a quote discerning though to say I don't love Labrador than you. You don't know.
No, this is what I said, Abu. I said you don't love Liberia more than any one of us here. Okay? Just like I don't think I love Liberia. You don't love Liberia more than me. You don't love Liberia more than me. Can you prove that you love Liberia more than me?
Points that you gave here.
I have done that.
Abu, how do you prove that you love? Abu, how do you prove you love Liberia more than me?
George, it's fair to let Abu land. You landed.
No, let him prove that he loves Liberia more than me.
Well,
do you know how long I've been involved in Liberian politics? Tomalin can tell you it's been more than 35 years. I don't even think you 35 years old. Right now, I don't think you 35 years old.
Are we protected by me?
George, I have acknowledged some of the mistakes we have made as the government. That is an objectivity from an objectivity standpoint. And at times I can be subjective. The reason is people who believe that upon assuming power as a government or as a party, the UP, that we are not leading as we promised the electrics. Should be you. I don't know your political identity, but it should not be the folks from the CDC because these people desecrated the sacredness of our states. That has been my point over and over. So folks on the show who comes on the show and portray themselves as a moral voice, which in my mind they lack, obviously I have to call them to check Sarah and Susan who just left the show. So for you to say I don't love LeBron and you, I don't know the yardstick you're using to detect that. I have called on my own government on this show many times to correct some of the wrongs. Can it be corrected? Yes, because we have a listening leader who is so passionate about uplifting the people in the destitute communities. So for you to say I don't love LeBron and you, I don't know which standpoint you're speaking from. In my memory, there is a first of it kind of like both of us are sharing platform. So you can't just make a blanket statement without fights.
What I'm saying is you don't love Liberia more than anybody else on this.
Well, that other narrative discussion to that though.
You don't. Okay. So you love Liberia. I love Liberia. Sarah loves Liberia. Johnny loves Liberia. Tomalin loves Liberia. We are not here to measure love. Okay, that's not what we are here for.
Okay.
My point is we have to be honest. We have to be honest. Okay.
So you're not saying
what I object to. Yes, what I object to is the flippant nature of your comment that the Supreme Court does not have to be present. So what you are saying is only the executive and the legislature needs to be present. No, my man, spare me with the legal luminary, man. Okay? That means that you don't have a thought of your own. You can't read.
What you got in the luminary?
Robert Garguah, he's been waiting for long. Robert, join the conversation.
Tomalin, I think that am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Very, very much so.
I think that I'm exhausted by this conversation. I think we have spent enough time discussing this, and I think that everyone knows my position on this matter since it started. And if George done, let me reiterate. What has happened from the genesis of this removal process has been unconstitutional, I believe that the entire process have not only violated the Constitution of Liberia, but it undermined the procedures and rules of the House that were put together by the very guys who have deliberately undermined. They know exactly what they're doing. And I've said over and over that if you wanted the speaker out, you have to go and do it the legal way. Allow him due process, allow him the opportunity to respond to claims made against him, some of which are very alarming. If you have the numbers, then prove that you have the numbers by allowing the process to play out, right? He recuses himself. The deputy speaker takes over, and you test the strength of your vote. He leaves, and you allow the election process to play out as stated in the House rules. But they have not done that, and so as far as I'm concerned, Richard Cohn is unconstitutional. Richard Cohn is illegal. Richard Cohn cannot, in a serious country, be recognized as the Speaker of the House, the 55th legislature. I mean, anyone who thinks otherwise, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But you know, that's what we've done in our country. And when people talk about patriotism, I want to see this level of patriotism to say, you know what? I'm a diehard UPist. I'm a diehard seditian. But I love my country more than I love these parties, because parties, will come and go, right? Political leaders will come and go, but Liberia remains. And a very important part of us sustaining this democracy and this peace that we have enjoyed over the past few years, though fragile, is the respect of the rule of law. Any country that is not guarded, if our leaders are not guarded by our Constitution and their own rules, then what else guards their decision? And so that's just my position. It's unconstitutional. Richard Cohn was not elected. There was a resolution signed to remove the speaker. That's not how you elect the speaker. Was Fanati Kofa elected based on a resolution? Absolutely not. They went through the process where he was elected. So you had the power to elect him based on your rules, based on the Constitution, and you also have the power to dismiss him based on your rules, based on your procedures, and based on the Constitution. And they've chosen to do the contrary. So Richard Cohn cannot be the speaker. And now, the politics of this all, when it comes to the interpretation of the judiciary not being present, will say, well, the Chief Justice was out of town. I saw the spokesman of the judiciary try to make that point that the Chief Justice did not attend the SONA because she was basically not attending the SONA. She was out of town. Okay, granted. If the Chief Justice was out of town, what happened to the associate justices? Were they also out of town? They were in Cali Hospital. They were in Liberia. So if the Chief Justice was out of town and this was not something discussed and planned, then the rest of the guys would have shown up. Look, the fact of the matter is, they did not show up because I believe, in my opinion, and I'm not a legal luminary, but I have common sense, that in my opinion, they did not show up because, again, people have said that they were not ambiguous enough. People have said that they needed to be very clear. They needed to be very explicit in their ruling. But listen here, there are complications here with regards to how far the Supreme Court can go because of the separate branches of government wahala. I wish they have gone a step further to say, listen, where you are seated is not only ultra-virus, but I would demand you to return and allow the speaker due process. But in many, many different languages, an intelligent person, including the justice minister, understood the ruling because the ruling was very, very clear.
Very clear.
Ruling was very, very clear.
Yep.
And so people took advantage of the fact that they said, oh, where you are sitting is ultra-virus, but they didn't say, oh, you must return. And so based on that, we are able to constitutionally conduct business here. But who is the presiding officer? The presiding officer is the guy who was elected a Speaker of the 55th Legislature. And I believe that the judiciary did not attend because they needed to send a message. Now, however that message is received by the government, by the political parties, it's up to them. But again, any sane person will understand that the judiciary does not just normally not show up to these events. This is a very important event. Anyone will understand that. They don't have to give an explanation as to why they didn't show up. But we can all deduce that, you know what, these guys did not show up because they wanted to send a message. This is just my own opinion. And I respect them for that. I respect them for that. But let me close on this note. I thought strategically the speaker and the other guys should have shown up and demanded that the legitimate speaker presided over the what you want to call the SONA. I think that should have been the case. And if there were any embarrassment that would have happened in front of guests and the nation, that embarrassment would have fallen on the foot of the executive and not for Nati Kofa. But hey, they chose to not appear. I think Ellen Johnson Sirleaf herself did not show up. George Weah, former president, did not show up, and the judiciary did not show up. So, what does that say about what has happened? That's for me. I think that was enough signal that Richard Cohen is unconstitutional, and the judiciary would not have been part of that unconstitutional process. But so this whole topic is exhausting, man. We've exhausted this thing. We talked about it, but Richard Cohen will forever remain unconstitutional unless the legitimate speaker decides to resign. Until then, Richard Cohen will always remain unconstitutional.
Robert, in 30 seconds, I want 30 seconds of the topic we're having today. Just weigh in on it quickly before we move on about the suspension of aid by President Trump. How will Liberia be impacted?
Listen, I think, and Eugenia, relax. Okay, Eugenia, Abu can get as much time he wants to get. Just relax and listen to us analyze the issue here. Don't go create issue here with your time business.
But Abu been talking for long.
Abu been talking at your guy, and you talking about time. Anyway, but let me say this. I think it would affect the country, in particular that the president just basically announced a $8-point-something billion plan to be achieved by the end of 2030, right? And when you look at 70% of that money coming from foreign aid and 30% from the government itself, it tells you that anything is possible. And again, I want this government to succeed because if they succeed, Liberian people succeed. I want Joseph Boakai to succeed, even though I don't believe in his leadership, but I want him to do well for the Liberian people. But when you put forward such a big plan, a bold plan, you've got to be realistic when it comes to both implementation and achieving that plan. And given the fact that we have a new administration, Donald Trump, I don't think he cares about Liberia. I don't think he understands the relationship, and I don't think he's willing to invest. And so to see this kind of announcement coming forth, I think it only hurts the government, and I think that the people will suffer. And but I also like the fact that it allows the government to go back to the drawing board, right, and re-strategize when it comes to how much of a dependence that we are on foreign aid when it comes to major government operations. I watched a video the other time, and a Nigerian lady was showing a video of these guys transporting raw material from Liberia on a 25-year contract, and the fact that they were asking for an extension. We have all of these things in our country, yet and still our people continue to suffer. So we need to go back to the drawing board. Instead of begging foreign for foreign aid, instead of being so hugely dependent on foreign aid, what can we do in Liberia? What can we do in Liberia to ensure that we are getting the maximum of our natural resources, that people are not coming to Liberia and taking more from Liberia than what they're giving to our people? If we are able to do that, I think we can get a lot of things done in Liberia from our own government. But we have to prioritize, and we have to ensure that we are not wasting resources. This president is, I call him private jet in chief. He's flown more private jet than any other government, and this is something that he frowned on, right? And so maybe we need to start thinking about spending less money on private jets and redirecting these resources in areas that are needed the most. But I think this hurts Liberia. I wish this had not happened. But again, there's opportunities in everything. In any negative news, there's opportunity. This is an opportunity for the government to go back to the drawing board, rethink their strategy, properly invest, and let's figure out how we can depend on ourselves to move our development forward.
Okay, thank you.
Tomalin,
Yeah.
Tomalin, let me say one thing quickly on that subject that Robert just spoke about. Liberia has one of the highest levels of foreign remittances to the country. Almost $300 million a year from people in the diaspora. The people in the diaspora are the ones who provide the social safety net for people in Liberia. We are always sending money to Liberia to our people.
Ruth Roberts
when Donald Trump squeezes Liberians in America, there will also be a reduction in the remittances that is sent to Liberia. So if that $300 million now is cut by 33%, you're looking at a major struggle for the people who live in Liberia. Okay? Ante was just telling us just now that she said she was sending money to her nephew. Okay? So at the end of the day, we should not only look at the direct cut in aid, we should look at the impact on on Liberians living in America who have to make enough money to take care of their families here and send money to Liberia. That will also have a high impact.
And George, to add to what you just said, even a free and reduced lunch have been halted in certain states. So you know that is an added burden on poor families who are depending on that, that other help. They're going to be constrained now to pay for lunches for their kids. And at the same time, they have to send money to the families in Liberia. So you can just imagine, the constraint.
Okay, let me just give some program notes. Tomorrow's Thursday, we have for 45 minutes, the former, I think he's a Liberian-born person, but he's a fire chief in Maryland. Chief Butler will be our guest for 45 minutes. He'll be giving us some, sharing his thoughts about what's happening about the situation with the fire in our country and the investigation at the Capitol.
What is the president wrong? President in the States?
Yeah, the president tried to help President Barker, but I think he rejected the help. Yeah. So
he's a professional fire chief.
Yeah, he'll be here tomorrow.
Why you going to reject the help?
Okay, let me finish, Abu. He'll be here tomorrow.
Abu, here for let Dr. talk about
for 45 minutes of his time to Abu, I beg you now. 45 minutes with us, and then on Friday, you heard about this guy. He's a popular Myean. He'll be our guest. He's a senatorial hopeful. Garrison Yellow will be our guest, former chair of the Governance Commission. He'll be our guest on Friday. One of our Garrison Yellow, Abu, you gotta stop when people talking. Don't do that, man. He'll be our guest on Friday, and then on Monday we have some immigration lawyers here for a couple of minutes to share with us how to handle this issue about this Trump deportation stuff. We're having some immigration lawyers will be here to help guide us, to tell people how to handle them, how to engage them when they try to approach them about taking it out of the country. They'll be giving us some advice on Monday. And also, I'm waiting for the date now. But I spoke to the former ruling party chairman, Moba Malu. He's presently in the U.S. and he will be appearing with us. But he will give me the date very soon. So he just told me that he's committed that he will appear. So we're trying to work on his date till he will appear. That's our lineup for the coming days and so forth. But Abu, you're 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Tomalin. And thanks so much for reaching out, man. To be honest, I'm utterly proud of you. You make it frankly ever in bringing express.
Stop pushing me by the thought.
Yeah, trust me. I'm very true. I'm very true about that.
Okay.
Yeah, but quickly, this president will not.
I got current now. I got current now. I'm going on current now. I got current now. I'm going on current.
All right, I want to. I said we are working on modality.
I was smart. I should tell you, say the outcome of the Mars are fire luminary. Go ahead.
Yeah, so quickly, Tomalin. The president of this country, President Joseph Yuma Boakai, has appointed people in this government that he did not meet prior to that appointment. So your assertion about the president rejecting and assisting, wanting to offer by a professional librarian in the US, I think you have to check that before coming on this platform to say that. But quickly, I have to share that same view that George talked about the decision by Trump administration to deport 1,500 Liberians. It has a bad implications on our economy. Most of the people in the US, I may not agree with some of them with how they classify we are in Liberia, how they classify in a demeaning way that when election comes, they want to have stake. They want to decide as to which candidate the president should vote for. But trust me, your remittances is sent back home. Your remittances is sent back home, making an impactful stuff in our society. And it is an agreed fact. Nobody can dispute that. The remittances is sent back home. It has changed the life of so many people. Some people use that money to send and sell to school. Some people use that money to invest into business. Some people use that money to even build house for themselves. So I think Trump's decision to deport Liberians, I don't have jurisdiction what President Obama does not have jurisdiction over. Like he said to Mali, I'm hoping to see the guy who he said will be here on Monday, the immigration fellow, so we can ask him some tough questions. But I'm actually sad about this news. Trust me.
Can I ask you a question, Abu?
Yeah.
What do you mean by why people in America or in the diaspora, you might not agree with them because they want to decide on who to vote for, but you appreciate their remittances? What do you mean by that?
Okay. Yeah, you live in a diaspora as a Liberian. You have family back home.
Mm-hmm.
The family you have back home, apparently the president have no job doing. So they depend on your remittances you send back home. So when election comes, the person who resides in an identical area knows all of the candidates, but yet you want to impose an idea on that person to vote for the person you want them to vote for. That's my point.
All right, so let me reject that point, Abu, and here's why.
I was going to say that, but go ahead, George.
Let me reject that point.
Well, you may not be the one doing it, but
if I am sending money, no, I did it. Because if I am sending money to you to support you, okay, but you want to keep voting for people who do not seek your interest, but then you still expect me to keep sending you money? It doesn't work like that. I'm giving you money, you have to change your circumstance. If you refuse to change your circumstance, you know what it means? It means that you on an 80-70 deal, you on a 70% deal again. That would just be giving you 70% of your budget every year. You can't vote to change.
I don't see it.
But that's the way I see it. You don't see it from you have to see it from the perspective of the people who are sending you the money.
So
if somebody is sending you, Oh, just 1 second, Sarah. If somebody is sending you $100 every month, that's $1,200 a year. Over a 6-year period, that's $6,000. That's a significant change. If that person says, listen, this person who is in your district, they are not good for you. I'm seeing what they're doing. You need to vote in a way that that person will change your life, and you say no, they're not asking for money again, boss man.
Well, how do you know the person like a pedigree to represent them?
Boss man, let me tell you something, Abu. Okay, the people in America, we are not ignorant. We can see what's going on in Liberia. We can see what's going on in Liberia down to the district. Okay, if I got to pay your school fee, if I got to pay your lay, if I got to buy your gas and all of that, and I have to keep doing that and I've done that for 5 years.
So let me ask you a question before another person comes in.
Yes, sir.
You have a family. Let's say you have a biological child. It is an obligation on your part to send him to school. So when election comes, will you dictate to that person who's over?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
That's not democracy.
No. You know, let me tell you about democracy. No. Let me tell you democracy. But Sarah, let me just tell you, you want to be democratic? You can be democratic with your own money. Don't be democratic with my money.
Before you could gain, I mean, asking them, before you could gain stability, George, were your parents, were your parents imposing decision on you?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. You think I was just free to do anything I wanted to do in my house?
No, I mean politically.
Absolutely. That's why. No, because that is why Abu. No, Abu. Listen. That's why you have to be 18 and you have to be an adult in order to vote.
Let me say something, right? Let me say something. Tomalin.
Yeah, listen to you.
Let me say this to you. My father is a citizen.
Your father?
Yes, my biological father.
Where is he? Where is he?
Yeah.
Where is he?
He is a citizen.
Where is he?
He is a citizen.
A citizen?
Yes. My biological father.
I will find out.
No, between call and man. My father is a citizen.
Okay.
Ain't getting me?
Yeah.
So because he is a citizen, as against stability, you think I should follow him because he's a citizen? Is that what George is saying?
But like Mr. Famula said, when you reach 18-year-old, you make your decision, right? But listen to me now. If I'm in the US, right, and I'm sending money to put my family in Liberia, and I know that I believe that whoever will be elected will be in the interest of the country, the greater good of the country. I will try to influence their vote. It's up to them, right? That when they go to the poll, I won't be there. They'll make a decision, but I will tell them. I say, if you want for us, I mean, like, because if the money will be sent there, will be used for the internal purpose in the country, helping the economy, everything. I want you to vote for John Brown. I will encourage you. Like, I mean, we all did it, encourage people, but again, it left for you, But now I can hear example with my family, right? My entire family, people, I think, yeah, they all supporting the rescue. And I told them, I said, tomorrow when the rescue election over, the rescue people were ready to do it. But now, guess what? When they tell me, they say, oh, my man, but you're friendly, they put in the government, man. You can't. I said, no. They put in the government, I'm friendly with them. I don't get no power to influence them to get a job or do anything. Y'all who voted for them, let them do it for y'all. I'm not going to be myself and say, oh, please give my relative job. I will not do it. I will not do that. Political interest, maybe from his interest.
But Abu want to tell me he doesn't influence and I have people there to vote for the rescue. Abu, they do that? Can't lie to us now.
Me?
Yes.
I didn't give him money to vote for rescue.
It doesn't matter. Did you not influence the vote? Did you not?
Sorry, actually, government imposed on them.
Oh, so right now they're enjoying?
Yes, now. Also 6 years. It says
right now, the first 1 year, are they enjoying?
Come again?
The first
I got question for Mr. Famula, right?
Yeah, they are not suffering as they were suffering.
Okay.
Liar.
Oh, you still there?
I'm here.
Okay. I'm getting questions from people asking me. Okay, let me ask you the question. You say you support the rescue government, you supported them, and you still support them. But at what point in time you will withdraw your support if the government is not meeting up to your expectation? Because especially I'll be honest with you.
Money is it your family supporting us?
Of course, but listen to me now. But you see, Abu. Let me finish, Abu. You guys not used to people being objective and honest.
No, listen,
No.
That's something. Listen, I didn't know that. The reason why that, I want borrow 30 seconds of the time. 30 seconds of the time.
No, I'm talking. Let me finish. You
Let
guys
me
are
finish talking, my brother.
But the fact that immensely he endorsed the government, he's supporting the president, he wanting to succeed, he will not compromise. He got principles, right? That he live by certain principles. If he's already observed the first year, and he was very critical. What's happening the first year? He's not satisfied. So the question people are asking, at what point in time will Mr. rethink his support for this government? Because the government is not doing what he expects them to do. What time will he continue to be appealing to them? And also, have you made any intervention already to this government? Say, well, this is why I want you guys to my proposal to you guys. The formula, can you answer that question?
Okay, I think Abu wanted to say something before I answer, so I can answer everything together.
Yeah. Let me say something. I want to make it different though. How you been the other way around, Mr. Family? Zero on issue, and the rest of the folks from under the Saga Motree, they would have called you enemy of the state. They would have called you enemy of the state. So that's what make us different.
Okay.
And I listen to Zero talking about.
Let me say this to you, okay?
Let me say this to you. I won't borrow 30 seconds at a time.
You are lying. You are lying. Nobody will call you enemy of the state. You guys said the same thing too. So stop lying.
Amen. It is an open secret though that even the president, even the 10th president refer to people as enemy of the state because of his government.
Oh, well, when Joseph Boyka said that the country
so
was
let
going
me
to win. When Joseph Boyka said the country was going to win, if you didn't win, that was what? What was that?
Yeah, because you got sinister motive to rig the election.
Let me answer the question Tomalin asked. Okay?
Topic, man.
Okay, so let me
So Tomalin, here's the thing, all right? I was not happy with where Liberia was at the end of the CDC government.
Okay.
And I made that clear. I believe that Boyka came in and he has significant challenges that he has to deal with. Okay? I don't believe that the president has been as decisive as he should be in dealing with many of the issues that have come up.
He will not be.
We have to be swift. We have to act with conviction, and we have to act. What's the word I'm looking for? I think we have to act wisely. Let me give you an example. The situation with A.B. Krumah and Fadiga.
Yeah.
This is the head of your DEA. Why did it take the president 6 months to act on that?
Yes.
Okay. It took him 6 months to act. I'm saying that's unacceptable. You are an executive. The buck stops with you. You have to be more forceful in making decisions for the people of Liberia. So you had a DEA without a head for 6 months because you couldn't make a decision? That's not acceptable. I still support the president. I support the government. Okay? And we will see, because this thing with with Donald Trump is a whole new wrinkle that has been thrown at the government. And so I want to see, and I want to help them craft how they are going to reshape the government. Now, you saw my discussion with Fatima. Okay, what I didn't like is Fatima was talking to me as if I am unaware of what's going on in the government. Okay, like I just came from under a rock yesterday, and she was talking to Senator Dillon, and they were working on it. Senator Dillon has been a senator for 4 years, and for the 4 years Senator Dillon has been a senator, they have not had internet in the whole Capitol building. All of them buying internet 1-1. Okay. Wow. This is not the way serious people behave. Okay, so do not tell me that you were talking to Senator Dillon as if you expect me to be impressed. Because the people, they're building, Tomalin, let me tell you something, okay?
Yeah.
I run a medical practice that is 35 minutes from my house. I can literally sit in my living room, open my phone, and see 6 cameras in my office.
Wow.
If somebody passed in front of my office door at 6 o'clock because the office closes at 5 o'clock, I get a notice on my phone that said there's somebody in front of the door. But you know why I can do that? Because I have internet in my office. They don't only have internet when I go there and carry it there every day. You understand? The reason they had a fire that was undetected is because they have no internet service there. The reason they broke into Amara Cornell's office and it was undetected is because they have no internet service there. Okay?
Wow.
But these people who sit there and call themselves leaders, they have not been able to solve this problem, and it's not that they can. So let me close with this, Abu. Every problem Liberia faces has been solved somewhere in the world before. Every problem, let me repeat that. Every problem Liberia faces has been solved somewhere in the world before. They are
Yeah, I
not
want to see your
unique to
face, man.
Liberia.
George. So let me see your face, George. Let me see your face,
I'm
please.
a handsome dude.
Yeah.
Every time.
No, I want to know what you have. I want to know who I'm speaking to. I want to put face on
Okay,
him.
I will turn my camera on. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah,
Every
please do
problem
that.
Liberia faces has been solved somewhere in the world before. You know what the difference is for Liberia?
No.
It's the people.
When you just go like
It's the people. So,
Brother George.
My man, right now, I'm also Lord. I'm also Lord now. I'm also Lord. Don't worry, I'm also Lord.
ma'am.
Brother George.
Yes, ma'am.
I am sorry. I think you're Vi man. Myself, Vi woman. My mom is Vi. I speak Vi very well. I am so sorry you guys made the wrong decision for our country. Reason what I said, there were other bees. Even if you have problem with Weir, there were other credible candidates in the race that could have made a difference. Then this old man, you didn't see the man, you didn't see his age factor.
Okay, so let me Sarah, let me say this, okay?
Let me finish. Let me land. You didn't know. I work in the nursing home as a nurse, and I know an 80-year-old man that as one of my patients, I know what they can do. I know the mindset. You guys throw our country way back. Let me just tell you that. Y'all threw our country way back. I'm almost coming to finish. Because our President Boakai, the fact that even if he has to go hard, okay, the age is a problem, number one. Number two, he's surrounded with the same vampires that you guys accuse we are of being surrounded with. And this is why we're not going to be anywhere. Thank you.
So Sarah, let me say this, and then I will listen, okay? You know, when George W. Bush was president, there was this joke where he said presidenting is hard. Okay? When you are a president, you have to delegate leadership. I mean, you have to delegate decisions to a lot of people. One of the principal mistakes I'm seeing with Joseph Boakai is that the people he delegates to make these decisions, he always has to come back and correct them publicly. So it should tell the president that these people should not be trusted with making decisions. If every time the president makes a decision, if he delegates, and he has to come, like the issue with the yellow machines, he had to come back and he had to correct them. It says to me that his trusted lieutenants are not necessarily acting in his stead. So that's my 2 cents. The fact of the matter is, Joseph Boakai is president. The fact of the matter is, when George Weah became president, I wanted him to succeed. I wanted him to succeed. But then I saw he built 17 villas.
Your country going on.
No, but Sarah, come on now. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
The only bad thing there was the optics, but the contract work was still going on.
No, it wasn't the optics. Where did he get the money from? Where did he get the money from? No. What?
He got a paycheck. He worked.
To build 17 villas?
Are you kidding me? That man was making money before he became president.
No. He wasn't. He wouldn't have money to build 17 villas. He didn't build it before he became president. Sarah.
He didn't have to.
No, but why not? If he was making all this money,
if he was around his house until he became president.
If he didn't, no, but guess what? The fence around Boggart's house is a matter of national security. They have to put it there. Yes, it is. The government has to put the fence.
But George, 1 minute, George, listen. I agree. The president had to protect himself. Right now, the public road that was used by us that live around there, we cannot use that road anymore. But here's what happened: the government has created a mansion for our president to live in, so they can be in our community to embarrass us. However, they want to remain in their private homes to keep giving us problems in our community. And not just Bokar alone, Bokar Jele, George Weah Jele, President Salim Jele, President Taylor Jele. But the mansion is built for them to live in with everything in the mansion. They have they got nothing low for outside, right? But the point I want to make here, yeah, so I agree with that. But the point I want to make here is that President Boakai came to presidency with 100% surety that he will make the total change that people have been yearning for because he has all the experience. He's been around government for the last 30, 40 years ago. He served 12 years as vice president. He learned a lot. Current going right now again. You see, yeah? Current going, I mean, darkness now. You're going again. You're going back now. I got to go back solo again. However, but let me let you guys know, this is Liberia for us.
But Johnny is gone. But George, yeah, I said, since this man became president, he has not had one press conference to really face in the press and talk to the nation about the happening in his country.
Well, supposedly, like I said, the last thing that he was supposed to do was the State of the Nation, and it became a spectacle. It became a spectacle, and so I think a year has been sufficient time for the president to recalibrate. The people he rewarded with positions in the first year, it's obvious that all of them are not up to task, and it's time for him to start making changes. Because it will be really easy for him to lose the confidence of the Liberian people. And loss of confidence is like a snowball.
Yeah.
Once it starts rolling down the hill, it's hard to stop it. Because then people start to nitpick on every little thing that you didn't do.
Right.
So the president has an opportunity to recalibrate. He has an opportunity to recast himself and say, listen, we learned from our first year. We're going to make so many changes, and hopefully we look at things again in another year. But I seriously doubt that things remaining as they are would be a signal from the president that he wants to change the direction of the country.
Okay, but but the thing is, George, and then other who here want to come in. Sarah struck a good point. The president may have the willpower, but I think based on his current age and the ability, the strength, and to even sit there and be able to deduce some of the happening within that in his government, or just make critical evaluation, because the issue with the speaker, that's something that the president, having his years of experience, those are things that the president could just sit and say, you know what, this is not in the best interest of the country. This is not good for my government. I will ensure that let Fonatine remain as the speaker. Y'all go back in there and vote, and if you're removing, then I'll support you. But the president couldn't even make clear judgment on that. Couldn't even think.
And so guess what? I believe the statement sent to the president by the Supreme Court allows him now, like I said, to recalibrate because it's clear to the whole world. It's clear to the whole world. The people who are saying that, oh, you know, the law doesn't say that the Supreme Court has to be there. Let me just say this, okay? I don't care what kind of luminary you say you are. If that is your position, you are stupid. If that is your position, you are stupid, okay? Because there's something in government called formality. There's something in government called appearance, okay? If you're going to hang your hat on the fact that the Constitution does not demand that the Supreme Court is present when the president addresses the nation, which includes 3 branches of government, then you are just a very stupid person. And we can't take you seriously. We simply cannot take you seriously. The president needs to recalibrate. He needs to call Fonati Kofa. He needs to call Richard Kuhn, and he say, y'all need to go back. And if you got 49 votes, you remove Fonati Kofa. If you don't have 49 votes, you step aside. That's all that he needs to say. He needs to be decisive about it. But let me tell you what has sprung from this whole thing. The justice minister has gone ahead and he has launched an arson investigation. He said, oh, somebody burned the Capitol building down. But here's the thing. I can bet you that the justice minister cannot make a case for arson that can win. And here's why. There have been 3 fires in the building.
Yeah.
One before the main fire, which was electrical. The main fire, and then after the main fire, there was yet another fire that was electrical. Can the justice minister prove beyond a reasonable doubt that that main fire was not electrical? He can't. Okay? So now the whole thing is looking like a conspiracy.
I agree. It appears that a conspiracy to implicate Speaker Kofa, and then he will be
Mr. Kofa, right?
To resign.
Right.
That's what I want to do. You know.
But the building caught fire 3 times. The other 3 times Fonati Kofa didn't burn it, but guess what? Jetty River Farm burned the other day that Fonati Kofa burned it now.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know.
But Judge.
Peabody.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I will have to leave the show pretty soon because I have to rest and to have to go to work. But let me just say to all of us here, Liberia governance requires service to the people of Liberia. We don't need any kind of sycophantic behavior or trying to mesmerize the people. We need to understand that the people have been under bad living conditions. You know, safe drinking water, access to health care, education is a problem. Let me do things are a priority and let us all hold our government responsible. Look, I'm from Lofa. Buckeye, Joseph Buckeye is from my county. You know what I'm saying?
Mention
I know. I'm saying, listen. I'm saying because I want to say this. No, I know what happened in Lofa, right? I know a lot of the that hate me because no, I did not support Buckeye. I did not.
My question.
No, listen. I did not support Buckeye, but if Buckeye takes power as president of Lofa candidate, all of us take the blame in whatever goes wrong in the country. So we have to make sure that Buckeye does the right thing so that me, my children, and the unborn children of Lofa candidate will be respected in Liberia. That's my position I take. I don't need John from Buckeye to live, but what I need is Buckeye to do the right thing so Liberians can be served. And Lofa will be proud of having a president of Lofa candidate that set Liberia to a better place. So let me tell you, Abu, look, Buckeye who am I who not to this thing. I'm from Baniland, he's from Kissingland. We are just next door neighbors. But look, he need to make sure that he govern this country so that all of us from Kipamos
that's why exactly he's doing. He's governing well.
Listen now, from Kipamos to Cape Town to Waragizi to the South Beach, wherever in the country, we have to make sure that all of us can benefit from this country. And we all need to work in this country. Look, Abu, you are from, is it from Lofa? I agree with you, fan.
I'm from,
do you know that?
From Brongedu.
If you're from Brongedu, right? Ah, Brongedu. If you're from Brongedu, look at the road from Kuluka to Brongedu. Right? Then you need Lofa. Look at the road from Kamata to Vahon. Eh? Ahon. Fahun Road is the people in Fahun are using Salion, the Leon to transact business. In Fahun, the whole of Fahun district, they use Salion money, more than our brand money because what? Access to our brand dollar is limited.
Johnny, when the president are going to Lofa to graze the
No. I'm outlying. I'm outlying that way. If I using the other to business, I'm outlying.
But a Bullery, ain't got a Bullery.
No. No. Abu go to Nibakante in Cample or in Logwato. That brand is still being used as a business. But go to Vahun. I was there. And I had the people in Dion because I was saying the US dollar to Saloon to be exchange for Leon to pay both the post they prefer dealing with Leon than the French dollars. No, Abu, Liberia is our country. All of us belong to this country. We must ask our government to be accountable to us. That's all we need, Abu. That's all we need. So, Mr. Gentleman, thank you. My sister Sarah, whoever is all listening there. Thank you for everybody. I will leave now because I need to rest for tomorrow. And Mr. Thank you for the show, Tomalin and Peabody and everybody else on the show. I will listen to you down the radio, but I gotta go off now. So thank you.
Ben knowing that.
Lofa, you want to come in?
Yeah, I want to come in. Thanks to you guys again for the show. I want to talk to a specific Mr. Family. A comment that was made, and I'm going to pose a question before I even made my comment. Mr. Family, you spoke of your support for President Boykai. Was your support for President Boykai solely based on the fact that you simply wanted to get rid of George Weah? So you pledged your support to President Boykai? Was that the basis on which you supported President Joseph Boykai?
My initial support was for Alexander Cummings.
Okay, so in the
second round, I voted for. I'm sorry. In the second round, I supported Joseph Boykai. I felt that we needed a change.
Okay.
From the CDC government.
Okay. So and I think this is where and I agree with you to the fact to some extent that we needed a change, right? But now looking at
in the first round, right?
Sorry.
Because he voted Cummings in the first round, so you agree with him.
Of course, we had three. Of course, Abu, if you want me to deviate, I was in the process of trying to, at least give you an opportunity to feel a little bit good about your government. But now that you don't want that, I will take it away from you. I'll take it away from you. You had three other formidable candidates in the race. All right, you had an Alexander Cummings, you had a Kehleboe Gongloe, and you had Clarence Moneybot. Any one of those individuals probably would have been able to put us on the right trajectory, all right, for true transformation. And in order to obtain or achieve that goal would have been, first of all, to start to unify the country. One thing that I knew all along that President Boykai wouldn't have done, okay? And so when I hear people say we just needed to change, now that we are actually back to where we are, okay, or probably considering the fact that we are even regressing, as one would say. How do you feel about that decision now, considering the fact that at this point, President Boykai's performance is now making President Weah to look even better than he sincerely is? What do you make of that, considering the data? Considering the data, Abu, data is normal. We're talking about data. We're not talking about being able to fantasize your idea government. We're talking about the reality on ground. Because if you were to pick up the phone right now and just do a low phone survey of the reality on ground, I can tell you today that 98% of the calls that will come through will tell you that the people feel like nothing has changed or things have retrogressed to some extent. But
Abu, let me say this to you. He asked me originally. Let me say this, and I agree with you to an extent. Abu, let me tell you what was very concerning to me. Let me tell you what was very concerning to me.
Go ahead.
Less than 1 year into Joseph Boakai's presidency, people were chanting to George Weah, Papi, we sorry, we made a mistake.
Okay.
You know what that says to me? It says to me that Joseph Boakai has not impacted those people sufficiently.
Okay.
That's what it says. He has not impacted them. So instead of us who are supporters of Joseph Boakai sitting down and saying, oh, Nigerian CDC people, Joseph Boakai is president for all Liberians.
Thank you.
And he needs to be able to figure out what it is that those people don't believe that he's doing. If he's doing it, then let him step up and say, I'm doing it. Okay? But he needs to figure out. Because if 1 year into your presidency, people are apologizing to George Weah, then you have a problem, Abu. They're not crazy. They're not stupid. They are missing something in your message. They are missing something in your action. The people who were saying we sorry, Papi, they were talking to George Weah.
No.
Okay.
No. What is statistics?
Statistics? Is that
statistics of people present in a gathering?
In a gathering, there were people chanting. It happened.
And now regretting now.
Abu, it happened. It happened. Okay, so my point is, Abu, listen, everything about this government has not been good. Those of us that want the government to succeed, we have to be honest with the government. You cannot explain to me why it took Joseph Boakai 6 months to appoint a new head of the DEA when he suspended the two heads.
You have somebody in charge.
Acting. Why did it take him 6 months to resolve the issue? This is a simple personnel issue. You either come down and fire both of the people at the same time. Why does it take?
Let me tell you something here. Since I guess I'll take my time back. I was really trying to get into the minds of Mr. Fumbler, because at this point in time, we cannot simply make decisions, especially when it comes to the leader of our country. It's not simply based on sentiments or based on political affiliation or tribal line, like it is often done. I can consider the whole political affiliation thing because, again, that's politics. But this issue of tribal line and desire for potential job in government is part of the reason why we continue to go down the drain. I read somebody coming on here who said, yeah, Lofa, you were one of those people who want to change. I still want change. I've consistently asked, and I will consistently ask for change. I have never changed my view on why it was important that President Weah be removed. There were several instances or times where we attempted to bring to his attention some of the malfunctions in government. You know what? The likes of some of you thought that the best thing to do was to be resentful, and you reference us as enemies of the states. When we call your attention to some of the human rights abuses that were taking place in the country, what did you do? You did not ask President Weah and his entourage to listen to us. You know what you did? You were dismissive of our contribution. Here you are today. So I am not in any way, shape, or form running away from my position. I'm telling you that instead of having to apply the common sense or common knowledge of true governance, we instead went based on something completely different, and we elected a group of people who are simply about themselves, and they are proving us to be at a point where President Weah is now coming across as though he was far better off than President Boakai, because President Boakai is failing dismally. His first year performance gives President Weah the reason to even think that there is a possibility that he could be reconsidered for the presidency. Is this some kind of joke? People are dwelling on popularity, not based on competence. It's based on popularity, and you sit here and ask me, yeah, do you want change? Yes. Look at the healthcare sector today, Abu.
Listen, Lofa.
Are they any better? Lofa. Abu, hold on one second. Hold on one second.
Lofa.
Abu, let me tell you something. A genuine leader. Abu, a genuine leader.
Facts.
Abu, a genuine leader who understands leadership and is innovative. You know what? Upon their ascendancy to that position, they will first of all address priorities. Okay, key issues. The issue of healthcare, and it would not be based on words of mouth. The people would feel it within a year. Liberians should start to feel.
Can I tell you something?
No, you can't tell me nothing while I'm in the middle of deliberating. You can't tell me nothing because then I won't be able to hear you because I'm talking. Now we are talking over each other. So let me land, and then hopefully you can.
It is opposite.
We are talking back and forth. I'm not hearing you. I'm not hearing you. Honestly, you're talking. You're trying to talk to me, and I'm using the mic. You're not going to hear me. I'm not going to hear you. What I'm saying here is there are key issues that need to be discussed in the country or addressed. Unfortunately, President Boyka and his entourage are still on the honeymoon. They are flying private jets. They're not addressing the issue of healthcare. They're flying private jets. They're not addressing the issue of transportations, okay, for the typical Liberians. They're not addressing the issue of security for typical Liberian. There are reports out there of human rights abuse against this government. This is a government that actually spoke against human rights abuse with President Weah when he was in power. So where are you coming from? Look at the education system today. Are you telling us that Liberians are now obtaining quality education? The University of Liberia was shut down for several months. Is that something that is typical? President Boyka, who walked from Lofa County all the way to Monrovia, and nobody saw him walking. This is all just based on our minds. We can think about it and agree that he walked because we were not there to hold him accountable. But we agree he walked from Lofa County all the way to Monrovia. Granted, but he sees no reason to value, education for the young men and women in Lofa County. Promote quality education in all the rural areas in part of Liberia. Would it be done in a year time? No one is telling you that, because I would be living in utopia if I were to say it is supposed to be done in a year time. But what is actually observed is the progress that is made. That's what we are talking about. So you can sit here and tell me what to say. So in short, let me just tell you, the 1 year performance, the dismal performance of this government in 1 year, hopefully people can see reason to recalibrate. The likes of you and other people can see reason to come to the table and accept the reality that you're feeling dismally and you must recalibrate, or else it will be too short for you guys to start to realize that the people will rise up against this government.
All right.
This is my turn to respond.
I will go.
Okay. Lofa.
Yes, sir.
You know who is responsible?
I'm sorry?
Because the man you support. The reason for which I will not hold you responsible, because the man you support that never presided over the affairs of the nation as president, or nor has he worked in government. That's the reason I will not hold you responsible.
Well, thank you. At least none of the people I supported ever. Well, one of them did. Money by working the UP government, but actually two of them. But
I mean, leading the charge or leading the affairs of our country. That's what I mean.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right, and I'm grateful for that. At least
let me just say this to you, okay?
Of course. No, but Anthony, I have a speech. You were speaking. I didn't interrupt.
No, just let me land. This is George.
Okay.
If your claim that Alexander Cummings not having been in government would be a reflection of his leadership, Joseph Boyka's being in government for 40 years is a dismal reflection of his capability.
I'm sensing deception, Chief.
No, there's no deception. I'm simply saying if you claim that Boyka has been in government for 40 years, he's been in government for 40 years. Your claim is if at all different levels. The point is that you said that Cummings would not have.
All of what Boyka said prior to becoming vice president, he said with distinction.
Okay, but so why is he struggling to be president?
Under his stewardship as APMC boss, Lofa was one of the highest producing counties in terms of cocoa.
Bossman, as chief operating officer of Coca-Cola, the budget of Coca-Cola that Alec Cummings ran was 5 times more than the budget of Liberia.
Of course. I mean, and that's why.
What are you talking about?
It takes to be a
What are you talking about? Their budget was more than. Well, yes. Listen, leadership is leadership. Don't tell leadership is leadership. You want to tell? Let me tell you where Joseph Boakai is failing as a leader.
Over 5 million
Over 5 billion people, and you couldn't manage a dispute between 2 speakers. You couldn't manage that, and you say you got 40 years of government experience. I beg you, don't let me disgrace you here today.
Excellent point, George.
I support the president. Don't let me disgrace him here today. Okay, I support the president, but don't try to cry down somebody else when a small government like Liberia, this man could not resolve a simple dispute, and they went and disgraced him at the State of the Union. It was a disgrace. It was a disgrace.
Excellent point, George. He been in government for 40 years and can't even resolve. That's why he couldn't resolve the issue in the CPP and allow it to go to court.
Nobody brought anything in the CPP.
That's what happened. He was the head of CPP when the whole thing went
no,
down.
The diversification, listen now, the diversification tactics will not work out to there. It will not work out of Peabody. Georgie said he and his ANC friends on the show said Mr. Cummins managed, I think, $1 billion Coca-Cola company. So it is against our backdrop. He could better lead this country. And why is that?
Because Liberia budget is 7 times less than Coca-Cola.
We're managing a welfare of over 5 million population that are Peabody. That's what we're discussing here. Chief.
Okay. So Abu, what's your point? I mean, what is your point of contention?
My point of contention here is folks who claim that Boakai was a bad goose or it is a bad goose must not say that because all of where he served prior to becoming president, he served with distinction. Not a day man as a leave publicly. Describe Boakai as an incompetent person. When Boakai served as when he served at FPMC board,
never say that because you know why?
There's something called
did not support her vice president to succeed her.
Listen now, George. They pick President Boakai, then Vice President Boakai, 2 terms.
Yeah, and when it came time to succeed her, she didn't pick him.
She picked 2 terms.
When it came time to pick her successor, she did not pick her vice president.
Thank you.
Not you. Okay. When she won a Mo Ibrahim award, she did not.
When it came time for Joe Biden to pick somebody to succeed, and who did he pick?
Mr. Family, can I just ask Abu a quick question, right?
And he picked a vice president?
Yes.
What a question.
And he picked a vice president?
Abu.
Why didn't Ellen Sirleaf endorse Joseph Boakai? You see, listen, you need to stop living in the past because she did not endorse him. She did not endorse him wholeheartedly. She didn't.
Did Ellen canvas for anybody?
No, she did not.
She didn't and the fact that she didn't canvas for her vice president says more about him.
No, that's not the
truth.
What
are you missing?
Because of the award she won. No, because of the award she won, she was advised not to participate in the electoral process.
That is
you kidding me, right?
Abu, stop it, man.
Abu, stop, man. Abu.
That's a reality.
It seems like y'all making Abu the guest now. Let's continue to expand on different topics.
They're not very good as you talking to boss, man. Listen, here's the
deal. I just told you. It's because of the Mo Ibrahim award.
Boss man, Joseph Boakai is president right now. When I was growing up in Liberia, we used to have a saying, you say you pineapple, show your juice. Okay? When you say you must show your juice before you become pineapple, he pineapple right now. He need to show us his juice. And right now, he ain't got good juice. The thing that happened on the State of the Union, on the State of the Nation, was a disgrace.
Which one was crazy? Which one happened at the State of the Nation was a disgrace? They messed through for 1 hour, 20 minutes. You say it was a disgrace?
Boss man, it showed his government was fractured. It showed the government is fractured. 1 year after. Yeah, let's go to another topic because his government was fractured.
But Abu.
All right, let's continue. Welcome, Councilman Russell. Good to see you. Good to see you, Council. I ain't seen you for a minute, man. I ain't seen you for a minute. Thank you, man.
It's always great being here. Yeah, thanks for having me, and it's good to see all my brothers that out there, even though they're not showing their faces. But
I don't know why everybody else decided to block their camera.
At least it's
Now
great
the
to
only reason
be
I'm not showing my
informative.
face because I'm in Liberia and I'm spending time with Abu. When his current goes, our current goes.
Okay. But it's wonderful. It's wonderful to be on here, guys. So thanks again.
You've been following the conversation, man. What do you think?
I don't know. I've been doing some work in the background on behalf of the show, but so I've not been really following the conversation. What's the conversation?
Maybe I can throw a couple words in there, so hopefully it will spike the conversation here. My point here is what we were discussing, and I would piggyback off for Mr. Fambulas' position that the fact that Madam Sirleaf could not endorse the candidacy of President Boykai was, a red flag for the likes of myself and other people who are critical thinkers. Because again, looking at what happened, just comparing the fact that, let's compare the United States a little bit. Why it is true that I don't like to do this often, but again, it's only fair because the Caucasians are not smarter than us. If they can get it done, we could get it done. If Barack Obama, all right, could endorse the candidacy and actually got on the campaign trail for Joe Biden, okay, and fought for him tirelessly, how is it that Madam Sirleaf, even though folks will want to say, considering her accolades and everything, she may not have been allowed to participate in political rally, to at least sit up and say, understanding and knowing this man that I have worked with, okay, he possessed the characteristics of a true leader who could transform Liberia after the time that I have worked with him. Using that as a reference, how is it that she couldn't do that up until today's date, to the extent where she refused his first State of the Nation address? She did not attend it. What does that say?
Yeah, I think it says a lot. It says a lot. It sends a very powerful message, and that doesn't need to be ignored. I think it says a lot. It just said more than just words. I mean, she didn't have to say anything. I mean, just by her inaction or inability to endorse him, I think it's good. It sent a very powerful message that we were willing to ignore, or that a lot of people were willing to ignore. I'll give you an example of my, particular situation in my circumstance. For example, when I ran for mayor, I had the previous mayor, the outgoing mayor, endorsement. So it was important to get her endorsement. And she lifted my hand and said, "This is the guy I would like to replace me." In fact, she called a meeting with about 12 community leaders, including, our friend and brother Henry Custer. He was part of that meeting. But community leaders across the board. And she said, "I'm stepping down from being the mayor of Brooklyn Park, but I would love to be replaced by a West African. And the West African that I would love to replace me is one who served with me on the Brooklyn Park City Council. And I want to do everything possible to support him. So I'm calling you all as community leaders to rally around him, to support him, so that he win this." So that was very powerful. That said a lot. But not only that, but even the former mayor, so I had two former mayors, lifting my hand and supporting me. And if they had not, granted I didn't win, but that said a lot, that, we worked together. She talked about how, both of them, one was a county commissioner, talked about how we worked together and the things that we did while on the council and the policies that we pushed, and they, and they wanted somebody who had the experience to get there and continue those policies, like police reform, for example, like renovating our parks and playgrounds, especially in depressed areas of the city. So it was important that continue, and so their support meant a lot, and it was a big boost to my campaign. So having the immediate past mayor and the former mayor there supporting me says a lot. So the fact that she didn't lift up President Barker's hand, I think it said a lot about about what she thought of his leadership and all of that.
Thank you. Maybe Abu might want to respond to that, because that was his discussion point, or his But Abu, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, is it right? Is a Rose or vie for a position in the U.S. I think city council. I may not be specific. Go ahead and follow the election. The former president, President Sirleaf, was awarded, along with, I think, 2 Liberians, for the Mo Ibrahim Award, which states, and I quote, that once you are a beneficiary of that award or said award, you cannot participate into an electoral activities. That is a fact. It is an green fight. You can go and check it out there.
All right. So let me ask you this: What is Mo Ibrahim's relationship to Liberia?
Come again.
What is his relationship to Liberia? If I am president of Liberia, and I'm interested in seeing the continuity of my country, do you think I would take an endorsement from Mo Ibrahim? I would sit down.
The honor is on you to do your research.
I won't accept that. I will not accept that. I will not accept that award if it will restrict me from doing what is best for what I believe is best for my country.
Because of the award, she was restricted from participating in politics.
Boss man, this woman won a Nobel Prize, so don't be telling me about no Mo Ibrahim Award. She won a Nobel Prize.
George, let him land. George, let him make his point. You will get your chance to.
It is an green fight. It is an green fight. Do you have evidence to substantiate that Manaseli canvas or any political actor when she left the presidency or when she was leaving the presidency? You don't have it. It is an green fight. You can do a research. You can do a research, Chief. Because of the war, she was restricted from participating in politics.
So, boss man, let me just So, if you have landed, let me say this to you, okay? Whoever would suggest that you are president of a country, you are leaving a legacy, you are now being succeeded, and I come to you and say, "Oh man, I will give you one award, but the award I gave you, you can't endorse anybody to continue your legacy. You just got to move from there." Does it sound to you like somebody?
So you think the Mo Ibrahim Award is an ordinary award, Josh?
It's not more valuable than a Nobel Prize, and you better not even think so. Don't even think so. Don't even think so, boss man. Okay, outside of Africa, nobody know Mo Ibrahim Award. Nobody know it.
It is not an ordinary award.
It is not a big-time award for somebody who won a Nobel Prize. And the fact that you are sitting here and actually saying this with a straight face is shocking at the amount of sycophancy that you have. Because this woman won a Nobel Prize. She won a Nobel Prize, boss man. And here you are telling me that the Mo Ibrahim Award is comparable or even exceeds that. That's what it sounds like you're saying. Do you know who won Nobel Prizes in the world before? Henry Kissinger, Albert Einstein,
Jimmy Carter.
Jimmy Carter. I mean, Jesus, man. Some of the things that you people do.
Barack Obama.
You got to understand proportionality, Abu. You have to be able to understand proportionality. When we talk Nobel Prize, we don't talk about Mo Ibrahim Award. We don't.
Mr. Famler, Mr. Famler, quickly, right? Let me ask you a question. When did Barack Obama win the Nobel Peace Prize?
The year he was elected.
The year he was elected.
2008.
And after
The year he was
he
elected.
left, he still convinced and literally supported the candidacy of President Biden, right? He actually went on the campaign trail and campaigned for Biden.
And he still canvasses.
And he is still doing it.
There's no way the reason you win an award like that is because of the impact you have had on your people. There's no award like that that can be given to you that says, we appreciate your impact, but from here on out, you can't have any more impact. That's what you're saying.
Truly speaking, I think election is over for me personally, not to kind of monopolize the conversation, but I think elections are over. The only reason I posed that question was because I just wanted to get in people's head to know what they were thinking. But I would definitely like to speak to President Boykai's current performance and of the most recent appearance in Tanzania, the way he appeared to have been very, and let me borrow Fadiga word, very frail, as that's Fadiga's word. I'm not calling it that, so let's be correct here. I'm using Fadiga's words. So, but yeah, I just want to talk about that. We played the video last night. People spoke about it, where President Boykai was not able to respond to the question that was posed to him. I'm a little concerned going forward as to whether they should. That's petite. You're talking about the reason why the president flew to Tanzania for the energy or conference or whatever it was, and you said that's petite. Did you see the president? Did you notice his composure? Are you really? Anyway, guys, go on.
Listen, Lofa.
I'm listening, boss man.
Okay. If you are not aware, but that news will be broken by the Ministry of Information. Liberia is among one of the 12 countries that will be benefiting from that power face energy solar.
All right, gentlemen. I tell you what, I appreciate it. I gotta bounce.
Liberia is among 12 countries to benefit from that power face energy in Tanzania. That's so many. So if you don't know, the reason why the president is there, or I got it, I got it. The essence of our being here, why it's true that you are critical of our government, but you should also acknowledge some of the good things we are doing. You talk about the president.
You said it's still secret. How am I supposed to acknowledge and appreciate something that is so secret?
We have done a couple of things that you have not acknowledged as an opposition. We have done so many good things. We have done so many good things. When you acknowledge good thing of the government, about the government.
You got a scorecard for me to be tracking when and when not?
She received the more Ibrahim Award in what year?
She received it prior to the second round.
Yes.
Yeah. She received it prior to the second round.
In 2011, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, it does not stop that's talking about her not supporting her vice president, but because of that.
No, it stopped from participating in the electoral process. Too many do your research, Chief. I owe it to the audience.
But where that when you that some of the criteria set for the award, I know that, but
okay. Yes. Yeah. So George did not know that.
No, George knows I think, but the reality is that there's no way she just is not rocket science to know that she wasn't in favor of Boykai in 2017. She was not in favor of him. We all knew that. We knew that. Everybody, it was glaring. It was glaring. She did not
participate in the election because of her role at the time.
No, man, we know there was a big divide between Ellie and Boykai. Come on, man. Even right now, Ellie in Liberia, why she didn't attend your Sona yesterday? But anyway, let me say this quickly, right?
Ellie not here.
Who told you that? Anyway, let me say this.
If that don't ask Ellie to rest, she resting.
You got a medical report?
Well, let me say this, bro.
Running office. You know, running Ellie office. That John wanna run your office.
Stop it. Leave the body alone. Don't. I beg you, stop it.
Oh no, but Tomalin, let him give us information. That's why we're here to provide information.
I know the man good. You must stop it. I'm a guy working in US in Washington. Stop it, man. Don't do that. Man, the man working in the US. Stop it. Yeah, the man, got client money. I working her before, right? All of them could be around when she comes. Like, bro, I mean, Mrs. Etop too is our chief of staff. But let me say this, you know, guys, we have gotten numerous requests from people, all like especially Liberians and other nationals, about the Trump immigration and raise carry on right now. So I want to say thank you so much to Ross Winfred. He's been working the lines in the last couple of days to get some immigration attorney to appear on the show to help educate the Liberian people and others about how to go about interacting with these folks that are trying to the ICE folks, because I think you have seen some videos on the internet already that people are going to people's homes and claiming to be ICE people doing all kinds of stuff. And some people, I'll tell you right now, I won't call it. Some friends I know that on withholding, they are afraid, but because they don't want to, their whole life has changed already. Just the fact that what happened now, they have changed, you know. So we'll be having the Brooklyn Park Police Chief Mark Brule, Michelle Garnett McKenzie, Co-Executive Director, Advocates for Human Rights, Deputy Executive Director, African Communities Together. Other immigration attorney will be coming, so we're asking all the questions that we need to ask. Every question.
Abu, when he's done, then hit him in the back, bro. For those kind of information, hit him in the back.
Yeah, so we'll be asking all the questions that we can ask, and I pray we can comment, because some people asking whether you're a naturalized citizen and if you have a felony record on you, whether you can be denaturalized and deported. All the questions are being asked. Whether if you own, I know today President Trump revoked 6,000 TPS Venezuelans that own TPS. He revoked their status, and I know also to people who are in prison, but they have status. Whether they would take a status from there and send them back home. These are questions they will be answering. So we are preparing for that program on Monday, so we can really come and help our people, because I mean, it's affecting us. If nobody's telling me it's not being affected. You got friends, you got some relatives, some co-worker, somebody down the line that's going through all these things. So we need to really thank you, Winfrey, so much to bring these people forward to come and help us understand how to handle this whole immigration crisis because we have not seen it before. For the 25 years we've been in America, we haven't seen it before. Even I remember when we were on TPS, the one moment that came first, I remember when we were on TPS, I just come to America in Connecticut, working at this facility, and the guys there who have been in America long before me, apparently were undocumented, Liberian guys. So we went on break. On came back, my man, they said actually around, my man. They said, and the guys then started to run, my man. Were like, I thought it was a joke, my man, until I saw the thing for real. I said, what? Wow. I said, Georgie, man, if the guy we are caught, we done. You know what I mean? You ain't come out of the country, he's now in right now. It'll take us maybe a decade to come back here. So it's not easy though. Can you imagine? Some people, their parents, they depend on their parents to survive. Some people, their parents are working quietly, doing something, but right now they can't go to work now. They're afraid. How would they pay their rent? How would they pay their bills? How would they buy food for their kids? And some of them who on and assistance, like the food stamp, other stuff,
right?
And the medical stuff. How would they get the assistance? They're afraid to show up now. They feel that if they go to go for the get benefits, they will catch them. Even go to church now, because there was a law that on Biden, I think you couldn't arrest people at school campus or on church. But right now, okay, you can go. You're being a church. The pastor will come pick you for and carry you. So I want to ask all these questions. So let us really welcome them. Yeah, go ahead.
Tomalin, I just wanted to say, let me use this opportunity to really thank, Russell for that level of work and commitment, especially when it comes to. I think these are some of the things that we look at when we speak of advocacy, of activism, and that is truly what we expect of those who will put themselves in the limelight to present themselves as either advocates or activists. And at this point, I want to believe Russell has nothing to really fear, but he's not thinking about himself. He's thinking about those who will have to encounter whatever may come as a result of decisions made that is beyond their control. So I want to use this opportunity to really thank him for that level of commitment. And I think what we need to do as a platform as well is to create enough awareness about this program on Monday, so that we can have enough people tune in to get free consultation. Because in itself, if you're bringing immigration lawyers, okay, this is a form of free consultation.
Yes.
Come in, ask your questions, write your questions in the comment section. Consultations in the United States for most institutions are not free. They will charge you an amount for consultation. But here you are, you will be receiving free consultation. So take advantage of it. Invite family, friends, or if they are not, probably in the right state of mind to come up with certain questions, jot down all of the questions that they may have and come out here, write your questions down. And hopefully, as a matter of fact, for the sake of that, hopefully Monday I will discuss with my significant other to see if I can hopefully work in the way that I will be able to have time to come on here early, so that we can open up the phone lines early to take a lot of calls, because this right here impacts the diaspora community, the United States to be specific. So that way we can take more calls, more questions, and then get more answers to that. But in it all, I want to say thank you to Mr. Russell Mr. Russell for this level of commitment and sincerity. I think it is true patriotism on your part. Thank you.
Mr. Russell, I've been joining to tell you thank you. I've heard a lot of good things about you. But too many.
Yeah.
I didn't hear you talk with you. You connected with
now he's taking us all the way back here. I hit tell you. Hit him up in the back.
What would Russell thank you for? He said, thank you for.
I mean, I tell you thank you. I tell you thank you for coming on the show. Like what Julius said, I've heard a lot of good things about him.
Thank you, brother. But I'm always on here. These are all my brothers. These are all my peeps. So we all in this together. I think Tomalin tomorrow we have another big show. The fire chief from Fairfax County, Virginia, Chief John Butler, will be appearing tomorrow. Is that right?
Yes, Chief Butler will be our guest tomorrow. We'll be giving up for the 1 hour, maybe for the 1 hour of his time. So we'll just try our best to see what we can do, so that we can we can do that. So let's try our best. And then on Friday, the Senatorial hopeful for NIMA, the former Governors Commission Chairman, Councillor Garrison Yelu, will be our guest. He's confirmed it. So let's see how best we can. He will be the first person who will be breaking his silence that he's running for the senatorial seat of Prince Johnson. We'll know about Friday, and maybe a person will provoke other candidates to say, "Well, the guys started running a campaign already,"
No, but he's going to do. He's going to do. I mean, I agree with what he's going to. He's going. And Garrison Yelu is a former lawmaker, right?
Garrison Yelu, I think so. Yeah.
Former lawmaker.
Yeah.
So, from your, I mean, considering the fact that you worked in local government. What are you hearing from your standpoint as far as this entire ICE issue and all of the orders that are being given? What are some pointers that are being given to immigrants when it comes to ICE? Especially in the Minnesota area, what are they recommending to people to do? And if they are not in the position to do certain things, what is expected? What are you hearing anything in that line?
Yeah, we're hearing a lot of things, but Lofa, I think we don't want to preempt the show on Monday. We want
Okay.
a lot of people to tune in on Monday and call in on Monday, because we have the police chief from Brooklyn Park, where we have the largest concentration of Liberians in the United States. So the police chief will be here, and he will be talking about how the police department in Brooklyn Park will be responding or not responding to a request from ICE to facilitate their immigration activity. So the police chief will be speaking directly about that. And then, as Tomalin said, we also have 2 immigration attorneys who will be appearing alongside the police chief, one from Washington, D.C., and the other from Minnesota. So they all will be talking about the whole immigration issue that pertains to the executive order that was issued by President Trump. So they're going to be directly talking to Liberians, and this a lot of what they'll be talking about is about the Liberian community. So we're calling on everyone to pass the word and share the information, and tune in on Monday at 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central. And we have all of these knowledgeable folks here who will be providing us some information. And so, Lofa, maybe we should just wait until that time, just so we're not.
I agree. I agree. Just my final question though: will Abu still get his visa to come?
My man, what I can say about me though.
So
also, you can say about me. You can say visa for me.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things.
Why are you saying very?
I was kidding. That was just.
What is it? That'll be funny.
Yeah, so let people put in that, put the questions together and all of that. We have
that'll be good though.
Pretty high, powerful team here. I think this is the only podcast, the only show that will be doing something like that. So we have some really high power delegation here representing different aspects of the whole immigration issue.
Wow, that'll be really big.
Yeah, so they will also talk about the LRF, they'll talk about TPF, TPS, they'll also talk about asylum, and then they'll talk about deportation. So all of these issues will be covered here on the closing argument. So spread the word. Tomalin is going to get the flyer out there, and we'll let people know.
Let's imagine, when the time we're on TPS, they're gonna trying to do some more. I've been worried. But imagine, because I'm hearing that you will say, and every year.
Well, Russell, somebody asking the comment section. People saying visa for people.
You'll be praying for either I can't drink Clinton town. Clinton will give 1 year.
Yeah,
every year.
Yeah, when it comes to renewal.
Then I remember in Raleigh, we'll march, we'll go to Washington D.C. Then they'll say, "Oh, President Clinton just extended 1 year." Then Bush came every year again. They say, "Hey, God, Liberians." Then they get our own Liberians. They will be on Facebook talking, say. They worry now. Look at them. They worry. They come in and about.
Yeah.
You're going on TPA. They come say about who you're on.
No, I don't be behaving like you don't behave like.
Who like each other.
That is the same behavior you guys have in that Liberia over there, you Abu. That behavior where you see wrong and you support it. Don't talk about why would it.
You don't leave me, man. Why you see wrong?
I'm not leaving you.
What you don't say about me? I make a visit, Anna.
That's not how you do the kind of thing. But
yeah.
Wow. So, I mean, so it's so good for it. I mean, it's so good people can come and get clarity and understand. Because
what Trump want to do to our people, man? Trump say I didn't want to to win the election. All my friends are in the U.S. I told them I advise and they say, "Oh, Trump when Trump wins, the American economy will get back on track."
But suppose which was supposed to support Trump for as a Liberian? Is it because Trump sanctioned? Is it Biden then sanctioned people? There's some opposite because of because the gay, the gay.
Yeah, the transgender stuff. Yeah.
I said, listen, for me personally, right? You put it. I'm independent. You put it on a ballot to vote. I will vote because I don't believe in it. But I respect anybody right of having the choice that they're right. You know, you choose to live a life that way. It's up to you. But I'm not going to say, oh no, I'm friends with you. I work with people who work together. People who are, but to come and say the reason why
that's what they call cultural diversity. Unity in cultural diversity.
Alone, maybe not to vote against your vote for this thing.
And someone else was championing, man.
No, but you know, until it comes close to you, and when you will know that it's
exactly.
Yeah.
Like a lady, right?
Yeah.
A lady from Liberia, I know her good. She in someone in New Jersey. Before the election, she want post. She'll be coming in a post and be defending Trump. Yeah, I said, you ain't on social security.
Who the other person here? Nakumi Sokoto, eh?
Abu, you know.
I want to come in that higher. Hey,
Nakumi Sokoto. I care about that person. I can see it.
Well, look now. I told her, I say, you know what's going to happen, right? When that mess up cutting the prescription drug and prices start to go up, social security, all the time, you understand what we're talking about. Now, she said, the thing people doing that, I think the Medina man. I said, Medina man, it makes sense. You know that? I beg you. That man just doing executive order every day. The thing I was saving minutes on judges that will help you right now, but right now, he doesn't care.
But I think no immigration, any guy immigration lawyer there, I can make that case, right?
Yeah, but Abu, for instance, right? If that was the immigration, they'll tell you when the guy come. I'm sure they'll tell you this. They'll tell you.
Abu, you'll be here. We will ask all the questions.
If arrest, for instance, arrest my one lawyer told me, said, we think you understand if you are having such a problem, right? Your status not correct. If they arrest you, by the time the lawyer can go to the court, they put on you back already, and to come back to be a long war. So that's why they say.
Ready?
God forbid. Okay, so here's my question.
You being a brother, why the book going quoting your absent?
So foreign minister can dispatch in Washington.
Abu, let me ask you a question. The fact that you have this close proximity to the current government, considering everything that you're hearing, what preparation are being made by our government? Showing kids, God forbid, and we are not. We're praying against this. If the unexpected happened, what are you hearing that is being done in the back as a government? Because in preparation for the unforeseen circumstance, what are we doing as a nation to prepare ourselves?
Lofa.
I listen
I'm
about
repenting and exuberant support of this government. We're not coming to mislead the audience. The audience deserves nothing less than the facts. I don't have an answer to the question you asked. Those are in authority, foreign sector. Yeah, it should be reached out to.
Okay, so in that case, then I will pose my question to Russell, but in a different way. Russell,
I beg you. Is this true? Did Trump really say this?
What?
Donald Trump explained his statement against African. If after 50 years of independence, you have not built there is an infrastructure for your people, are you human? Did he really say that today?
No, I've not heard
No,
that.
but that's go food.
No, I haven't heard that. But Russell, here's my question to you though. Based on your experience and your tenure in local government in the United States, if this is something, if you were opportune to serve in government in Liberia and you heard of such thing, what would be your preparation? What idea mechanisms would you consider putting into perspective in order to hopefully address this problem going forward? The fact that the threat is already known, you know what the threat is. Going forward, what would you be doing in preparation for the unwanted situation?
Well, I mean, what I would do, especially in our largest city in Monrovia, try to establish a reception center to see, how we can, adequately receive these Liberians and try to understand if they don't have any sort of criminal behavior that they will be bringing back to the country that they probably left when they were very young, and see what sort of skills that they will bring it with them, if any, that we can use in the government, and see if we can help them with small business loans, get them if there's some of them who are in business, or they have some technical skills, but they can see how best we can leverage the technical expertise, what sort of assets that they have that they can bring to the country that we can use. I would not just throw them out as deplorables, but see how best we can utilize the skills that they bring back. But do an evaluation and ensure that they, depending on what sort of criminal activity they have been charged with in the U.S. and see how best we can integrate them within society. But welcome them, do an evaluation, and see how best we can leverage whatever skills they may have and have them integrated into society.
Well, okay, so basically, that would be something that will probably be established in connection with the United States government, hopefully, considering the fact that they will have to be in connection with our government. But would that be something more like where, upon their arrival, you pick them up from the airport, put it in, into consideration that you have transportation, like buses that will actually ride to the airport, pick them up, take them to that repatriation center, or however you want to term it, and then make that decision, get them enrolled in the program, and then have them dispatched to their relatives, or have their relatives come and pick them up from there and then continue with that. Or that would be something you're not in a position to make the decisions, but I'm just trying to pick your brain here because you've had the opportunity to work in government, as far as what will be that right, tool to put in place to help the entire process, so there could probably be some form of smooth transition so that these people are not impacted. Because considering it, we have young and elderly folks who possibly, God forbid, may have to be impacted by this.
What I would do, like I said, now that the government knows the information, the government needs to start preparing and planning for this. For this eventuality, it's going to happen. There are about 1,500 plus, Liberian citizens that have been identified. And if you look at the list that the Trump administration had released, it includes people from almost every country on earth. All of the Western countries are there. The closest allies are there. Britain is there, France is there, Germany. All of these countries are there. So it's not just Liberia. So we know this stuff is coming down the pipe. So we need to start preparing for it. So we have transportation there to pick them up. But I would not just receive them and just release them into the general general community. And this is not the first time that Liberians have been deported, but maybe this is the first time that they're being deported en masse. So we need a very methodical process in how they will be received and how they'll be integrated or reintegrated into society. But we receive them, have them transported, taken care of, well taken care of. I think if you've been following the news, you may have seen the deportees that went to Colombia, the Colombians who were deported. And one of the reasons why the president objected, or refused to receive the C-17 planes that were taking them was because of how they were deported. He felt that it was very inhumane and all of that. So these guys have been, for the most part, there are a few women, among them, but these guys, for the most part, they've been roughed up, and they're not treated warmly. So they're handcuffed, from this 8-hour journey. In some cases, some of them have, their feet are all, cuffed as well. They have chains on them. So they'll be in a very, very rough, condition when they get there, and they only open the handcuffs, the restraint, once they arrive in Robertsville. And so you receive them, and then take them downtown or whatever the reception center is, and then process them and make sure they're evaluated and see if they have any transferable skills that we have them reintegrated into society.
Yeah, but let me say this, Russell. Because maybe because of this large batch of Liberians that might be affected, repatriated, deported, sent home, maybe the government will be forced to make some preparation. But I remember I worked with Immigration Liberia before I came to the States, and what happened is that what they usually do, because again, he was doing the administration of President Taylor, so he was on a lot of sanctions and constraint was tight. So I didn't expect much. But I was there when some deportees were sent home. Some guys were sent there. And what happens when they bring you to immigration, they take you are handcuffed. You are in handcuffs. They take you from the plane. They send you to our people, and they put our take their stuff and put it on you. Yeah. So they put you in a bus will take you from the airport and take you to immigration for processing. By right, you will not be integrated into society right away.
Okay.
So, yeah, they have that. You said use of rehabilitation, and stuff. But we don't have the resources to do it. So most of the people they start immigration first. Then immigration will call the necessary people to come and help them process. But because we don't have the resources,
what about that agency, Tomalin, that LRR, whatever it is called?
LRRC.
Yeah, LRRC.
Yeah, maybe the government will be forced to use it to help them in the process. But because what happened is that it takes some time to go through the process and so forth, and to integrate you. Then they try to do tracing, family tracing, where your family and so forth. But again, all that stuff. Take for example, some people left the country, left Liberia maybe during the war. They came here, they forgot their families back home. They were in touch with their family, and some of them was in jail for many years in jail. And they're sending you back home now. You know what I mean? I mean, you go home with have no idea. And I tell you about this guy I'm talking about, right? This guy, that day when God worked that morning, they told us that there's a guy in the prison, in the cell. When we went downstairs, the guy was there. He had new jeans, t-shirt with sneakers. Man, the guy was just in the cell. So we brought him upstairs. When we brought him upstairs, asked him a question. The guy said he spent 15 years in the States. He spent 7 years in prison. And right after that, he was put on a plane and sent back home. So now that guy, right? When you can keep the man there, you have no money to feed the guy in prison. So he keep the man. So as soon as they free the guy that day, at that time RTC was still operating. He went from RTC bench, he just had to stare. They're looking. I said, well, he was staring, they're looking. I said to myself, this guy, the guy will end up going out of his mind because he can't believe it. And the problem I'm afraid of, right? What I found out too, most of the people that do the armed robberies in Liberia, most of the people that come from that were deported, because some of them they stay at the airport and wait.
Wow.
So I know that guy. I know Russell. He's from Minnesota. I know good. That guy he coming strong. And how do we tell you? And then end up if you're not smart, you're not prepared to rob you. And because these guys cannot survive because you know what happened. Somebody living in a great country, the great America for all the years, and all the person know how to make money and get money. Then you send them home where they have no means of survival, no means of getting, any way of getting income. The person they tend to do something mischievous and never happening. And so, like I said in my post, I don't know whether the government prepared to, but they got to prepare, make preparation. That means the RRC, the Minister of Justice, Minister of Youth and Sports, and Health and Social Welfare, Education, get all these people involved, and then start preparing, be proactive, preparing how to receive these people come. Because if you don't do it, people come in society, don't things that happen, some people come in and say, something, I will cause trouble with Anki. I got to survive.
Yeah.
Anything. And then you have your hands full. So I'm worried about it. And I pray that our government and all the Liberians organizations will be prepared to receive them if they are taken home. Because but some people, I got some people right now, and I got people who can't even go out right now. They're afraid because they have a psychological impact on you right now. You're thinking, say, oh my God, I've been here all these years. And don't mind you now, you are here, I wasn't here. 1986. I think you're here, but
no, man. I was there in school. No, I'm back home.
1986, Reagan gave the clemency, right? Reagan gave clemency in 1986. And some Liberians were afraid. They said, look, the post setting trial for all. I think the man want to say all of the shadows will come and go. So I'm sure I was said will catch on and send back home. Some people refused to go come out to council. Wow. And they all got the status that time. Some people say, what happened? Let's go. Oh, we'll go. The president say he gave him clemency, amnesty. Let's go. Some people went and some people got their status today. Some people say they never went out because they were afraid. Okay. Wow. Then came the Liberian Immigration Fairness Act.
Yeah.
656 that they were pushing for many years. They couldn't go through until finally during the time Trump was trying to push his space bill. And most people don't know. They gave him credit for it. When you tell them, they say he was trying to push his space bill, and Senator John Reed and said, well, Librarians, March 30, Librarians would be sent home. What we'll do, we'll take a Liberian bill from among the comprehensive immigration bill and put this Liberian bill there so that they can get it passed. Now, what happened? But some people say, oh, it's true he signed it, but guess what? The guy didn't read all that stuff. He did not. I won't give Liberian, I will take it up, but I will gain credit. Yeah, sure, he signed it. Okay, but that was the problem. Some people came up and they got a status today. But again, some people too who came after that, they have been trying to get their papers. They have been on trying to get asylum. Now they may have stopped asylum business right now. On the urgent is frozen, asylum, the TPS, you name it. Even when you say you're in withholding status, you can still work. You still work every year to year before your case is being in court. But now all of that, bam, it's a problem. It's worrying. It's worrisome.
Yeah.
It worries. I'm not kidding. So I mean, it's not joke. I'm so happy that you're doing this. You're doing this because, oh, thank you. Oh, very good. Thank you.
Yeah. They're doing. Yeah.
Yeah, you're the man, man. You're the man, man. I give you credit, man. Look, that was not because man. Look, if we are taking some of our positions in Liberia, we can take politics from out of it and say, look, we want the best. Liberia, and there are Liberians in America who want to go home, but they will tell you up front, I ain't to your politics business. I want to help that country. Yeah. I don't want no party. My goal is to help Liberia. But then when the people recommend people, then they can ask the question, what party that man with? What party he supported? I mean, and I want to kill the country. Because you want what party the man supported, what party he for. Then someone go on your page. Say, let me see. Oh, the man said something today. He crazy how they go on before that. So the man can get a job. This morning on my way to work, and I saw all the because today's garbage day in certain part of the city. I mean, right?
Okay.
The garbage bin, the recycle bin. I mean, I saw it. I said, hey man, look, that library should be well, all the homes get the garbage bin in front of it, and then the garbage truck coming, and the guys then. The garbage guys then they in their coat, prepared, taking the garbage, putting in the truck. I mean, look, if we're doing that in Liberia, having all these garbage, look, would have been so a good thing, But again, it's a problem. That's what I saw. There's a video I saw. A video I saw yesterday. They know what grilling the fire chief about. He said,
I saw that.
They don't give me a break. If it was so serious, first of all, you will not even be grilling that poor man. Because if you watch the video ability, what happened was, what can happen when they put money in the budget for the agency. So when the very people that on the committee, right? These senators they on the committee, they will go to that fire service and say, look, we'll put money in the budget, we'll put the amount of money in the budget, but one guy was share from it. And I saw them defending yesterday. Even though at one point in time they were shutting Delon and they said, Delon, because Delon was saying, oh, the people attacking us, I said, we do nothing. Then you're trying to call it, man, because you know why we're covering for, because they know very well that if they push the man forward, what you do with the money, their knee will come inside. So because of that, They were trying to shoot him, and that's about messing the country up. Because if I'm on the committee of safety or fire, what the committee, whatever the case, the budget come before us. We increase the budget. Then we tell the fire chief, say, my man, when the time the budget pass, when you get your appropriation, your allocation, make sure don't forget us. We'll put it on there because of us. That's about killing the country. The country is being killed because they put money in the budget, and then once the budget passed, you see, look, and some of them, right? I can't stand it. That Prince Moiga, he's saying he's one of the most corrupt man. That man, look, if that guy should be on sexual by now, let me frank. He's seeing he all but the money, the budget, ways and means. You see him there. That whole group see that so. All they have been doing for the last, they can't lose election. They win every election because what? They go and buy the way to these things there. But yeah, so the time the fire chief when they don't say, oh, the fire chief, you're right, they don't on point. But the senators then were backing him because you know why? They were pushing the fire chief, and had they pushing him too much, he would have said, the money, the $4 million you give me, I don't receive all the money, but they start covering the offer, start covering the main offer, and that was killing the country.
I mean, when are we going to get people who to put the country above their own personal interests and their own personal agenda? I think that's where the problem is.
It's sad.
And,
sad. I'm not kidding. It's sad. It's very sad. And we'll take it for a joke until until one of these days that these people with the citizens will rise up and say, look, enough is enough. They can't come like Juman Jara in the comfort of America, but he said, like, bro, we're not burn. Juman, not too low. Look, you gotta be placed on, be an independent person for the good of the country. Be a patriot, not because you support a party so you will look at the wrong and defend it. I mean, right now, talking about fire truck. Why I did not video? He was on point, right? He was pressing the fire chief to asking why they put $2 million extra in the budget and he didn't buy a fire truck. And the fire chief was storming. Then they started to rush their street. They started to interrupt because they know what they've done before. They get share of that money.
Wow.
It's sad.
I mean, you do that much for one fire truck, Tomalin? Oh, sure.
Yeah. And they said, I mean,
for one fire truck.
Put money in the budget. What they do, the jet they defending. I said, look at the guys then. Look at them. And you see them there. Man, the guys, you should not go for the 5,000 a few days. Cash to the God. Cash, they got a few days. For cars. When we get fire truck. The fire truck in Basel, they say $200 to fix it. The money not available yet. You go to the clinics and hospital there. I mean, these guys don't, man, it's hard to talk, but again.
It is incredible, man.
Robert, we're talking about all this stuff. But Russell have tried to get some people to come and human rights advocates on immigration attorney to come and help us to educate our people, ask questions about the whole thing about the deportation. Because troubling, man, I know you got family, you got friends, or somebody connected to you that are being affected too, and I know they worry too. Trust me, they worry because myself be worried. I mean, you and I know when you look at, you say, damn it, can I come and go back to hellhole, and live in this place, and lastly, to Robert coming
with all the opportunities here,
right? Right. I met this kid. I remember I had my visa already, and this kid was telling me, apparently they sent him back home. He'll give me advice. These are some of them who are older than. He said, big brother, I want to advise you, man. I don't know what they call McDonald's, getting all these things, burger. He said, right now, every morning I gotta go have my auntie to sell in the market because I live with her. Say, but I tell you right now, you go to America can either make you or break you. You give me advice, right? I shouldn't get crazy in America and then I put America over my head. And you'll tell me, he said, right now, I'm feeding them now. He said, my parents, what they did to me, they told me, say I was going to vacation somewhere. And one of my aunts, they put me on the plane. And I got to find out. I was so excited when I got to find out. They say, he said, what? He said, but wait. He said, he called his mom, and mom said, I don't want you to be right now. Stay there. He said, I said, at least he got started, but the parent wanted him to stay in Liberia because giving them trouble. And how they fool him. They fool him, and he was sent to Liberia. He said, big brother, I can't believe it. It's a nightmare. Every time I get in the morning, it's a nightmare for me because I will have a little 50 cents, get a Mac, but get a soda. But now, with on my engine come on Saturday in the evening, for eat. We should cook and eat right now. That's what I'm going through right now. I said, wow. But Robert.
Listen, it's a very unfortunate situation, to be honest. I know a lot of people who were not as blessed as some of us who I've never experienced the documentation issues. God blessed me when I came to this country. I had my papers ready and everything set to go. So I think I was blessed. But when you talk to a lot of people who came here, and you can judge people all day. I can never judge a person who came here on a visiting visa and have decided not to go back to Liberia. I can never judge them because the thing about it is a lot of these guys are looking at this situation like, if I go back, first of all, you go back, you have a dozen friends that are looking at you like, my man, you saw heaven mouth and you already pulled like myself and you decide to come back here. People don't understand how people in Liberia, especially folks who see coming to America as the only means for a better life for themselves and their family, they don't understand what people would do to come here, and even if it means coming and staying illegally. So I don't judge people. It's a very peculiar kind of situation. My former boss came here from Senegal, came here from France, and he's been here for 20 years. He met his wife, who was also from Senegal, but she was born in New York, Syracuse, New York, and they got married. They had kids. They had 2 kids, and his intention was to actually go back to France. But when he started working in America, he got to understand that the opportunities in America was much more better than in Europe. In Europe, for Africans, were a lot difficult. And so his wife kind of encouraged him to stay. And he was the only one paying the bills. He made a lot of money. He was a big deal in our company. And so they arrested him. ICE arrested him. They took him to court. And of course, every time you get arrested, they don't just put you on the plane to deport you. They allow you due process. You have to see a judge, and you have to make your case. So his wife accompanied him. They went to court, and he told his wife, "Yes, I have been here illegally, but the reason why I could not leave my wife to go back to France was because we had 2 children, and I was the breadwinner. I'm a productive part of my community. I work for Myean International." And I'm just looking for an opportunity to get, to be legal. She had already filed for him, but because he was here illegally, the judge had to decide: should he go back and get in the line, or should I give him mercy? And I don't know what it was, Tomalin. If I tell you, it's been over 10 years since that man saw the judge or went free. Every year, they gave him a year of a work permit. So every year until the judge render a judgment on this case, he had to renew his permit to work in the United States every year. So sometimes he would do it 4 months before the expiration. 4 months before the expiration. We used to write letters on his behalf to the city to expedite his process because he was a very important part of our company. Long story short, every time his appointment is drawing near, the judge pushed it back. So he's been in America for over 10 years now, since he was arrested. Every year, his court date gets pushed back, and he has to go back and renew his. It's
still like that up to today.
Up to today.
But then
when COVID happened.
But then he's in trouble, Robert.
When COVID happened, he could not renew his work permit because all of the offices were closed. And you know what happened? As soon as his work permit expired, he could not work for the company because the system kicked him out. So he had to go to Florida where our former boss was, and she was able to do some stuff, and they got him over there. So when you talk about people who are going through these things, these are real life stories. These are real people. And so I had a conversation with a friend of mine who is a Liberian. He's been in America for about 6 years, and he came here on a student visa, never went back. And he was able to kind of get some kind of job, and he's been here taking care of his family. And for the past 6 years he's been here, the best advice that I've given him: manage your resources and invest back in Liberia. That was the best advice that I gave him. Build you a house. Don't even worry about your wife. Your wife is good right now. Send all your resources back to Liberia. Build you a house, save some money, open a business, because here's the reality. The reality here is, if the U.S. government decides to deport, I will say roughly about 2,000-3,000 Liberians, the Liberian government does not have what it takes to receive these people. You are on your own. You are completely on your own. We don't have the kind of resources to have folks, kind of resettle in Liberia. You're on your own. There are no jobs there for you. So you have to invest. And a lot of people who have been here, some folks have been here for over 30 years, and their papers are still not right. Some people 35 years, their papers are still not right. They can't even go back home to Liberia. Most of them have not invested. And so when you see what's happening now, there's this fear factor. Apart from, I'm the breadwinner, if I go back home, what am I returning to Liberia to? And this is not just for people on the deportation list. This is also for people who wish to retire in Liberia. A lot of times we're not investing in Liberia. I want my parents to retire in Liberia. I want them to live a great life in Liberia, right? But you have to invest. So what are we doing here? Even people that are legal or illegal, what are you doing to reinvest? Are you building your nice little mansion? It could be 3-bedroom, it could be 4-bedroom. Are you sending 1 or 2 cars back home? Are you thinking about a business opportunity? Because at the end of the day, I can tell you, Russell, even for me, who is legal in this country, I can travel anywhere, in any part of the world, right? I still see myself living a better life in Liberia with the opportunities I've been afforded than I will ever do in this country.
No doubt.
And so you got to think about the future. America is a stumbling block. It's a hustle block. It's a hustle block. You come and make some money, you get great education, you invest back home, and you think about what it is that you want to do in Liberia to not just go and work for government, but to employ and train Liberians. That's what I'm thinking about, and I'm so glad that my wife loves Liberia. And so that's the kind of mindset, and not just people in America, people in Australia as well. We have to start thinking about the purpose for which we're here, because anytime anything can happen, even U.S. citizen, if you make a mistake and you have a bad record, your citizenship could be revoked.
But
could be sent back.
This guy, one of Trump's deputy policy guy, Stephen Miller, he wrote that part. He said, "Where were you so much? Somewhere you were with trouble." You saw what he used. That means you're saying that if you are a citizen, naturalized citizen, will take your citizenship from you and send you back.
Of course.
And my fear is, if you have your citizenship already, but then you have some conviction on you, and they suppose say, "Oh yeah, in the past, prior to this thing, you cannot be you went to your citizenship, you serve your time and come back in society." But now, I will ask a question on Monday. The question what it's saying now that we can take it from you and send you back.
But let me give you an example. I see my brother Desmond talking about impossible. I don't mean to call him out, but everyone knows his story now. The Liberian rapper, what's his name? Bucket Raw was raised in New York, in Philadelphia. He's a U.S. citizen. He was a U.S.
That he was in America.
Yeah. But when his situation happened, he was given an option. His citizenship was revoked. Desmond.
Really?
Yes.
I mean,
you
have to do something really, really grave.
Yeah. It was domestic violence, but beyond that, there were other underlying issue with the system as well, right? Yeah. So they had given him all these opportunities. Apart from that, a buddy of mine, I'll tell you this, it's a personal story. This guy used to live with us, Tomalin. His parents got 20 kids. His mother comes from the village. He was the only one. Yes, he was the only one to leave the village to come to Monrovia. My auntie took him from Monrovia, brought him to Ghana. Very humble guy. He would do anything for us, you know. And he was so blessed to have come to this country. He was the only one of his 20 siblings that saw the white man land. And all of the very, very hardworking, strong dude. All of his family was looking up to him. You know what he did here? He got busted in Philadelphia for some black money. But here's the thing. The funny thing about it was he was supposed to be the lookout guy. So basically, while those guys were back there doing that thing, he was supposed to be the one looking out for the cops. But when the cops came, those guys got away and he got caught. He got caught and sentenced. But based on the program he came here with, he got his citizenship, but his citizenship was revoked. Yeah. He served up to 7 years in prison, and they gave him an option to serve the remainder of his years. I think he was sentenced to 25 years. After 7 years, they asked him, your citizenship will be revoked. You can decide to go back to Liberia, or you serve the remainder of your term. And he opted to go back to Liberia. And he's back in Liberia right now. But he was a citizenship. The point that I'm making is, being a naturalized citizen does not make you an American citizen by birth. So there's always some sort of thing in the system that your citizenship could be revoked. If you did something great, something seriously bad, they could revoke your citizenship. And given the kind of leadership we have right now in Donald Trump, anything is possible. Anything is possible.
Man, that's scary though. That's scary though.
No, Lofa, from what I heard, based on people that know this guy, I heard that he was a U.S. citizen. That's what I heard, based on people that know him. So until it's proved otherwise, I'm not going to debate that. But based on what I heard, these are people who are like family to him, that know him very, very well. So even if he was a permanent resident holder, again, it just proved that if you did something, anything, if you committed a serious crime, your citizenship could be revoked. I mean, that's it. If Donald Trump is talking about, even though I don't see it happening ever, because you're talking about a constitutional matter that requires a constitutional amendment. If Donald Trump is brave enough to even insinuate the possibility of looking into taking a birthright citizenship, what else can he not talk? What else can he not take away? Come on, man. So
it's not going to fly. It's not going to. I mean,
no, it's never going to fly. It's going to stop where it's at. That's never going to happen. I mean, you will have to do an amendment to the Constitution to do that.
Yeah.
So I think he's just bluffing. But when it comes to immigration, this guy doesn't understand. I mean, he doesn't care. I think he's trying to get folks out of here. You know. So for Liberians, I'm just saying, people are afraid. Even at my work, we're having conversations around, if ICE were to come to the job, how do we communicate these things? Who do we call, right? If we have associates that are afraid of being arrested, or based on whatever status that they're here on, how do we have How do we have this conversation? Because it's real. Places that were once considered safe, like hospitals, schools
and churches,
are no longer considered safe because these guys can go in there. They're no longer considered safe. So Winfrey, I give you credit for what you're doing, but I also think that we Liberians, again, this is not just to people who don't have, and sometimes we're very reluctant. You give a guy 5 years work permit, and as long as he's working, as long as he has a driver's license, as long as he can travel statewide, he or she gets reluctant to even pursue paperwork. Like, you know what? I got 5 years work permit, so I'm good.
Yeah, they become very complacent. Yeah.
They get very complacent.
Yeah.
And having work permit that you for 5 years, 6 years, it doesn't help. You got to make sure you have your legal documentation, but it's difficult. People are making difficult decisions because they understand that Liberia is far, and it's not just Liberia. I've seen people who have come from the Philippines, Ecuador, other places on student exchange programs, and you know what they will tell you? I don't want to go back home. I don't want to go back to the Philippines because I'm making more money in my country right now than I'm making in the Philippines. One of my folks told me $1 is 50 peso in the Philippines. I said, what can I do for you? She said that can buy me breakfast, coffee. It can do a lot for me, as opposed to having $1 in America that can't even do. It can't even buy you a chewing gum, right? I think the prices went up now to 109 or something like that. So people see this country as a place to come work, but are we investing back home? Some folks been here for 35 years. They don't even have an apartment to live in back in Liberia.
Yeah, but are the conditions conducive? I mean, are they you know, is the government making it easier? You know, the government is supposed to help to facilitate such such thing. Look, I know the government now has a diaspora office, but if you look around, you know, whether it's India or Pakistan or even Israel or Ghana next door, I mean, they have a full-fledged functioning diaspora department, you know, and it's not just okay, you know. I mean, it's a serious office that they allocate, you know, a seasoned policy person there and allocating, you know, serious funds to engage the diaspora in a very meaningful and powerful way. And this is some of the things that you're talking about that office needs to be done, you know, I mean, all of these other countries are doing it. You know, they're leveraging the potential that exists within the diaspora, the money that is in the diaspora, and you know, and helping, you know, the folks back home. But when you get there and you try to do something, I mean, I've heard so many stories. I've experienced things myself. I mean, it gets very frustrating, Robert. It gets very frustrating.
Yep. And even the people you help. Someone talked to me when the election was going on. Yeah, my man, that went for a guy. I said, but why you guys not supporting this man? I mean, yeah, that went for a guy. He too Americanized for us, man. What do you
know if you try to follow the book or do the right thing, then you
you know, it kind of gets frustrating. It really gets frustrating. And the thing about it too, we're not united in this country. All of this money, we got people got serious money yet, Winfred. People make serious money in this country. People make serious money in this country. The government creating a conducive environment for investment, that's a great thing. But like I told my parents, I'm not going to wait for the government to get his house in order for me to say, listen, I need to build this house. Because at the end of the day, we will make sure that at some way, somehow, we will have a government that understands the true importance of engaging diaspora Liberians. Okay? So, but we can't wait for that government for us to think about ourselves. People are quietly making investment. So if it's a 2-bedroom house, start building a 2-bedroom house. If it's a 2-bedroom, start building a 2-bedroom. Start looking for business opportunities. Because anything can happen. We can get kicked out of this country. If you get kicked out of this country, what else? What other country do you have? Liberia is the country, or you can go to Ghana. If you don't want to invest in Liberia, start looking at real estate development opportunities in Accra to invest. You know. But we're not using our resources wisely.
Yep.
We're looking at it now. There's nothing wrong with buying a house here. I will buy a house here, but you got to think about building a house in Liberia, because the money we spend here, $400,000-$500,000 to move in Brookhaven right now, in Buckhead, you gotta have close to $700,000. You can take $100,000 from that. Oh yeah, not a small thing. You gotta have $700,000 in great neighborhoods.
But Robert, maybe let's say roughly about you want to live in a house like what kind of house you're talking about? That current house, that house you want to live in Liberia. It will cost you maybe around pretty close, maybe $700,000 for that kind of house you find in building.
$7,500,000 or $75,000?
No, $75K.
Yeah, you know what? Look.
After it depends now, because after renovation, after renovation, but you see, you don't get to feel it, right? Because you can keep expanding and renovating your and doing your house over time. But $100,000, to your point, $75,000 to $100,000 can get you started.
Yeah, but my place, my little place we got in Johnsonville, the two will be Airbnb. Yeah, we've been up there for almost 5 years now, but I didn't finish now. Finishing now,
See?
I done now. But
Yeah.
just imagine, right? You and I know, all of us here, on go like bro nowadays to go visit. If you don't go to the hotel, you go to a guest house. Because the reason why you're doing it because you want to live as comfortably as you live in America.
Yeah, as you know, what you've been accustomed to all these years.
Prior to the war, right? I remember when I come to the States, my uncle they were living in America, and so my other family members. When they come in Liberia, we used to prepare our best room for them. The woman will say, "Oh, clean a room for your uncle." They come here, clean a room for them.
I know, right?
Yeah, because they'll come, we'll treat them, we'll buy it with we'll put get everything in the room. The AC will be there for them. Anything make it better for them. So they'll kind of live there, right? But nowadays, right, you and I going like bro now, your family, you get family and friends there though, but you able to go and then when you use the bathroom, you'll be taking the water from the bucket.
No, I ain't doing that.
Yeah, you pass that stage, right? And then you won't go in the bathroom and put a shower on and come on you. You know,
yep, absolutely.
You have an LEC. By the time LEC go, they put the generator on for you to get light.
But Tomalin, to stay in a nice apartment like Liberia now, at least you got to spend maybe $150 or $125.
Yeah, a night though.
Yeah, a night. Yeah, a night.
Yeah,
so think about that. Think about that. Someone said 75,000 can build you a standard house in Liberia.
Yeah.
No, 75,000 is a good start. Maybe after you've done getting to where you wanted to get, but 75,000 is a good start. 75K is a good start.
We are a good house, honestly, because I mean, on a serious note, if you and the best way to build, one thing I'm telling about it, right? If just the guy we got right now do our stuff, the guy is a very honest Ghanaian guy. He's doing here a team. But if you want to really your house, what you do, whenever you get your vacation every year, you take a 1 month vacation, you go like bro, and you plan it well. Just how you're working in America in the morning, when you're getting ready to go in the morning, it's okay, they're cool. You put it in the car, they go on the side, you're there from 8 in the morning. Lunchtime, all of you eat together. They work up like eat together. Then after 5 o'clock, you're knock off. Everybody go home. Then you pay them on Friday. You pay them. Say okay, check to America. That one money therefore you use it wisely. So okay, on Sunday that day off for us. We work Saturday, work for up to 12 o'clock work, but from Monday to Friday, from 8 in the morning to 5 o'clock. And if you do that 1 month. And when you press on the ground, well, as you there, they bring they bring the rock, the sand coming there, everything coming there. They mix the cement right there too. Everything has been done in your presence. You there. But if you say you leave it and say, okay, in America, I'm spending money. If you say yes, man, he was well trusted. But I can tell you, the guy that was using the Ghanaian guy, if anybody who wants somebody who can trust that Ghanaian man, give it.
But there are Liberians there too. My parents are there right now, checking up on the project. They're there right now, making sure everything is good. But you got to be there, and you got to have, even if you're not there, you got to have a constant person there, a great representation there.
Everyone going to get you like, bro. Let me everyone share us 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Timothy, thank you, man. Thanks to Robert and my dear brother Russell, man. Fascinating topic, guys, and we are in trying times here, especially in this Americas now. But everybody got to keep their heads on their shoulders. You know, earlier on I follow you guys. You're talking about contingency plan by the government, the government of Liberia. That is, I mean, seeing everything. I was like you stated, Timothy. I was in Liberia recently, and I don't sense those kinds of things. All right. I don't sense it, and I didn't see it. And based on everything that is unfolding in Liberia, it appears that those things are not even given priority at this point in time. I think I turned it early on and I stated something. Maybe it just passed by you guys. But, Tomalin, you have priority issues in Liberia that is not being prioritized. Budgetary-wise, those things are not being looked at. Take, for instance, like the Western region in Liberia, you have a hospital that was just built a year ago.
Emirates.
And the Emirate Hospital, not just ordinary hospital, that is a referral hospital for that whole Western region that includes Grand Kehleboe, Apollo, and Bonny County. Budgetary allocations were made for that hospital. And do you know how much have been dispersed to that hospital? A little over $30,000.
Oh, wow.
But like Timothy, I stated earlier on, today as we speak, The government have reached an agreement with the governor of the central bank.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I said it last week.
And let's just tell him that they're going to be paying him $375,000 for the next 2 years. An individual. I mean, I'm not. It's an entitlement in a sense because why? He was illegally removed under the guise of this guy committed crime. The man going to court. And they cannot substantiate that claim, but because the government had interest in Samoa being governor, mind you, if you allocate $375,000 an individual, the new governor that coming there, so like you pay 2 governors for the next 3 years.
And the argument people had. Why they tend to finish their tenure?
And you understand, Tomalin? So those are topics that we need to go. If you get priority issue that not being prioritized, Liberians, even they get home today under the guise of deportation, they're going to be all by their own because there is no contingency plan for those kinds of things. They're not even speaking to it, and, so that's why I just wanted to highlight that.
Yeah.
And we're not going to look at it because, quite frankly, and like we are all in transition in this place here, especially in diaspora, not only America. You got to set your priorities straight. You got to understand that you got to home regardless. No matter what on the circumstances you are here, whether you're a citizen, you are a permanent resident, you got to understand that there's a home to go to. So we got to look at all these things holistically. But again, it rests on the government of the day. Because if I'm saying all of those things, that life's supposed to be saved, Tomalin, and you're not prioritizing that, but you're looking at an individual paying him, all because it's your own fault. That yes, you got an interest in John Brown, then you came under the guise that those people corrupted money. If they corrupted money for the coffers of the state, prosecute these people. But come and be paying individual $375,000. Wait for you got hospitals. That people are millions of people, thousands of people relying on. And it's not being a part of the issue. It's a problem, guys. But I don't want to take all of the time, man. But those are things that we need to highlight and understand that those things, it will not come by easily. It's a trying time for Liberia, especially in this America, quite frankly.
Yeah.
But thanks for the time, Tomalin.
Yeah. I mean, but like the brother said, it's true. And the problem, it makes no sense. Now, imagine now, you got to do the central bank. Then you go to the LTA. You took all the commissions from there. They put half time on that. Still got time on the contract. You got to pay them because all the when prior to the election, we audit. First thing, number 1 day is audit. And when audit time came, then what we stop now. Okay, they will always bring it. We'll handcuff people. We'll jail people. But today, the former New Jersey senator, he was given 11 years today.
Menendez.
Yes, 11 years prison. They put him for 11 years. And take it or leave it. I'm not a Trump fan, but Trump told you what he's gonna do. He did it on day 1. I will issue executive order. I will sign them, and he started doing it right away. Okay, he started to go after it. But here we are. You pay somebody. But Robert, I think you're happy the Jeff gave a tourism bill. Finally got a tourism bill in Liberia, so it'll be good.
They made it an autonomous.
Did it pass already?
Yeah, it passed. DJ, it was authored by DJ Blue. So I got to call him, even though I'm mad at him.
Okay, but the Senate hasn't.
The Senate have signed, I think.
Senate concurred.
They concur?
Yeah.
It's going to President Bogard's desk now.
It's going to the president's desk.
Yeah, so that's a good thing. But
it's a good thing. But what's the next step? But I'm glad. It's a good step in the right direction because you need tourism to be separate. The Ghanaian did that, and I don't think tourism will be effective under the Ministry of Information. In fact, if I was the president, I would dissolve the Ministry of Information. I don't think you need that. You have
you don't need that.
You have press secretary.
Press secretary. Then you got
press secretary, and you have
all the agencies got a PRO there.
Yeah, so it's a waste of money. You don't need the Ministry of Information for nothing. But I think it's a step in the right direction, and I'm happy about that. But I already said, listen, I think I don't want to boast, but we have the blueprint when it comes to tourism. I come from luxury, so I understand the true meaning of luxury when it comes to service, when it comes to hotel. And I've been privileged to, have worked and managed in not just one sector. I'm a rooms operations guy. So when we say rooms operations, I'm talking about, I understand how the operations of rooms operates, like the hotel rooms. And I'm also an F&B guy, right? So I understand food and beverage as well. Yeah,
And hotels from all around the country, not true. You won't believe it, man. So hotel, you enter some place, you say, wow, there's a hotel, you shot,
Yep. And I'm a certified Marriott international trainer. So God forbid today, and I say I want to go back to Liberia, I can travel and just train managers and from entry level all the way up. And so we know what it would take. We have a long way to go, right? But we got to start from somewhere. We got to start from somewhere.
But I encourage Liberians who are young, I mean, if you really want to retire in Liberia, to go home, like you said, start early, so that it doesn't matter. You're gonna take 5 years. Do it. Every time you have vacation, go Liberia and put something on it.
Oh yeah, definitely. So we already started having conversation, and people were talking about if President Boaga called Robert. Listen, if President Boaga called me, for me to even get involved, I will set some standards that I have. And if the president cannot meet my standards, then I don't need to be involved. But I will always be willing to help our country. But what I do know for a fact, when it comes to me working, the government cannot pay me. And right now I'm too young. I can't leave what I'm getting paid to go take $6,000 every month. I can't take $6,000 every month.
But make the ultimate sacrifice for the country, man.
Yeah, I gotta have other sources of income. Tomalin. I want to be honest.
Our brother Fadiga made sacrifice. You see the ball during that, you gotta sacrifice for the country.
You see Fadiga on a whole different level. That's the man who said he'll making $22,000, right? Now, for me, I just got married, but in order for me to take $6,000 on a serious note, because I don't want to steal. And I don't want to be in a situation where, and I think the issue in Liberia right now, people cannot speak their truth internally, like professionally, because that's their own hustle. Government cannot be my own hustle as a professional, right? So I'm not going to put myself in a situation where I feel like if I speak, I'm going to lose my job, and if I lose my job, that there are no other source of ways of making money like there, right? So, but we can start from somewhere, from a consulting level. We're thinking about opening different companies in Liberia, but we need to start from somewhere, bro. If you invest in tourism, one of the first recommendation I will make is that you need to do two things. You need to have an associated. First, you need to have a certificate. Every server, every bartender, every all of the levels of operations, every front desk agent, every one of these folks should have at least a 6-month certificate. Every supervisor, every manager on a higher level should at least have an associate degree in tourism management or hotel restaurant management. So when these companies are coming to Liberia, like the Boulevard Palace, the Royal Grand Hotels, through the Liberianization policy, we can revisit that and ensure that these companies are hiring at least 75 to 80% of Liberians. But if we don't have the folks that are qualified to do these jobs, we can demand from these investors how to ensure return on investment. That's what happened to Bob Johnson Hotel, where he brought all of his higher management came from South Africa and Europe. Only 2 Liberians were in the upper management, and both of those Liberians came from the US because they are my friends from Philadelphia and DC, right? But not a single Liberian in Liberia was qualified enough to pick up a restaurant manager position or housekeeping manager position. None of that. Can you imagine housekeeping? So we got to start from somewhere to start demanding these things. And so we know how the system works. But the government will have to prioritize, and the government will have to invest. Or else it's just going to be a waste of time.
Yeah, but like I said, all in all, it's just good. I tell people, try to get yourself in order. But now, another thing happened, like I noticed too. I think in on the highway there, somewhere in around where Senator McGill living in that area, where it got the homes, right, and the homes already built. You can buy, you pay a certain amount of money down. I'm gonna pay mortgage. Yeah, if home, you can buy the home, but you pay about $20,000 down. Then you'll have the agreement. every month you're paying to put money. They say house cost $50,000, and you're paying for that house every month, just like that. I'm gonna pay mortgage, and some people say they be prepared to go start from scratch. And I don't have a problem with that. They got people too, companies like that building homes. You tell them how you want your homes to build. They build it for you, and you paying them for it small, just like you paying them a mortgage. So just like that contract. Say I'll pay the house in 10 years. I'll pay in 10 years time or 5 years time. I'll finish paying this house. It's cheaper than the one in America. America, you pay a 30-year mortgage. That's something that but in Liberia, you can't pay 30-year mortgage. You can pay the house up in 5 years, depending on how you work. And that's happening.
And to your point, these mortgages are like $3,500. That's
But in Liberia, you put about $25,000 down, right? And then you say, okay, every month I'll pay you $1,000 or $1,500 doing it. I can tell you in the next 3, 4, 5 years, the house is paid off, and you can remodel that house, do an addition on that house. House is in fence, a modern home. Look, you want to live like you live in America comfortably. You want to be living in a place where you somebody, as soon as you get the money, you're looking through your window. Somebody, please give me salt, please give me some salt, please give me some palm oil. No, you want your husband, just like that. I don't lie to nobody because you want to live that kind of comfortable life. But again, where we are. But I tell anybody, prepare for that because. But the people you be afraid for, the ones that they send you home just like that, they're grabbing and sending home, all no preparation. That hurts though. That hurts, But Russell, man, I look forward to the guys coming on Monday. It will be an exciting time. We'll have the posters up and asking people to help. We'll be on time. Try to be on time because the guys they told that it was with time. So whoever around will get it going. And maybe I will invite one librarian who have been involved with the TPS, DPS, one of these librarian guys who just joined the panel, help because they understand the situation with librarians. Some of them been in the vanguard for librarians for many years, Yeah, so man.
But
Wow.
but I want to speak about it. Dylan, someone sent me the video, and I gotta give Dylan credit.
Yeah,
even though I don't like the guy.
How about giving credit, right?
I gotta give it to you on this one.
Video, Robert, the problem guy with that video, the people that were trying to shut Dylan down, are the people who get shared in the budget for that fire service. They're the ones.
Yeah. But the sad thing, I'm not sure Winford watched the video. The sad thing is you have a fire chief that seemed not to have understood a simple question. No. Can you imagine? He could not respond to the question.
No, I haven't seen the video.
Man, you gotta see the video, man. Every other senator, even Amara Conan, had to simplify the question. The question was, your budget was increased by $2 million. So that's $4 million. Did you get the $4 million? He said yes. Okay. If you got the $4 million, then why?
Now, that $4 million. No, that $4 million is just that includes salaries and all of that.
Yeah, that includes salary and everything, right? That includes salary. Now I understand because
the $4 million for salaries and for benefits.
Everything.
They don't say they put extra $2 million there.
No. The $2 million he's talking about was in addition to the original $2 million budget. So what he's saying is that extra $2 million was purposely there to acquire additional fire trucks. But what Dylan himself doesn't know, and what the fire chief could not explain, and their explanation would not have made sense without him saying, "Look, I bought one fire truck," because to get a fire truck is very expensive. You're talking,
but that's exactly what I'm telling you. $1 million. Fire truck is very expensive.
At the same time, too, I'll be honest with you guys. The money is in the budget. It's how it works in Liberia. When they're doing that budget appropriation, right? What thing they're doing? People put that in America, we call it perks. We put it in that. I mean, all that they put in the stuff, right? Mm-hmm. What people do? If they say your agency budget that is maybe $1.5 million, okay? What they would do? They will put extra $1 million in that budget, and they will tell you that $1 million they put in to make it $2.5 million. When that budget passed, they tell you say you gotta give the person cut, and it started the Deputy Minister of Finance for budget for expenditure. I mean, it's a whole list how to do it. It cut it down. Everybody get a share of it. By the time the first money, because the budget is based on projection, right? So if the revenue comes in, the man who is in charge of revenue, they say, "Oh, Russell, we have appropriation here. Your money here." They'll tell you, And if you say you got to do it by quarters, okay, your budget is 1.5 million, about $2 million. We're giving you the first quarter, we're giving you 300,000. The man prioritizing you now. He telling you, my man, your budget, your first madam, the first money for your budget is here. When you go there for it, you got to give a 5% of that money there. 5%. They get a share in that money because they made you get the money to start your work. And then when the other one come again, man, that has been going for many years in Liberia. From government to government, that have been doing, and they continue to do it. That's why you see when I asked that man that question, he couldn't talk much because he knows exactly what happened to that money.
Well, then he needs to get fired because to Dylan's point, if few senators are in this cohort, not everyone knows about it. So again, this is when principle comes in, right? Because I'm going to lose my job because first of all, I'm not going to get involved in that kind of stuff. And if you dare attempt to even start that kind of nonsense, I will expose you. Use your contacts, use all of your influences and say, you know what, this guy does not belong here. That's fine. This is the reason why it's important to have people work in government who are true professionals, who don't necessarily depend on government job to sustain a lifestyle. The problem in Liberia right now, a lot of people are afraid to lose their jobs because they have no other way of making income. And so they're seeing bad things happen and they don't speak on these things. They don't speak on these things. You can use your influences internally. I don't have to come here and bash the president, but I can pick up the phone and say, Mr. President, what's happening is wrong. We need to address this. And if these things does not align with my own principles, I'm out of here. But we don't have a lot of people who think like that because technically leaving government is like the biggest thing in their lives, right? It's the biggest thing in their life. If the $2 million added in the budget to acquire fire trucks, if you cannot buy at least two, spend $1 million, $500,000. You don't have to buy $1 million fire truck, but 500,000 with her, I believe, can get you a decent.
Yeah. 500,000 can get you a used, even 250,000. Okay, when the fire chief, when President Boyka was then vice president, there was a team. I think I'm not sure if you were on the show the last time when Chief Tomalin appeared. So Chief Tomalin took about 12 firefighters to Liberia for about 2 to 3 weeks, Robert. They did a full-scale assessment and recommendation. That trip that they went on, they took like a medium-sized fire truck and an ambulance. And I mean, talked about it on the show the last time.
Wow.
Yeah. And, 500 pieces of uniform and boats and oxygen tanks and, all kinds of stuff that they took. And after that, he also got a piece of equipment, a small fire engine that will be applicable for the Liberian context.
Mm-hmm.
So that one you can put it behind like an F-150 truck or even a Toyota Tacoma.
Mm-hmm.
It can go through the little
but the back doors, the back rows. Yeah.
So it was relatively cheap and it was brand new that they got, that they took with them. So, but you're right. So if you want or you need to get like a ladder truck, what is called a ladder truck, even Brooklyn Park, for example, we have only one ladder truck, and that truck is about 15 or 20 years old. That ladder truck is about $1.5 million for one of those things. So even if you got to maybe one or two trucks down, you're talking, like you said, you're talking about $500,000,
yeah,
$250,000 to $300,000 for just a used one.
Mm-hmm.
Brand new one costs about $1 million+.
Yeah.
Then of course, if you get a ladder,
for fire truck.
Yeah. Yes. The brand new one is about over $1 million to $2 million.
$1 million
and fully equipped. Yeah, they're not fun.
Then when you go to the ladder truck, like to go up to finance and those like the capital, you have what I'm talking about. What the guys they were suspended and spraying the fire.
Yeah,
what are you talking about? That stuff is super expensive, bro.
Yeah, it is. The helicopter. Look, the budget for the state. These guys budget millions, if not billions of dollars on these fire equipment. It's not cheap, right?
It's not
But
cheap,
for
bro.
Liberia, you
It's
can
not cheap,
start.
though.
Imagine if they're buying 2 fire trucks every year. Every
Yeah.
year you buy 2 fire trucks in a period of 6
Tomalin,
years.
do you remember what Chief Parliament told us the last time he was here? I think somebody asked him the question. He said you
says
would need
a modified
fire
truck
truck.
costs between 200,000 to $1 million. What?
Yes. Tomalin, and Chief, what the Chief Parliament tell us? We need about 8 fire trucks in Metro Monrovia, Robert.
Yeah. So every year you buy 2 fire trucks. I mean, over the period of 6 years, you're talking about what? That's what? 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. You're talking about 12 fire trucks in 6 years. Imagine that's you investing $1 million every year for 2 fire trucks. By now, every county will have 1 fire truck.
1 fire truck, yeah. Yeah, I mean, every county needs to have a fire truck. Look,
yes.
But then if you get, I mean, you can get that you get the big fire trucks for 15, right? But then don't forget we got 72 electoral districts. So you do the ones that are the other smaller ones. Then you know for every district you spend that one.
Yeah, you can put a pretty small.
Yeah. No, it's just our people are just insensitive to the.
But Tomalin, if you remember what Chief Parliament said, Robert, I don't know if you were here, but what Chief Parliament said, he said the equipment that they gave to. If you're giving their equipment, even though they will use equipment, but those exact equipment, if you were to give them to a city here or jurisdiction here, they will still have those equipment today. But the problem that we have, Tomalin, is we talked about it a lot. It's about lack of maintenance, lack of the appreciation for maintenance and accountability. They couldn't account for any of the things that they donated. Even the hose that they were using, he said they couldn't find any of those things. So if you bought a fire truck for each of the county, how are we going to ensure that those fire trucks are going to be managed properly? They're going to be maintained properly. They're going to be accountable. That because Brooklyn Park, Robert, Brooklyn Park is about 21 square miles. Brooklyn Park is about 21 square miles. Monrovia, the geographic confines of Monrovia, it's about 25 square miles. So I'm not including Gardnersville, Bodnersville, Congotown, just the main geographic, areas that officially constitutes Monrovia. It's about it's about 21 square miles or so. And no, it's about 25 square miles. Brooklyn Park is 21 square miles. Brooklyn Park is divided into 4 zones. We have a fire station in the western part of the city. We have a fire station in the northern part of the city. We have a fire station in the central part of the city, and we have a fire station in the northern part of the city. And each fire station, Robert, has a fire truck plus an ambulance and a smaller like an F-150 truck or something like that the fire chief or the commander at that particular fire station uses. In a city that's about 90,000 people, 21 square miles. That is a fraction of the size of Monrovia. So each station, those 5 stations, have at minimum 2 fire trucks.
Wow. The people, they're not joking.
I want to clarify something quick. We said something earlier in the show. I want to clarify. Somebody just updated me. They said the Trump executive order paused food stamps for 3 months. They said his executive order temporary pause the disbursement of the Federal Financial Assistance Review Program. But it said, however, this pause explicitly excluded direct benefits programs such as Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, and the Supplemental Nutrition Program, food stamps. So it doesn't affect them. So
what program? What?
They revoked it.
He rescinded it. Yeah, he rescinded. Yeah, it was rescinded.
It exclude Social Security, Medicare, Medicare, and the SNAP. So you still get your food stamp. Thank you for the person who gave me the information.
No, but it was rescinded. Look, let me tell you, Trump is making emotional decisions, man.
Yeah,
He's making emotional decisions. He doesn't understand how. Look at what happened with the president of Colombia, for instance. You know what I'm saying? Like, where do you think the U.S. gets its pepper from? Like, you know, like what was he thinking when he said, "I'm going to impose
Gaza.
25%"? I mean, he's making all of these.
Egypt agreed to take some people from Gaza to take them. People say, "Don't put that in my heart, man." The guy, he want to put it once. Yeah, man, God, I pray for it.
So some of these things, all of this stuff, I think to some extent, he's serious about what he promised.
Yeah,
and I think he has taken actions to just appease his supporters that listen here. Promise made, promise kept. But again, there will be a lot of backlash. States are already threatening to take him to court if he attempts to violate state laws on even on immigration, right? Because when it comes to these areas that were once safe, like the schools, the hospitals, outside of federal laws, there are state laws that you have to respect as well. And you can't just come in these different states and try to implement these things. So I think as he gets settled, some folks around him with the boss will try to educate him on some of these executive orders and how far they can go. But for the most part, I think it's blocked. But when it comes to immigration, he's serious about it. He's serious. You saw what happened. I think they've taken away they're taking away the security clearance of the former general. What was his name?
That one is a textbook retribution. Right?
Can you imagine? And they're even attempting to review his ranking to see if his rank. Can you imagine that? A man who has dedicated his entire life. And this could go to court.
I won't be surprised if he says tomorrow and say he was drawing secret service detail from Obama, from Bill Clinton, from Biden and all. Because you want to.
The Supreme Court. Listen, the Supreme Court. There'll be a lot of Tomalin. There'll be a lot of court. Donald Trump can do anything. There is nothing that I can put past Donald Trump because that's who he is. He reacts over his emotions. Yes. He's not a guy who thinks things through thoroughly, right? He doesn't act logically. A logical leader, void of your emotional, whatever you. I don't have to like a Winfrey to say, you know what, I'm not going to win this. This is just not right. But the guy has no standard. He has no principle. You saw during the press conference, I was surprised with the Los Angeles mayor. Did y'all watch that video?
No.
When they were having a press conference about families were expressing frustration about Winfrey, you muted, about going back to their homes and starting the process of cleaning. And the mayor was basically saying, listen, we will get you guys to your home as soon as possible, but we need to prioritize safety. Yeah. Trump interrupted her during the live press conference. Yeah. Well, I don't think they need a week. She said, yes. I mean, while she was talking, he was talking over her during a live press conference, and his wife is sitting right there.
Oh, but you know what I love about the country? They get federal government, they get state government, and they put in Liberia where you food to answer the thought when the president talking said.
But you know what I tell you, can you imagine if Trump appointed her?
Exactly, you'll find her right.
Can you imagine that? Of course, but you know what? But Tomalin, if our mayors were getting elected,
yes, but
they will stand up to the president in the city.
But bravo, let Winfrey. You know what's that thing? Because for 1971, Winfrey, what year? When Sawyer running for mayor, Sawyer was about to win the two-party establishment. You're going to beat them that year. You're running independent. But the two-party, I think what the mayor, I think Mayor Carter running, somebody running, one Carter running.
Yeah, is that Banja Carter's father? I think.
Yeah, somebody running for mayor for Monrovia, and that was a big deal there. And Sawyer was on the verge of winning, of breaking that hegemony, the TWP to defeat the mayor. It canceled that thing. I think it was brought to an end because why? We have been a disgrace to the True Party. Who didn't elect the mayor?
But you got the
Yeah,
president.
but Tomalin though. So
Yes,
even
but
after
that's
that,
not.
even in our current dispensation, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, that's one of my disappointments with her. I mean, she went and during the Johnny Lewis's Supreme Court, went and reinterpreted the Constitution to give the authority to the president to appoint. So now you can also elect, but appoint. So I mean, of course, everybody else, sort of joined the bandwagon. They follow suit. I mean, Joe Came, he's the appoint. Joseph Parker Came, the point. Even though Ellen Johnson Sirleaf's excuse was the country did not have money to have elections. But because and then she went and appointed her her friend Mary Bro there. So so from that time that precedent was laid out, nobody has been willing to go around it because the Constitution clearly calls for the election of paramount chiefs and mayors. So they were clearly in violation of the Constitution. They were clearly violating the Constitution, and nobody is pushing back. Nobody is saying anything. They're just allowing it to happen. But it's not supposed to be that way.
They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing because some of the people that are getting appointed, some of the folks that are getting appointed know that they would have never won an election if it was based on merits and people had to elect their mayors. A lot of these guys, look at the superintendents. I see some of the superintendents. I'm like, wow, superintendent. So I think we need to come to a place where we need to go back. We don't have money. How much money you need to run a mayor election? How much money you need?
Oh yeah,
so is a double-edged sword, right? I mean, don't get me wrong. I still think that okay.
And Sawyer running against Chuchu Horton, yes, 1979. That's true, Joseph Ware. Thank you.
Yeah. So Robert and Tomalin, so even though so what I'm about to say shouldn't take away of my strong belief that we need to have mayoral elections throughout Liberia. I mean, next door, Robert, for crying out loud, in Ivory Coast, Cocody, all those different municipal cities, they have elections in Ivory Coast, bro.
Yeah, of course.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Not an American thing or Western thing. They do in Namibia, in many countries, in Africa, they have, municipal elections.
Yes.
So it's not a
Africa
idea or whatever. But yes, people make the argument. Say, for example, if you were to have elections for mayor, like somebody told me, they say, look, so ability, so you're pushing this agenda, about having mayoral elections.
Right? And accuse you of
Koji ran against you. Jefferson Koji will beat you. So at the end of the day, do we really want?
But bro, for you,
but I said, it comes to the territory. If that's what it takes, that's what it takes.
We don't vote on policies. We don't vote on issues. We vote on personality and and all kind of stuff. Because honestly, we're voting for policies. I'll be frank. Excuse me. Thank you. Cummings and this guy have money body. I have good policies. They're in front of you. They're upon the policies. They mean you were on spot.
Yeah.
But
so Robert. So that's the deal. So we say, okay, let's have municipal.
So let me ask you the question, Robert. How much you think? Because the money we're talking about here, if I want to run, I gotta raise my own money for my campaign. So let's talk about the state, right? How much money would they need to run? Let's start. And we know what? If we do decide to have election for mayors, we can start small. We can say, you know what? This year we'll start the election just for the mayor of Monrovia City, or the two of the big cities. How much money you think the government had to spend on election for the mayor race?
I think I don't know, but I know that they have the. I think Kehleboe will help out with the one because for every 20,000 citizens, I think to a district. Yeah, I think a district is 20,000 citizens to a district. So talking about 20,000 citizens, talking about maybe the voting population that might be maybe talking about around about.
So you start with the mayor of Monrovia and Painesville.
Yeah,
Stop
yeah.
there.
Okay,
Let's start with the-
so Robert, this is what I would do though. I like your example. I would embrace that, meaning that we should start small. But I would go to somewhere like Hopper, or like somewhere like Fishtown, or you know, or.
Oh, you're not starting Monrovia. You're not starting Monrovia.
I would start Monrovia, and this is why. Because let me tell you why. If you go to a place like Hopper with a very small population, controlled population, because in order, now, and you conduct the election there and let it come down to Monrovia. Having mayoral election in Monrovia, and things there are too fluid. People will be coming from Ghana's way, and Ghana's way people are not supposed to participate in that election.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm saying? It will be difficult to control. So you get people, you introduce it to people, let them start participating in the electoral process. Go to Garguah or one of these small cities, and do it the way you have a much more controlled population, controlled situation there, and then bring it down to the city.
And we need to condense
logistics.
We need to condense the cities. Too many cities for no reason. I think when these guys are creating these cities, it doesn't make sense to have over 25 or more cities in one county. And what separates some of these cities are just, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, so one of the things is, and I remember, was it on, I'm not sure if it was on this show or Spoon, but there was I had a conversation with this guy. What's his name? He's in the Guar administration now. He's I think maybe it was on this show, on this platform. What's his name? I think he's at Foreign Ministry, Tomalin. He worked for the Governance Commission, I think with Sawyer back in the day.
Oh, you're talking about Dr. It was on the show. Dr. He was talking about
Yeah.
The short dude, right?
You guess? I think
he was the foreign minister.
He was the foreign ministry now.
Minister to Abraham Ye.
Okay, yes, that guy. Yeah. Right. So the way we do it here, and apparently all of these things have been done, have been studied. With the Governance Commission, remember him talking about it. But people they're just flaunting the law. Those stuff have been there. It's just for them to implement it. Because like this country, like what they did there, a hamlet, if your population is, X number of people, then, you're a hamlet, you're a village, you're a town, you're a city, and all of that. So they have all of these criteria that they lay out, what will constitute a city, what will constitute a borough, a township, or, whatever.
Yes.
Why you have a place like Broadville, it's constituted, as a city, and then, right across the river, Cardwell, that is just as populated, is still considered a township. You know what I'm saying? So there's no rhyme or reason. So it is just so.
But even when you come to Monrovia, maybe I was sound stupid. I asked someone the last time. I said, "Why do we have Monrovia? Monrovia is the capital city, but when you drive from Monrovia and you go to Painesville, it's not. Why did we have? Who idea was it to have Painesville City and Monrovia City? Why?
Because they seem with you here. You have Gwinnett, you have Lawrenceville, you have Snellville. Those are all municipalities.
Robert, according to our, I think the laws, you can have every 20,000 citizens. You have a demarcation there. Yeah, you can have.
in this country, that's how it is.
But look at someone just said. Neil Johnson said Garguah alone having 20 cities.
Yeah, but so what they are doing that it is being politically motivated. So again, like I'm saying, like this guy said on the show,
right.
The Governance Commission came up with a criteria,
right.
And so a lot of these politicians are going, they're just calling this place. They were just arbitrarily doing these things. It is not according to what has been laid out by the Governance Commission or even by the Constitution. That if there is a charter, there is a full-fledged charter for the city of Monrovia, Robert. that demarcates Monrovia, but nobody's abiding by it. Nobody, respects these laws. They do nothing. So you go to Grand Coup, this senator comes in, or this lawmaker come in and say, "Oh, my village would be the the city of this," and that's it. So they're just arbitrarily doing these. They're doing these things, but because if you go by what has been established as a criteria for determining what is a city and what is a village, because it's different. It's very different. What is a village? What is a hamlet? What is a township? What is a city? All of that is.
I think if it was up to me right now, and this might sound funny. If it were up to me right now, to be honest with you, I would say that yes, have all of these different cities, and like you said, go back to the governance structure and all of the ideas. But I think every county should have one means a mayor. Every county should have one mean mayor, and that mayor. Every county should have one mayor.
Every county, Robert, has a capital city and a mayor that is appointed by the
and then that mayor can coordinate with the other small cities, right, on how as far as development and whatever the case is. But every county, we can start that way. Have one mayor. Grand Bassa, don't matter which part of Grand Bassa. Just have Grand Bassa have a senior senator. I think it's 2, right?
Yeah.
Every county should have one mayor. There should be a mayor of Buchanan City, Grand Bassa County. That mayor represents the entire Grand Bassa. There should be a mayor of Maryland County, and then that mayor can coordinate and work with.
Because in Maryland, in Maryland County, you have Hopper. Hopper has a mayor. That's the capital city, and then you have the commercial city in Maryland County, which is Peabody. It's much more populated, much more active than you have that. But there are a lot of other little towns and other little places. Now there's another thing. Yeah, there's town. I mean, all of those things. They have to go back because people are just not respecting. Nobody's enforcing the law. They're not respecting it. Nobody's enforcing it. So everything goes.
Yeah.
But
and so even Monrovia, I would say disregard the Pennsylvania city, the Monrovia the capital city. That mayor can coordinate with the Pennsylvania city. They can have some folks there, but I don't think they should be called Pennsylvania. We have 16 mayors that represents the 16. I think there are more counties now. But you start that way. You have 16 mayors that represent the counties, right? And then we can gradually start going back to the books and looking at ways to see how these mayors can work with
the way you do, okay, like for example, Pennsville is geographically is the largest city in Liberia. Did you know that? Yes, geographically, Pennsville is the largest city in Liberia.
I didn't know.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Geographically, Pennsville.
So then why we give more? Why the mayor of Monrovia? Because the mayor of Monrovia seems to be like the only position that is seen as a serious mayor, like the only mayor. Like it almost seems like the mayor of Monrovia is the mayor of Liberia, pretty much.
Well, yeah, because it's in the capital city. Again, because of how and how they have the structure layout in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. I mean, the whole thing is just messy. You know what I'm saying? That is why when the Salif government came with the UN and all of these folks came, that's why they created a lot of these commissions to bring some sort of uniformity and sanity to our whole governance structure. That's why they created the governance commission, Robert.
So then the way we're here talking about these things right now, why is it that our leaders can't sit down? All the retreat they be having, why they can't? It's no brainer.
It's no brainer. It's not rocket science, brother.
Why is it that they can't sit down and start brainstorming these ideas? This is how you start changing things. A president comes and says, "Listen, I think we will start the process of investing in mayor elections. I think we need to abolish all of these small little different towns. Let restructure the thing where we have one mayor representing one county. One mayor comes from Nima County, and wherever that mayor work with all of the different cities, the towns, and the villages. That mayor can also have representation in these towns, villages that caters to that development, and that development is part of the main mayor office.
We can do these things.
That's how it's supposed to be, Robert. But but we lack the political will. We have people there who are not interested in laying out these.
But if you are serious, if you're serious person,
like you said,
this is how you talk about change. This is how you talk about change. My government came, and these are some of the ideas we implemented. Now it's up to the next government. I will probably sit on any interview and say, these are things that we talk about. These are not, you don't have to be clever to talk about these things, right? To start moving the country forward, because other countries are moving forward. Other countries are moving forward.
I mean,
and those mayors can work.
So dysfunctional and just so disorganized is not even, I don't even know which model we are using, which governance model we're using.
I somebody said those big counties with huge population can never have one mayor. So name Nima County. County can have one mayor.
So you have a mayor of Tapata, you get mayor of Cyclopea, you get mayor of Ganta, you get mayor of Sanikole, all of that. But Robert, I don't think it's because of the proliferation of cities. I think that we can streamline some of them, go back to the book and say, okay, we go to ledges, get all of the population counts of all these different cities and say, okay, according to the definition that have been laid out by the Governance Commission. The Governance Commission came to being for this very purpose, Robert. It came to being for this very purpose. Let's decentralize our governance structure.
Yeah.
That is why the Governance Commission was brought to life.
So they already have the blueprint. All they need to do is go back to the
blueprint, but they refuse to implement it, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's because look, Robert. Let me show you something here. Let me show you something. You see this? I don't know if you can see this.
I can see it. Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, but you know what this is? This is a master plan for Monrovia that was developed by the Japanese, November 2009, a full master plan. Every city in America, or every city in the world, I mean, serious city, they run on different plans, master plan that informed the development of the city. They did one for Monrovia. After the war, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf went to the Japanese. This stuff started in 2007. This was done by the Japanese, completely laying out and restoring services to Monrovia. This is mainly Central Monrovia. If you read this plan, it looks like any modern city in Europe, America, or in Asia.
Wow!
This is the plan these folks developed with a partnership of collaboration from the Ministry of Public Works, the Ministry of Transport, the Monrovia City Hall, and the Foreign Affairs Ministry. They put this plan there. This stuff should have been fully implemented according to the timeline in this plan by 2014. You know some of the takeaways? That in Monrovia, the government should have built about 44 public latrines and purchased 8 trucks to suck out the waste from all of those public latrines. So you talk about land use policies, you talk about zoning policies, you talk about stormwater drainage system, everything laid out in this plan, bro.
Wow.
It was never, ever implemented.
All you need is just get the experts, invest in them, and get the ball rolling.
But but prior to, I think they had 9 counties and 6 territories. But because of greed again, they think they call greed, Robert. Imagine now, at that time when Doe took over, there were 9 counties and 6 territories. So imagine the legislature were much more, much condensed. They were they were not big. And at that time too, it wasn't a luxury to be a lawmaker in Liberia, But and so Eastern County had 18 senators. So imagine now, 9 counties, two senators from each county, that were 18 senators, and the territories, the candidate that we had there. Then the territory, I think, then they had a representative from the House. I think they were the few. But they won't have a large legislature. So the budget wasn't big, but because of this thing greed, it was going to say we create a county. Hello, doesn't those he created a Grand Coup county. No River County. River County. And Bombing County.
Yeah, because Riverside are part of Grand Bassa County.
Yes, but those are the big counties. Grand Bassa, and then Grand Bassa had all of these different, small counties on
the territories.
But they have the same culture.
Yeah, territories.
But anyway, guys, I have to be at the office tomorrow morning, man.
All right, man. Yeah. So tomorrow we're having
Brother G, please do me the best you can do. Get that thing going tomorrow morning. First thing, have it up, get going. Everybody can.
Okay.
Yes, I beg you.
We'll work on that. But tomorrow, Robert, I think Tomalin shared this with you already. We are having the fire chief from Fairfax County, Virginia. So we're still, it's still continuing our conversation about, fire response in Liberia and, all of that, and try to get his insight about how we can, prevent the proliferation of fires, around the country.
Let me just call you out. Let me be honest with you, right? These guys are probably, I know they're friendly with President Bouaga. They want hurt your feelings, but honestly, I don't know. But it should be able to come clear and say, look, whenever you ask them, they won't get off.
They won't do it.
Yeah, but maybe Chief Butler might be different. Yeah, because he's a Liberian and he's black, and the white guy, was sort of.
Yeah, but any tell bodies, look, that whole fire thing at the Kehleboe building there, that black thing there. That's that you come up with ass on, you just do no forensic investigation, nothing. You just also having 3% in jail.
You want a minute to you back gotta be diplomatic, man. You want a minute to come on here and put
let us say look. If you tell us say, well, so look, we have some doubts about the fire at the Capitol building, then they say, look. Honestly, we won't get involved in the politics, but we have some doubts about it.
Listen, Tomalin, even if you ask the guy, because one of the questions I want to ask is, tell me, are you not frustrated? How many times? I mean, just think about this, right?
And I mind you, Robert, these are people who have been back and forth to Liberia.
I bet.
These guys.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the fact that we have all of these major businesses being caught up by fire just recently in town. One of the stores got burned, and the fire truck came over there, stood and watched the fire. They couldn't do anything because they didn't have equipment, they didn't have enough water. They had to turn around and go back.
Wow.
So I mean, all of these things are happening. You have these guys with their expert opinions, and they're telling you what you need to do. What is it going to take to start doing it? So my question to one of you tomorrow will be: are you not frustrated? I mean, you are giving your time, your energy, your expert opinion free of charge, and these people are not just. What's wrong with? What do you think is wrong with Liberians? I bet these are questions.
Tomalin said greed, selfishness, lack of political will. Because for me, like Robert, like you, within your space, of expertise and all of that. I mean, it's like a no-brainer. I mean, it's like, I rack my head and say, look, one of my friends used to say, we continue to put square pegs in round hole.
Yeah.
We continue to get people who they don't have the expertise, they don't have the interest, they have nothing other than just trying to go there to enrich themselves.
Yep.
And so we have a perpetual problem. It's not about, a lot of these things, it's not rocket science, bro.
Yeah, it's not.
I posted a video today about the road, the RIA highway, that is being paved, and now we've been talking and pushing, and I'm not saying that they listen to us, but it's great to see that they're finally putting a divider there. Which is a huge,
it's not all. Is it all the way from the airport to what?
At least the one that I've seen is just around the rehab area and all of that. So I'm not sure they're going to do it all the way to the airport, and they should. But here's the thing, so they put this divider there,
without creating any opening for people to get off to these intersecting streets or to even stop by to get gas or whatever. So they have to go drive. So what you are trying to correct, you know, it is still happening because now you have people driving, you know, in incoming traffic because they're trying to take shortcut. I mean, I just posted that video today. It's like, come on, guys, where's the minister of public works?
So basically, you will have to fill your tank, unless you want to buy gas that has been sold in a bottle. You have to fill your tank from Monrovia all the way until you get to Marshall Junction, because that's where the next gas station is. If you don't have enough gas from Monrovia until you get to Marshall Junction, what that next total gas station is, then you can't leave that area to go to the airport and back because there's no gas station there. That's what's happening, right? So
I mean, you know what I'm talking about. If you sorry, in Lawrenceville or whatever, you're on the other side. I mean, so even though they have a medium there, they have a divider, but there was still an opening for you to turn to go to to the restaurant or go to home, whatever. Mm-hmm. You don't block the entire. I mean, like that is. I'm not an engineer, but I mean, like, how difficult is that? And then, so you have the Ministry of Public Works, you know, and these inspectors that are supposed to be there, the quality checks that they're supposed to be doing with this East International Construction Company or whoever, you know, why do you, I mean, like, you know, like,
yeah,
I mean, what sort of, boneheaded decision is that? I mean, you know what I'm saying?
That's what they'll just be happy that they now have a paved road. But look at how beautiful that place is. Imagine if they were to structure it in a nice way where
the place is on Zoom and on plan, Robert.
Yes, very on plan.
People just go all over the place. I mean, it is. I mean, look at what they've done to Marshall, you know. And many of the people who have built there, you know, I've written about this stuff for a very long time. Many of the people who have built there, there are people like me and you, like you, trying to go and build there, and it's like, you know, why are you going to perpetuate the same dysfunction?
Mm-hmm.
There?
Yeah.
There's no organization. Now they put a whole big market at the intersection. They're getting into Marshall. They messed the whole thing up. So
and people will soon, to your point, people will soon start having issue because where you think it is supposed to be a road leading to your house, people could start building on those roads as well. Because of the fact that they have no zone. Because the roads are every time I'm trying to go to my house, the roads are becoming smaller every time.
Because they are not enforcing that. The Ministry of Public Works. I think one of the good things is that President Mbaka mentioned that, and you know whether they carry through with that or it is fully implemented and enforced. He mentioned the zoning in his SONA the other day. He talked about the importance of zoning and all of that. That's one of the recommendations that his fire chiefs gave to when he was then vice president, gave to the government that, you know, there were several critical recommendations that people made. Not rocket science. One, no car should travel with flashing red and blue lights if you're not an emergency vehicle, if you're not police an emergency vehicle. Okay? The president, the speaker, the vice president, and the chief justice, that's it. Okay, and because so people know when they see the fire truck coming or they see the police coming, they know that they need to move over. They need to respect that. But when you have taxis and every time Dick and Harry have a car with a flashing light.
You know, bro, when you notice too, when you coming, I notice I see Erica coming with a flashing lights.
It become a fashion. It's a fashion. It's a fun thing.
Lights like.
It's a fun thing. It's a fun thing.
All right, yeah, all right, man.
Tomorrow.
So we'll see tomorrow, Robert. Okay. Tomalin, so tomorrow, I will compile that information and send it to you. I'm working on it right now.
I will send it to you and have it in the morning, really quick in the morning.
Okay. Yeah, I'll send it to you tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, buddy.